Good morning again, everyone. I did not mean to affect your hearing permanently, so. Welcome to the FCC's third workshop on universal service and intercarrier compensation reform. This is my first time in Nebraska, and it's great to be in the Cornhusker State. I was very fortunate on yesterday to meet with a cross-section of Nebraskans to discuss the importance of broadband adoption, and I am very happy to see so many of you here to discuss broadband availability. We have a number of state commissioners from across the nation to participate today, and I would like to acknowledge a few of them, especially Commissioner Ann Boyle from the great state of Nebraska, Commissioner Larry Landis from Indiana, Commissioner Steve Colbeck from South Dakota, and Board Member John Burke from Vermont. I had the privilege of working with these fine public servants while a state commissioner in South Carolina, and I'm proud to be able to, number one, call them friends, and to continue my work with them through the collaboration with the Federal State Joint Boards on Universal Service and Separations and the Joint Conference on Advanced Services. I would like to also, again, give another special thanks to Ann Boyle. Ann, will you walk over with me as I speak fondly of you? I want to thank you again for all of your efforts to make this workshop possible and for us to have it on this very fine campus. You've gone over and beyond the course of duty to ensure that this day will be a success, and you have been so kind to make sure that I have been taken care of. You've been a wonderful tour guide. I can really walk to Mr. Buffett's house right now. Don't tell him, he might get scared. But I want to thank you on behalf of the FCC staff and all of us. Thank you so very much. And please accept this as a small token of our appreciation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to all of you, she has seen Mr. Buffett's house, but John Burke has now seen Mr. Buffett's house 4 times since he's been here. Thank you. I enjoyed this.
Leave it to state commissioners to always try to one-up a federal commissioner. That's all right. I appreciate it. I want to acknowledge also the hard work of the many staffers from inside of the Beltway. You see many friends, and they've checked you in, but I want to acknowledge the very hardworking FCC staff who did a lot of advanced work and working with a lot of persons locally to ensure that you're both comfortable and informed. And I want to thank also my colleague, Commissioner Copps, for pushing us to get outside of the Beltway to have this type of interaction. You are absolutely correct, kind sir. Is that we put forth affect them directly, and I appreciate your ongoing push to ensure that we do that. Congress gave us a mandate to ensure quality voice and advanced services are available to all Americans at just, reasonable, and affordable rates. For many years, the Federal Universal Service Fund has ensured tens of millions of Americans have access to affordable telephone service, and for some areas of the nation, advanced service has also been provided. But we still have a significant number of Americans who do not have access to broadband. In this state alone, that number is at least 300,000, I believe, about 18% of your population. Without broadband at home, consumers are disadvantaged. They cannot participate in economic and social activities that exist only online. I met with consumers yesterday who talked about how they need broadband in order to advance their education, look for a job, and among many other things that we often take for granted, just the basic services. So we're at a critical crossroads, and we must reform USF and the ICC regime to advance broadband to all Americans. More than ever before, cooperation among regulatory bodies and industry participants is essential if USF reform is to succeed. I believe state commissioners know their states and citizens' needs quite well, so the FCC needs their help in crafting effective reform that ensures universal phone and broadband service is available and affordable throughout this nation. So I am so looking forward to the ideas and the exchanges we will have here today. And I want to thank all of you for committing and volunteering your time to participate. At this time, I would like to turn things over to my esteemed colleague, Commissioner Michael Copps.
Good morning. I am delighted to be back in Omaha, delighted to be with a lot of old friends who I see around the table and in the audience here and who have been working on Universal Service and Intercarrier Comp for many, many years. I want to join in saluting Ann Boyle and thanking her for making the day happen here. I really do believe that this could be the summer of our success insofar as universal service reform and intercarrier compensation go. That doesn't mean it's a slam dunk, but I think we have a better chance than I've seen in the decade that I have been at the FCC to actually get this done late this summer. That's the target. That's the statement of all commissioners. That's the commitment we have made to move this, and I would not like to think about the consequences if we fail to get this done this year, because I don't know when another chance will come along. This is, as Mignon said, this is really urgent stuff. This is not about something that is nice to do for our country, but this is about something we really need to do for every citizen in this country, because without access to high-speed, high-value, affordable broadband, our kids aren't going to make it from the standpoint of finding jobs and opportunity and education and health care for themselves, and our country's not going to make it in a world where we do not find ourselves anywhere close to being number one when it comes to getting broadband out to all of our citizens. Our current system is clearly and at best outdated. At worst, it is Byzantine and broken. A lot of it is plagued by litigation and self-help and market power as a substitute for the honest rules of the road we need in order to minimize arbitrage and promote investment and deployment and maximize the opportunities for innovation and for new technologies to flourish. So we've got a big job cut out for ourselves, and that's why we're here today. If the Commission is on the cusp of action, as I think it is, and we are past the time to listen to long lists of Dear Santa letters or wish lists of everything that my particular industry would like to have so that I can prosper and thrive in the new age. This is going to be a process where there has to be give and take and mutual sacrifice. Nobody is going to get everything that they want. Nobody's going to get that ideal design just for me system that I managed somehow to get through the political process. And that includes me. That includes commissioners as well as businesses. Even if I had a system all mapped out in my brain, and I do not have a system all mapped out in my brain at this time, even if I had that, I enter this process knowing I'm not going to get everything I want. We're not going to include everything I would like to have included. I'm going to have to make some sacrifices and some compromises to get this done too. So that's what we're going to have to do. I am so pleased to see so many colleagues from the states joining us today. These folks know so much on the state level, the local level, the granular level about what the problems are, what the unintended consequences of proposals can often be, and we're here to learn about that. I don't think we have ever lived up to the mandate of the Telecommunications Act of 1996 to really develop that federal-state partnership. A lot of these folks have thought a lot about it, NARUC has thought a lot about it, but we really have to use this occasion now to define what that partnership is going to be in building this major infrastructure of the 21st century. So we're here to do some high-stakes talking and thinking and planning. I thank you all for taking a day from your busy schedules to be here and share that with us, and I thank you very much. And who's going to be speaking next? We are going to have a little video presentation from our friend and colleague back in Washington, Commissioner Rob McDowell. If somebody can roll that, please. Thank you.
May 18th has been marked on my calendar for a long time, in indelible ink, in fact. Not for this workshop, and please take no offense, but today is Jennifer's and my 15th wedding anniversary, so I hope you'll understand why I'm not with you in person today. But due to the importance of the Commission's ongoing universal service and intercarrier compensation reform efforts, I wanted to at least participate remotely. Given Congressman Lee Terry's tireless and faithful interest in universal service reform, coupled with the rural nature of most parts of Nebraska, having this field workshop in the Cornhusker State is very appropriate. I understand that today's workshop participants will discuss the importance of refocusing our universal service subsidy to speed broadband deployment. You will also explore what the federal and state roles could be in such a regime. I hope that whatever action the Commission takes, the result will not only improve our networks, but also will make the entire USF program more efficient, resulting in what I hope will be an eventual reduction in the overall size of the fund. Many thanks to everyone for your participation today. I hope this workshop will provide a useful forum for you to debate these issues, and I encourage you to continue your discussions beyond today, and I also hope the Commission will resolve these matters as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks to all of you for being here. My name is Ann Boyle. I am a commissioner from Omaha, and I'd like to acknowledge Commissioner Jerry Vapp, who is one of my fellow commissioners. I cannot see if there are others are here. I know that Commissioner Schramm, our chair, is not with us because he has other responsibilities elsewhere, but it is a pleasure to see Commissioner Vapp, and I'm glad to see Commissioner Vapp for one reason. First, before I say that, thank you to the FCC. We are honored to have you here in Omaha. This is my hometown, and it has been a pleasure for me to be a host and to work with Roger Goldblatt, who I said earlier must have a very low blood pressure because of all the hectic things he has to deal with, and all the others of the FCC staff who I've been working with. It has been a pleasure working with you, and it is a real honor to have my friend Mike Copps here and my friend Mignon Clyburn, who I have a hard time calling commissioners because they are just regular folks, and but they are people who really just go to the base, which is they serve the public interest, which is what all of us are here to do. So thank you for being here, and I now see Commissioner Frank Landis, who is also one of my fellow commissioners, and I think Commissioner Johnson is elsewhere as well. I have often said that the FCC, Commissioner Kopp said it too, or maybe Commissioner Clyburn, the FCC should come to this part of the country so that they can really witness and feel what rural is like. Now, you are in Omaha, and it is the largest city in the state with about 500,000 people in the city. But I brought a map with me to illustrate so you can really see what rural is, and I speak not only on behalf of Nebraska, but I think for Iowa and all the other Midwestern states and those who go from, perhaps the Missouri River, maybe a little bit to the east of there, because Commissioner Landis is from Indiana, but rural cities or rural states have a horrible problem. And here's my map. There are 5 commissioners in Nebraska. We are elected. This is a map of Nebraska, and right here there's a little gold or a little yellow mark. That's the city of Omaha that I serve. It is not even 60% of the geographic area of Douglas County. The rest of this, which includes Douglas County and 3 other counties, Sarpy County is next to us. It is the fastest growing county in the state of Nebraska. So with that, and then Commissioner Landis, who just came in, he serves Lancaster County, which is right here. So you can see how close that is, if you can see. That is Lincoln, Nebraska, plus the rest of his entire county. He serves an area, this gray area right here. Commissioner Schramm serves the green area right here. Commissioner Rod Johnson, he serves this entire yellow area. And Commissioner Vapp, who's right over there, the salmon colored on here, that is rural Nebraska. But rural Nebraska really begins right in here. So you take the rest of the state, 1.1 million people live in Omaha, the Douglas County, Lancaster County, and Sarpy County. That is 1.1 million of a state with 1.8 million people. So when you take the entire district that we serve, we have more than half the population. We have about 60% of the population of this state. And my two fellow commissioners who serve the yellow and the salmon area, it is vast. And you can travel a long time on a country road out there and never see another human being. So that's what we have been trying to work on. That is what we are trying to sensitize people to. And when you go out there, it is beautiful. But there are hardly any people. And on a game day on Saturday, the stadium in Lincoln is the third largest city in the state. So I'm pleased to have you here, and I wish all the commissioners, I wish Commissioner McDowell could have been here, but we truly understand his 15th wedding anniversary. But working with the talent, and I thank the FCC. This is, I think, the most active and interactive FCC ever with the states. And we have access to all of them. It's talked about all the time. They are finally bringing together some things that have been taking over years, have not been addressed. And in this notice of proposed rulemaking, it has been difficult to respond to all of it, but I feel confident that they are able to amass all of that, and they're going to be able to come up with an order. And I pray that everybody will say, I don't maybe like all of it, but we can work with most of this and not be running to Congress and saying, now we want you to intervene and tie their hands or do anything else. We must get this done. It has been delayed a long, long time. And I sincerely thank Chairman Janikowski and my fellow commissioners who are here today and my fellow state commissioners. We are all working hard, and our country deserves to have us get this done. So thank you, and thank you for being here.
Good morning. Minion, there's one other individual that we need to acknowledge who is very new to her commission, and that's Libby Jacobs, the new chair of the Iowa Commission, the Iowa Utilities Board. Libby, if you would stand and be acknowledged. Thank you very much. Mike commented about seeing a lot of old friends. I would take gentle exception to that, Mike. One thing I've learned recently is I no longer have old friends, just long-standing friends. But 2.5 years ago, at a meeting of the Federal State Joint Conference on Advanced Services, we suggested that the mission of that group could be encapsulated in 10 words: reaching out to the least, the last, and the lost. A similar mission statement could be used to describe the effort to reform intercarrier compensation and universal service. At a time when we appear both to have moved way down the road and yet to have revealed unresolved divisions, due to reluctance, perhaps even unwillingness of some, to, in the words of Native Americans, walk a mile in the other person's moccasins. Last Sunday, I stumbled across an article contained in the weekend edition of the Financial Times. That article, in turn, inspired by a letter written over a quarter of a century ago by Nelson Mandela. The article is entitled "The Power of Respect" by Simon Cooper. I hope I've pronounced his name correctly. So what could Mandela write that's relevant in our technology-saturated debate 32 years later? The letter, says Cooper, is in neat cursive handwriting. It is addressed to the South African writer Alan Paton. It's dated July 29th, 1979, and it was never sent. Some censor has scrawled in Afrikaans on top, "Rejected, no notification, objection to Alan Paton." Mandela, in prison since 1963, that's 16 years earlier, starts by thanking Paton, the author of Cry the Beloved Country, for your courageous response of June 1965. Paton testified for Mandela in the Rivonia trial where Mandela got his life sentence. Then Mandela commiserates over Paton's wife's death. He writes affectionately of several individuals, including author Cooper's great uncle and great aunt, white South African opponents of apartheid like Peyton. Mandela's kind words are the surface. He hopes, he writes, to clear any debris that might block the free passage of the love and goodwill that characterizes the relations between our respective families. Particularly at this moment, I like you never to forget that. The backstory is that after an argument, Mandela's then wife, Winnie, wrote Peyton an absolutely savage letter calling him a white racist. From prison, Mandela is trying to heal rifts. He's healing political rifts, too. Many in Mandela's ANC loathed Peyton because he opposed the armed struggle and sanctions against apartheid. Mandela was writing from life imprisonment to a sometime political opponent, and yet he hugged him close. In 1956, Cooper's great-uncle, Leo, and Peyton were charged after speaking at a public meeting for Mandela, along with 155 others arrested in the treason trial. Leo loathed conflict and violence, so he emigrated. Peyton was angry with Leo and Hilda, his wife, for leaving. Yet Mandela, from his cold cell, writes of them only with fondness. Mandela never got hung up on the tactics of the moment. The bigger issue is your goal. Great politicians focus on only one or two goals. The rest is just detail. Mandela's goal never changed: a free, non-racial South Africa. It's an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve, he told the court in the Rivonia trial, but if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die. To him, those were details. It was silly to get hung up on them, particularly because history takes us all by surprise. What suddenly ended apartheid in 1990 wasn't sanctions or armed struggle or Peyton's sermons. It was the collapse of the Soviet bloc, plus angry youths in the townships. 4 years later, in 1994, Mandela was elected president of South Africa. Ordinary respect, extraordinary respect, and a clear goal had taken him there. I would hope that that's the sort of spirit that we might see exhibited today and as we go forward, in which the participants are willing to respect the differences and look toward the achievement of a common, clear goal.
We sit here today to address a workshop on intercarrier compensation and USF reform. I've been a commissioner now for almost a dozen years. And when I began working on these issues, one of the first ones that I faced was the beginning of thoughts of intercarrier compensation reform. That was 12 years ago, and we're still working on it. The NPRM, whether you like it or whether you don't like it, whether you have concerns or whether you don't have concerns, takes a courageous stand. It says, first of all, that universal service and intercarrier compensation are inextricably combined, that you have to deal with both of them if, in fact, you're going to work out a situation that doesn't have unintended consequences from one of those regimens to the other. And in fact, the attempt to try to do that in an integrated way is the only way to succeed. It's going to be a difficult process. There's going to be issues, as Mike Kopp said, that are going to divide a lot of people that are on these panels, that are in this audience, and in fact, that may be seated across from each other. Not every item that the FCC sees as important may be important to the states. Not all of our state commissioners, I'm now chair of NARUC's Telecommunications Committee. I have 38 hardworking commissioners whose thoughts may differ between ourselves as well as our view toward this particular NPRM. But one thing I will tell you is that although there may be wins, there may be losses, there may be conversations, and there may be disagreements, this NPRM is courageous. It attempts to try to say it's time to change a broken system. A difficult process. We may not always agree. But when I took on the job of being commissioner in Vermont, I realized something that first day. I looked at our statutory requirement, and whether it was for a certificate of public good or whether it was for an Act 248 permit, I looked to see at the end of the day what my job was to do the best that I could for Vermont and its citizenry. Now, that seemed pretty easy to me. I thought, wow, does that mean I can do whatever I want to do? In fact, what it really means is your job some days is just so hard. And hopefully all of us will face that in these next months as we attempt to accomplish something that we have tried many times before to do and without success. And I'd like to think that this time, as we work forward, we can put enough differences aside so that we can find a solid pathway forward to work on a system that desperately needs reform.
Again, I would like to thank all of my colleagues for setting the stage and the tone for this morning. And now I would like to yield our time to Alex Menard, who will moderate and introduce the first panel.
1 second, Alex, before you start. I just want to go over one or two quick ground rules I was asked. First of all, we have cards. If anyone has questions, because during the panel sessions, we won't have time for questions, feel free. We have cards, fill it out, and at the end, we'll respond to as many as possible. And I just want to reiterate, too, in case it wasn't made clear, the commissioners and their staffs will be sitting throughout the whole day and they'll be part of every panel. Thank you.
Welcome. Our first panel is the evolution of the state-federal partnership in a broadband world. I'd like to thank each of our panelists for agreeing to participate. At the far end of the table is Peter Bloom, a consultant with Roca Loeb Salter Associates. Seated next to him is Doug Garrett, Regional Vice President of Regulatory Affairs in the West Region for Cox Communications, Inc. Seated next to him, Tom Conry, General Manager, Farmers Mutual Cooperative Telephone Company. Terry Oda, Senior Counsel of T-Mobile, and Ed Crackmer, Director and Regulatory Counsel for Windstream. Peter, if you'd like to start reading your opening statements, and then we'll just go down the line.
Thank you, Alex. Commissioner Clyburn, Commissioner Cox, Member Burke, Commissioner Landis, Commissioner Boyle, thank you very much.
Peter, I think you have that. Turn it on.
Thank you very much.
Another Federal Communications Commission production. We'll get it straight. Do you mind? We'll improvise. So at this time, Peter, if you would come up and let's try. Fabulous. Great FCC staff. Thank you so much.
If you ask someone who knows something about telecommunications how you would characterize the relationship between the federal and the state governments in telecommunications, you would probably get an answer that involves the words dual jurisdiction. There are some services that are federal and interstate. There are some services that are state. People who write about this stuff in academia often write about this as a layer cake model where federal law preempts state law. Federal law is superior to and more important than state law. But in truth, I think the first point I'd like to make with you is, Universal service is really more like a marble cake than it is like a layer cake. Everything is mixed together. The responsibilities are shared. Very early in the history of telecommunications, or telephone as they used to call it, state franchise laws and carrier of last resort obligations imposed a duty to serve in remote rural areas. Now, I don't want to oversell how important the duty to serve is. There are important qualifications to it. Carriers that have duty to serve also have the right to charge construction charges, and that has left some areas unserved. But it's important to note that universal service was first really promoted by state laws before the federal government got involved. State policy has also limited carriers' ability to exit and to disconnect customers. Before cell phones took over and became so important, many states promoted public payphones. States also imposed a variety of other kinds of obligations on incumbent carriers. Many consumer protection obligations are imposed at the state level, for example. Also, federal support helped keep universal service available and keep state rates low. The second point I'd like to make is that notwithstanding this idea of dual jurisdiction or even of preemption, states have a continuing and important role in supporting universal service. Not only does this statute give the states authority to designate eligible telecommunication carriers, but it gives them the right to consider public interest standards when they do so. State commissions have better access in many cases to important facts about where competition is, how good service quality is. In the future, the FCC can best use state information and state abilities by thinking about delegation agreements. Slamming enforcement is a model for this. Other federal agencies, such as environmental agencies, often delegate entire pieces of legislation like the Clean Air Act, or they delegate funds with standards, such as for highways, education, and health. And I think, to conclude, I would say that states should continue to have a role not only in enforcement for consumer protection, but in setting service quality standards for telecommunications and broadband.
Thank you. I'm Doug Garrett with Cox Communications, and I too want to thank Commissioners Clyburn and Copps and all of the state commissioners who are here for taking your valuable time to come and listen and hear. You have been inundated for years with meetings and discussions and argument on these topics, but it's important to sometimes try to bring people together live and synthesize those discussions in a way that words on paper just can't. I think the little example we had yesterday in the library in Omaha was an excellent example of what happens when people come and visit and listen to people talk about these issues. It makes them much more real. So that said, I don't have a short period of time to give some introductory remarks, but thank you for doing this. We do believe that clear federal policy is the only way to solve this problem. We've all been at it a long time. The reforms outlined in the National Broadband Plan and in the NPRM require a nationally coordinated transition, and that's the only way to get a fair, not for everybody getting what they want, as Commissioner Copps mentioned, but a fair evolution of the universal service system and the intercarrier compensation system to the Connect America Fund, and to solve the problems that have plagued intercarrier compensation, especially arbitrage. We believe the FCC is in the best position to listen to and balance the interests of the states as well as the competing elements of our industries, and to lay out that policy. And achieving that transition would obviously best come through the kind of partnership that has traditionally been used throughout the telecommunications and communications industries. But the FCC has got to be prepared to create some strong incentives for states to move in concert to achieve those goals. We think it's just too important and just too difficult to do without that close coordination. That said, there are valuable roles that states have played and continue to play. As a competitor who entered the markets in 1996 after the passage of the Telecommunications Act, state regulators have been invaluable to us in arbitrating agreements, achieving fair terms for interconnection, resolving inter-provider issues. All of those things could not have been done effectively without state regulators. State regulators also are going to need to play an important role in ensuring the smooth transition and to redirect high-cost funds from traditional telecommunications to broadband services under the Connect America Fund. I think states may also have a role in ensuring that Connect America funds are deployed correctly and targeted toward bringing broadband to unserved communities without waste or duplication of effort. Some of the estimates have been extraordinarily expensive to complete this task to bring broadband to every American. And states are closest to the ground and understand what the needs of their communities are. Finally, the ongoing shift in technology in our industries to IP technologies, Internet Protocol technologies, has created additional stress in both the Universal Service System and the Intercarrier Compensation System. And federal and state regulators are going to need to take that into account as we work through the transformation of the existing system. Both federal and state regulators will likely have a role in reestablishing the rules of engagement for the telecommunications industry during the transition to IP-based interconnection and perhaps well beyond that transition. Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to personally thank the commissioners for coming out here and visiting Commissioner Boyle. It's nice to be in a place where you're only 60 miles from home, and being home is nice, as we all know. I want to talk a little bit about Farmers Mutual Cooperative Telephone Company. We're located 60 miles from here. We do serve the rural areas. Our plant has evolved over years. Back 30 years ago when I began in the telephone industry, we didn't envision anything beyond the beginning of fax. 20 years ago when dial-up internet started, we had to pass dial-up internet at a very, very low speed. And 10 years ago when broadband really started to hit the market, we have evolved our network with universal service funds as well as voice services to provide those services to our Americans and our citizens and our consumers in our area to be affordable. Going forward, the federal and state commissions have historically partnered to ensure that all consumers have access to voice service. That federal-state partnership will be even more critical when it comes to ensuring that all consumers add access to comparable broadband services and prices as they are in urban areas. The federal commission should set the list of supported services, including broadband. State commissions should designate the ETCs and set the rules of the road as was referenced in the '96 Act. The states should have procedures in place for any recipient that receives support to file a plan which includes the previous year, the current year, and a forward-looking year with updates to it annually, much as we do in Iowa with our utility board, to show that we're using those funds in the intended areas. This would be for any carrier that is under the ETC status, whether they receive support or not. I want to talk a little bit about Kohler as we go forward. As I point out, it's Kohler, not Polar. There's no P in Kohler. At a time when the FCC is looking for greater accountability and fiscal responsibility for the USF and for the CAF going forward, one would think that the Kohler obligation should be a cornerstone of that effort. The support is for the network that has the capability of meeting all the list of supported services, not just a subscription or a protocol of that service. All areas must have access to communications. Therefore, the commissions must work together to ensure that all areas are served under the same obligations for universal service. Kohler is and should remain under the jurisdiction of the state commissions, including the enforcement, as I've spoken. The FCC should not preempt those rights, but the FCC plays an important role as we go forward. Again, this partnership going forward will be very important, that we can bring broadband to the country and to our consumers, much as telephone was brought to them back in the 1930s. And as we go forward, this partnership is even going to play a larger role in making sure that we have it available to all farmers, businessmen, residents, no matter where they live, so that they can participate in the world market. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Terry Ota, and I am with T-Mobile. And I also like to thank the FCC commissioners for this workshop and giving T-Mobile the opportunity to participate this morning. T-Mobile does acknowledge that state commissions should continue to have a role in federal universal service. State commissions bring value in many instances because of their closer connections to consumers. And we've worked over many years with many of the state commissioners in this room and anticipate continuing to do so even once the FCC rules on its order and sets forth the path forward for broadband deployment. There has and will be an ongoing dialogue about the best way to incorporate state commissions' expertise in today's communications marketplace, and we look forward to hearing and participating in that dialogue. T-Mobile does support harmonizing the obligations of federal support recipients through a clear set of federal requirements. We believe that the federal standards should clearly articulate the requirements for federal support recipients. As many of you are aware, consumers are increasingly mobile and expect to obtain their services wherever they move. We do believe that federal standards are appropriate because the FCC is ultimately responsible for ensuring that federal support is used properly. We do believe that universal service funding should be required to demonstrate their qualifications before receiving support and should remain accountable for using support for its intended purposes. And we do believe that the commissions probably do play a role to some extent in helping determine that carriers do remain accountable. So we look forward to continuing the dialogue with everyone today, and thank you for the opportunity to participate.
Good morning. Thank you, federal and state commissioners. Am I on? Okay. Thank you, federal and state commissioners, for organizing this workshop. Windstream appreciates the opportunity to speak to you today. Over the last 5 years, Windstream has invested over $700 million in broadband deployment. At this point, broadband is available to approximately 90% of our customer base. Over the next 2 years, we plan to invest an additional $240 million in broadband deployment. A little over $180 million of that is from rural utility service broadband stimulus grants, and another $60 million is from our own money. This is on top of the investment that we already plan to make. Further, I should mention, we actually broke ground on the first of those projects last month, and we're getting started on that very ambitious project. With regard to broadband oversight, we prefer the oversight, and particularly standard setting, to be done at the federal level. We have a fortunate situation in which broadband has a relatively clean regulatory slate, particularly on the retail level. And broadband networks tend to be organized on a national and regional level, particularly for a carrier serving as many states as Windstream. And generally, it makes sense for standards to be uniform across the states. Further, strings can be attached to USF distributions, as well as the manner in which eligibility is determined for those distributions. When you do that, you risk some backdoor regulations. Some of the types have been abandoned 5, 10, maybe 20 years ago. We think that it's best for the standards to be set by the federal government, and states can play an important role in suggesting how those standards are set. I should mention that the voice network will continue to be relevant for the foreseeable future, particularly given the relationship between voice and broadband network infrastructure. Regulation of voice services is increasingly anachronistic and at odds with the competitive landscape, particularly as different competing providers of voice service are subject to vastly different regulatory structures, or perhaps none at all. Today, the statutory and regulatory trigger for COLR obligations is not based on USF distributions, but instead ILEC status, although being able to fulfill COLR obligations often depends on continuing receipt of universal service support, whether it be explicit support or, for the time being, implicit support. COLR obligation should not be an unfunded mandate. If ETC status is awarded to another carrier in a particular part of an ILEC service territory, the ILEC must be relieved of its COLR obligations in that area. Moreover, better targeting of universal service funding is needed to address inequities in how ongoing support is allocated among carriers with COLR obligations, and thereby narrow the rural-rural divide that has arisen under current high-cost program rules. Any requirements for voice offerings, for example, requirements for quality of service, should be applied uniformly across technologies. And if service obligations are imposed on broadband funding, they should apply across all technologies as well. I've said a lot about the relationship between USF funding and COLR obligations, and I should emphasize that Windstream is proud to serve rural America and would prefer a result in which we are given adequate universal service funding to bring the promise of broadband to even more of our customers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I welcome the commissioners seated at the table to participate in all of the panels today, and feel free to jump in and ask or respond to questions, especially our state commissioners. And I invite Commissioner Copps to get us started with the first question.
Well, I appreciate that. Can y'all hear me? Thank you for the presentations. That's very helpful. Several of you have mentioned the carrier of last resort obligations, and I don't expect I'll necessarily get unanimity of response in this, but I would like to engage in a little further conversation about it, just the whole concept of carrier of last resort and what you judge its viability and desirability to be. If there is a competitive environment, then presumably it's not as big a factor because the consumer has carrier of last resort. Should we have it everywhere? Should we apply it only where there is a lack of competition? And then also, I guess the final part of that would be, should we apply it also to wireless and to satellite providers? Perhaps we can just go down the panel.
I don't think that the concept of carrier of last resort, as it was traditionally implemented by the states, should be implemented universally by the FCC as a condition of universal service support. The states have begun to recognize that there are many areas where competition has made it inappropriate to require any sort of incumbent to invest. For example, if there's a condominium and the condominium association is collecting fees and has made an arrangement, for example, with a cable provider, it makes no sense to require a telephone company to have to invest there. And so states have begun to deal with those issues. You may want to go so far as to exclude entire areas where there is effective competition from any sort of carrier of last resort obligation. But really, those are not the areas where you'll be likely to be paying money from the Universal Service Fund anyway. It's the rural areas where there is no competition that you'll be paying. And so I guess my answer would be, yes, I think you should create some exemptions, but probably in the areas where you want to be supporting services, you should be fairly rigorous about what you require and require fairly broad, high level of service offering.
I think I'd agree in large measure with what Peter just said. The concept of carrier of last resort and the concept of regulation of telecommunications was as a substitute for effective competition. Regulators play a valuable role where competition doesn't exist. Where competition has developed, and it has developed in vast swaths of the country over the past 12 years, that carrier of last resort concept has probably outlived its usefulness and now saddles current carrier of last resort companies with obligations they should no longer have and saddles the public with the costs of supporting those obligations in a way that's no longer necessary. So that said, I think we'd like to see both the narrowing of the areas where COLR support is really necessary. We would also like to see that the process of becoming an ETC become more technologically and provider neutral in a way. In some states, that's very effective. In other states, it is almost impossible for a competitor to achieve ETC status in order to compete for that support. So those two things need to go in balance in our view.
I believe that Kohler is going to be very important going forward, and it's kind of rolled into a larger group or a larger pie. It's not just the obligation to serve. Speaking from the Iowa side, that we have certified exchange boundaries, and within those boundaries, if someone applies for service, we have to serve it without any additional construction charges or any of those things within our boundaries. And it has to be at the same rate as it is provided to their next door neighbor. That we can't charge them more. So that it's part and parcel of a lot of rules. I know that there have been proceedings at our commission that a competitor has pulled out, and just for slamming rules, they've had to withdraw carefully so that someone wasn't stranded without service and being slammed to another provider. With all the rules in place, I think that if the ultimate goal is to make sure that someone has service and is not stranded because it becomes an area that is very expensive to serve, the competitive and the non-competitive areas today may not be that tomorrow. And Kohler truly is the fallback or the obligation to provide that service. I believe from talking to staff at our commission that we don't really have a set rule for Kohler. I call it Hotel California. You can check out anytime you want, but you can never leave. I think going forward, it's going to be very, very important that the Kohler obligation and that obligation to serve, along with the areas that most of our smaller companies in the rural serve. I have one exchange that is the donut, and the donut hole is Windstream. And it just happened to be that in the years ago when the boundaries were set up, that's the way they were done. I also have another one that now no longer has an incorporated town of 15, and I think that the population is going to drop because 2 of the kids are graduating this year. So just because you live in the town, you can't always assume that the Kohler responsibility is less important, because there's no competition there, of course, but from another fixed provider. But very important as we go forward.
I think from T-Mobile's perspective, as we've kind of indicated in our comments, our concern is with because I think, as Tom had acknowledged, and a lot of times state Kohler requirements are hard to determine because they're either, in a A4 or, they're attached to a CPCN or something like that. And so it's difficult to determine what exactly the Kohler obligations would be state to state. And so our concern is with having, varying state requirements. We support, kind of a federal scheme, but, on carrier of last resort obligations, for Peter had indicated, some of, in today's competitive environment, do those really make sense? And, existing ETCs, one of their requirements is to fulfill reasonable requests for service. So, in many instances, those types of concerns about obligations to serve, are being covered by ETCs that have a similar requirement.
Commissioner Copps, that was a great question. Before I turn to what I want to mention, I'm familiar with that exchange that you discussed, Tom. I think you meant to say that we're in the donut hole. There are donut holes and there are donut holes. In Iowa, we're talking about donut holes where it could take less than 10 minutes to walk out of town. And actually, in many of these exchanges, Windstream, nationally, Windstream faces competition in the donut hole. I mean, it's amazing that in some of these exchanges with teledensities as low as, say, 15, there's actually competition in varying degrees of the geographic area. And really, targeting is a lot of my answer to your question. I think that the NCTA had a proposal for narrowing universal service support, basing it on where there's competition. That makes sense, but to a large degree, it's really just a proxy for how much it costs to serve the area. Competition tends to enter markets where costs are lower. We found when looking at our markets and looking at HCPM results and other types of study results, we found that really if you prioritize exchanges and wire centers by the actual cost, competition falls out. If you focus on the exchange, on the wire centers for the highest cost, you don't have that issue about trying to measure competition, having everyone turn in studies like you see in the special access proceeding. It's a fairly objective measure, and that's actually where we think universal service and following COLR obligations should go. We'd like to see funding targeted on a wire center basis so that exchanges with similar characteristics will receive a similar amount of funding. We also think that the targeting at 4 megabit per second download speed is a fantastic idea. That targets universal service funding where you get the most bang for the buck, and it's probably the most future-proof in terms of building fiber deep into the network, but not so deep that you're diverting money away from people who don't have broadband at all. And we think COLR obligations should follow along with that.
Just a brief follow. Only that targeting support to incumbent wire centers inevitably leads to a bias to the incumbent who has established their network along those guidelines, and perhaps long before there was any competition. So we think that targeting is essential, but it should be based on something, some common demographic factor like census block group, or census tract, depending on what's relevant in the area. And so that competitors whose networks may not have evolved in the same way have an opportunity to see if they can be competitive in competing for those targeted support funds.
So it sounds like there's some agreement on that there should be some sort of federal standard for ETCs that they have to live up to. But given that there is existing state regulation in many states and that the states do have a role to play under the statute, should the FCC establish a federal framework for ETC requirements and rely on states to implement them? I guess this is kind of a two-part question. Do you want that going forward? And also maybe to the degree you have an opinion, we changed ETC requirements for federally designated ETCs in 2005, and was that successful in a wide range of states kind of adopting something similar? And if not, how do we incent states to follow that federal framework? If you may want to start with Doug. I don't know if you have anything, Peter, but.
Let Peter go. Thank you. I think the 2005 revision was quite successful. What happened in 2005 was, I think, this is just my understanding of what happened, was that the FCC found that the fund was growing very rapidly and that it wasn't really very happy with what was happening with the money, and it wanted to get a little bit more assurance that the money was being well spent on universal service. And so we had some suggestions to the states as to how they would run the ETC designation proceedings, and we had some suggestions that were to the states about how they would annually certify that the funds were being properly used. Those suggestions were worked out in conjunction with the joint board, and so everybody had ownership in them when they were published in the FCC order. And many states have followed those. For example, one suggestion that the order made was that there should be a 5-year build-out plan. And many states have done that. Some have varied it. Some states have 2-year build-out plans, that sort of thing. But there is in many states, there's a conversation now annually between the state commission and the supported carrier about what are you doing with the money, and how is that helping universal service? And the state commissions more and more look to the use of the money to see how well it matches what the state commission's priorities are for building the next tower or the next fiber route.
Sure. Who would have predicted in 2005 that 30% of American households would only have wireless service, have chosen to have wireless service? And how many would have even predicted that about 30% of American households would buy their phone service from a cable company by 2011? Things have changed very rapidly. The technologies have changed, and consumer behavior and choices as a result of the evolution of those technologies and the penetration of competition have changed. So while I'd say the 2005 changes were a qualified success, it's time for a relook and a time for potentially a narrowing of some of the existing obligations and a better targeting of that support so that the public isn't saddled with an unending amount of cost when some flexibility in what qualifies as acceptable services, especially in the most remote areas that are today still unserved. The 4.1 standard is a great one as a starting point, but broadband is changing very rapidly. Originally there was going to be a panelist from a satellite provider here today. I think if you look at their filings, they make a very interesting case, for example, that satellite technology and service coverage is evolving to the point where there may be viable places where that's the most affordable way for a consumer to get broadband. So I guess to sum up, it's time for a relook. Federal guidelines are helpful. ETC processes in states should not be used as a barrier to newer entrants seeking to deepen their penetration and serve some of the highest cost areas. And we should all remain flexible, especially about the definition of what is an ETC obligation for broadband, because it's changing. The services themselves are changing rapidly.
I think Commissioner Boyle could probably answer that, but this better than I'll take a stab. The COLR and the ETC status and all that, setting the rules, the framework, just as it is today with supported list of supported services. Those states who have taken the leap and started a state fund have some reason to care about the ETC granting of status to companies. Those who have not, maybe not so much. But I'm not so sure that the granting of ETC status was the problem. It's more the identical support rule that is the problem. And I think with the correct framework that some of those things could be avoided. If carriers received it based on their own cost today, we wouldn't have a CETC fund that was growing so rapidly and the ETC fund being fairly stagnant. So rules can make things happen correctly. And I still think that it's important that the FCC set that framework. The states, as I said in my opening, that the states enforce the rules. They're closer to it. They understand. They have our reporting requirements, at least for us in Iowa. And I think they'll play an important part as we go forward. But I think the correct framework set by the FCC and the states and to enforce it would be good.
You know, Alex, I mean, I think to the we support, you know, and agree that the efforts by the FCC to standardize the requirements for ETCs has certainly been helpful in a carrier such as T-Mobile. You know, we are an ETC in some states, and you know, to the extent that the states have followed standardized requirements, we think is a good thing. And you know, as we go forward, you know, we do believe that the states do have a role to play, you know, with respect to monitoring, you know, how the funds are used to the extent that they are today. For you know, many states have gotten, you know, involved in recertification in you know, really trying to examine what the sport has been used for. And you know, we think accountability is important, and you know, the states would have a role to play in that.
As I mentioned earlier, Windstream would prefer to see ETC expectations applied uniformly, regardless of the technology being used to provide service. When we look at how much it might cost different types of carriers to provide service, for example, we shouldn't be ignoring the top 10% of users who create 65% of the usage. We further believe that these obligations should be enforced strenuously on new entrants who are not necessarily providing service in the entire service territory. One other thing I should add is that we've talked a little about state universal service funds, and states have done a very good job with those funds. The only concern that we have is the extent to which they have their statutory jurisdiction to really implement them in the ways that they want. We've seen problems in some of the states where there have been fights about who they can receive contributions from, who they can apply certain what types of carriers they have the authority to apply obligations on. And it's for some of these reasons that we would prefer to see the ETC standards set at the federal level through the federal program. Although we definitely encourage states to continue with their programs and very much support them, such as in Nebraska.
Yeah, sure. Feel free to jump in.
Okay, in Indiana, whether it was by design or good fortune, we had a situation which very closely paralleled the policies that were adopted in 2005, which we were applying beforehand, based on our past experience with the Joint Board. However, that has not been the case uniformly. I think at the risk of incurring the enmity of some of my colleagues, there are some states in which the issuance of ETCs, at least historically, was pretty much slow to 20 miles an hour as you pull past the drive-up window, and we'll be happy to issue it to you. So while I'm certain there is not unanimity among the states with regard to the 2005 standards, you know, they worked very well and paralleled very closely what Indiana was already doing. And I think at the very least what we should be looking at is a federally established minimum. You know, perhaps with some latitude for the states to impose other obligations. But what I'd like to bridge over to and pose to the panel is, going back to the carrier of last resort issue, we have a situation this year in Indiana in which there was a company that came into a greenfield area of a not exurban exactly, but further out than suburban area. Did not come to the commission to even receive certification before beginning to do business. And by the time the commission learned about it, they already had their facilities in the ground, buried, and were ready to go, as in effect a monopoly provider. And so my point in citing that is, we tend to look at carrier of last resort issues as solely or almost exclusively truly rural area issues. And they aren't necessarily. In that case, the theoretical incumbent could face very high costs if one individual came forward and said, I demand that you fulfill your carrier of last resort requirement and build out to my house because I'm not now getting adequate service from the incumbent that manipulated the system. So I guess my question is, do you see potential pitfalls in looking to a singularly focused carrier of last resort issue? This, I think, may be particularly critical as states begin to move to lift carrier of last resort obligations.
Go first, always?
And you set the stage well.
Okay. Commissioner Landis, I think Florida may have been the first state to begin to deal with this, and then I guess the Florida legislature repealed all carrier last resort obligations. So, but before that happened, they had a number of cases where the state commission had a variety of circumstances where it just seemed unfair to require the incumbent telephone company to build. There were cases where this greenfield kind of construction is the typical situation where a condominium or an office park gets built, and perhaps the manager of the property won't allow the incumbent telephone company even on site to install facilities, or perhaps there's an arrangement made so that part of the construction cost is paid by the people who buy the houses or the condos, and it's used to construct, for example, cable facilities or wireless facilities. So it really doesn't make any sense to require any incumbent. In the state law context, it would be a carrier last resort obligation. I think they should get a waiver. In the federal context, there should be some mechanism in which if they have an obligation to be a provider of last resort, there should be some process by which either the FCC or the state grants an exemption in that case.
I believe the FCC has done a good job of setting the rules for providers in terms of exclusivity or non-exclusivity, and has said access will be non-exclusive, but marketing or cooperative arrangements can benefit consumers, and as long as they knowingly enter into them, that's okay. I would agree that in circumstances where the intersection of property owner rights and the obligations of a commission to impose carrier of last resort obligations clash, and the property owner in that state can prevail over the commission's authority to allow another provider to place facilities, then it doesn't make sense to impose that obligation in the traditional sense on an existing carrier of last resort. But there may be ways where this can be addressed flexibly. All providers, telecommunications providers, have some obligation for resale, perhaps not at wholesale prices, but they have obligations for resale. There are wireless technologies. If any greenfield development today is going in with fast broadband, and fast broadband supports over-the-top voice service using IP technologies of many varieties, and the FCC has been very clear about no one will be interfering with a consumer's right to use those services over their broadband connection. So what used to be an impossibility if you couldn't place your own facilities may actually present just a different kind of challenge. And perhaps a carrier of last resort could meet the bulk of its obligation through its own facilities, but meet some of them through alternate technologies.
If they broke your rules, shame on them. I guess I'm sitting here thinking if we had a customer that built a house 1.25 miles from the last pedestal, and they applied for service at their new house, and we plowed the cable. I mean, I don't understand the demographics of where you're talking, but that's part of the obligation. And no construction charges, that's part of the cost of serving the urban areas. In the rural areas, the same. So I don't, if they apply for service, that's part of the obligation, and we are in a high-cost area where the market does not support the services, whether it's that last pedestal or the 1.25 miles away. Very important for universal service to make it so it can be affordable for that person living there. If it happened to be outside of a growing area, maybe today it would be very sparsely populated, and tomorrow maybe not. So I guess I don't, if they broke the rules, that's not correct. And I believe that they should adhere to them. And I don't know how you deal with those people who pop up, but to me it's no different than another provider beginning to offer telecommunications over the top of another facility. But it's still our obligation.
I think that, there are various, alternatives. I think Peter talked about kind of a waiver situation to apply to commission. I guess I kind of analogize it in that, existing carrier of last resort, and again, the obligations vary from state to state, so Tom's scenario may be different, but in many cases the ILEC has a line extension tariff in place, and so therefore has a certain obligation, and and then the customer would then agree to pay the cost of the remainder, or in an ETC context where you have an obligation by the FCC to fulfill reasonable requests for service, but there is a 6-step process under the FCC rules that carrier would have to go forth in order to try and meet that obligation. So I guess I see various types of alternatives.
As other people have discussed, breaking the certification rules, that's a serious issue, and a serious issue on its own. But I guess my primary observation about the entire story is, let's face it, you kind of got the result you wanted. People at that location did get service, presumably at a fairly reasonable price. And ideally we do have the problem of what to do with the lingering COLR obligation for the ILEC in that situation as well.
Make just a follow-up comment. I think the discussion has illustrated one of the difficulties of developing a new federal provider of last resort requirement, and that is that the states are not uniform in how they apply their own carrier of last resort obligations. In one state, a carrier of last resort has to plow cable 1.25 miles to a single customer. In another state, it might be that the carrier's obligation is to only go 300 feet or 100 feet or one pole or something like that. So it varies quite a bit from state to state, and having a uniform national policy would probably be a good idea, but it will not be easy to arrive at.
I think it would make a lot of sense if the FCC would establish a minimum standards for all states that they must use. Otherwise, we're not going to address the issue that you just brought up, Peter. But something that really occurs to me, and it's difficult for me, is that the map I showed you earlier of my Commissioner of Apps district, his district enlarged this year because of the census. He lost population, so he gained territory. And that's going to be a continuing problem, and there are always going to be those small carriers out there who have been providing service that it is doubtful that many carriers are going to want to be the provider or carrier of last resort, except the one who is ultimately there. And so many of the carriers in Nebraska, they have taken advantage of the funding that is available to them to become even more aggressive in providing services that are even better than the customers who get service in what is now CenturyLink, but it was Quest. And Windstream when it was something else. But so their customers were not getting the same service as the small carriers in Nebraska. But the erosion of population is a continuing problem, and we always have to continue to pay for those services. And I don't know how we get by that, but I do believe a federal floor of standards that states can then, in partnership with the FCC, can identify and say, here's something unique to us, and we cannot satisfy, with this minimal standard that you have set. And so, therefore, there may always be some states that have to do something that is beyond what the floor is, but it at least addresses the unique problems that are across this country. And the last thing, and this is I'm speaking for many commissioners I talk to, especially in my own state, is that we do have a state universal service fund. And some carriers are getting, all of them get federal and state funds. Not all of those funds are spent in the state which they were designated for. So for the carriers that have multi-state service, we expect it in Nebraska. If you get it in Nebraska, you spend it in Nebraska. Otherwise, you don't need it in Nebraska. So don't take my money and go spend it someplace else. And that is a message I'm just doing on part of many other state commissioners.
Let me use Ann's comments and just segue into a little different topic. Maybe this is more appropriate for a later panel. Maybe I'll ask it there too. But this would have to do with the evolution of state-federal partnerships in the broadband world. In the adoption context, we've been talking a lot about the deployment of services and all of that, but I think it brings home the issue of what's the relationship between the federal floor and state actions. Isn't this an area where we're going to need to have not just a floor, but allow states who wish to go beyond adoption requirements that I hope would be a part of any plan to do so? I mean, some states have very different needs than others. Some have very different resources available to them to do this than other states, and it seems that this is an area, God knows, we saw yesterday at the library, the adoption problems around here, and this is an area where we really need that kind of state and local input and creativity and innovation to try to figure out how we get people to understand the importance of this and what kind of education are we going to require if you're going to get for them when they go out there to do the education and do some of the adoption without busting the bank, obviously, but to do something that's credible and in recognition of the problem that adoption is as big a part of the challenge as deployment is. So I just welcome any comment anybody would have, and maybe we should start up there and give Peter a break here.
Well, I'll leave it up.
Okay.
Bless you for saying that. I've been sitting here trying to think, how do I work that into this panel? Because, we've spent most of this morning's discussion talking about what I call the 5% problem, the unserved with broadband, and we have 30 to 40% of American households that don't have broadband, not because they don't have access to it, but because they don't know what to use it for, they can't afford it. And we think this is an excellent area for states to get involved in because each state has different issues, whether they're rural divide issues or whether they're income divide issues, or whether, like my state, California, you have large swaths of the population that have low English proficiency, for example. We have aging populations, all of which need the kind of attention, training, support, and access at an affordable level that can increase the level of adoption and use of broadband on a far greater basis ultimately than extending broadband to the areas that don't yet have it. So I really do appreciate your challenge, and I think this is one where we've seen state commissions take a very active and productive role in helping design programs that work for their citizens, often in concert with providers, whether they're cable or telephone-based providers, and with community-based organizations that have close relationships with their populations that they serve and understand how to bridge those needs in a very cost-effective way, because they're used to working with skinny budgets. And they can help devise programs. State commissions can help promote those, and the FCC can, through its involvement in the Lifeline and Link Up program, evolve some of those funds to achieve some of the affordability issues. So thank you for that.
You can go to my end. Windstream has historically supported income assistance programs for broadband access, both in terms of service and as applicable equipment. And we think that's very important, and I agree with much of what Doug said.
I think one thing I just wanted to clarify. I think with respect to the CAF funds, the Connect America funds, we support, federal standards. We have some concerns if it were to be a floor and states were to be able to impose additional requirements that may vary from state to state, because we do feel that the federal government ultimately has the responsibility to ensure that those funds are distributed appropriately. But certainly, we do acknowledge that many states have taken the lead in creating their own programs to encourage broadband deployment, et cetera, and would certainly support the states continuing to do that.
I believe, at least in our areas, that it's more about the adoption, that it's available to most everyone in our service area, and our adoption continues to grow. I think that some of it's just the affordability for that family or not. Some is because of age, that they haven't found a grandchild or some reason to be able to get on there and do that. I think if we flipped the switch July 1st and turned off the PSTN and just strictly went to an IP network, which is different from our digital network but not much, that the adoption rate would just about be the same. People call where they call, they do what they do because of what they do. If it's in an urban area where adoption is low because of some other reason that's beyond my expertise. I live in a town of 160 people, so it's hard for me to imagine that in an urban area where kids have the ability to get it, if it is available 100% wide, if it's an economic reason or some other stop, well, maybe they just don't have a computer. That those are the reasons that stop adoption, not so much because of the availability, which is more in our area, that stops people from adopting.
I am not sure if this question is, from a time perspective, I think it's the right panel, but a time perspective. And Alex, I think you have the opportunity of looking over some of the questions to make sure. I'm always a production-oriented person. But one of the, I've been hearing more and more in my interactions from my state colleagues, looking at what they think is a fairness issue. One colleague that we know and love mentioned the fact that their state has been really aggressive in a lot of these initiatives. And while he is generally supportive of the goal. His thing was, we've been investing in our communities as it relates to advanced services. And now how fair is it for you, to ask me in essence to be further supportive of some entities or states or what have you, who either by, whether or not they did it on their own or whether there's a resource or whatever the case is, that we don't have, the deployment and adoption the way we would like it. Why should he further, he's invested, why should basically he subsidize for someone else's lack of either resource or enthusiasm or what have you? So where, how do we balance, how do we address those different levels of involvement, especially on the federal front?
Commissioner Clyburn, I think the broad question is what sort of incentives do states have to become active participants and partners with the FCC? I think we spent a lot of time in regulation talking about what are the incentives for carriers, but I think the incentives for states are important too. I think it would be a mistake to, for example, provide funding for the projects out in the United States that have the lowest, the most favorable sort of bang for the buck ratio of customers served per dollars expended, because that would very likely focus the dollars into areas that have done the least in terms of state policy. So at the very least, as the joint board suggested, perhaps you might consider sort of a tranche method of finding some projects that are very high productivity in that way, and perhaps other states reserve some funds for other states that have done more and have taken those sort of low-hanging fruit projects and already completed them. But I think generally the broader question is, won't this system work better? And I think it will if there's a frequent and multifaceted relationship between the state commissions and the FCC in funding universal service and evaluating how well it works, and in defining the goals that you share in defining areas. What should we be doing and where? State commissions can help a lot in that. And I think a legitimate goal for federal policy is to promote that partnership and make it more active and dynamic and multifaceted.
So I think this leads to a good segue to a comment from the audience, and then I will ask you a question related to it. The comment is regarding COLR and ETC requirements. There needs to be a delicate balance between ETCs being accountable for USF funds and the administrative burden where the certification process consumes more funds than the provision of the service itself. So my question is, how can we strengthen the certification process so that the states and the FCC can be confident that the funds are going to what they are intended to be, and how do we strengthen them while balancing that possibly additional regulatory burden on the carriers of having to comply?
I'll start. I think Windstream believes that running a more efficient universal service program will go a long way toward these goals. Better targeting of funds, focusing on where funds are actually needed, rather than just throwing money at a network knowing that you're going to get a certain rate of return on it, goes a long way. I think you would start with that and then hopefully not, and as you suggest, not impose. It's a very delicate balance between the kind of certification obligations you impose and not going too far with them. I think something has to be adopted for broadband, and we prefer to be, for the reasons I discussed earlier, fairly uniform on a national level.
I think just to add what Edward said, I think as we've also indicated, to the extent you can standardize those requirements, I think that goes a long way towards setting carriers' expectations and helping us to helping a carrier balance the the requirements, versus absolutely the need for accountability. I mean, certainly, I think the states that have gotten involved in, in the sort of the more, paying more attention to the certification requirements, it does, require carriers to justify the amount that's spent, and we think that's a good thing.
Since we're talking about funding as well, that we have a whole myriad of reporting that we have to do. We have CALIA, we have CP&I, we have red flag rules, we have ETC filings annually. We have a lot of things that go along with it. If we're talking about support dollars, I'm sorry to hear that Commissioner Boyle has money that's leaving Nebraska that was intended to be spent here. That means that probably there are some areas that didn't receive broadband because of that if the money wasn't used there. So I think there should be some accountability. It shouldn't be so onerous that it takes away from the ability to deliver broadband. But if you're receiving support dollars, there should be some trail to where you're doing it and what you're doing. I think Iowa has a very good system in place that you can report what you're doing, what you've done, what you plan on doing. And this year, because of the crisis in Japan, that we may not be able to put in as much fiber as we'd hoped just because of the production that was affected by an earthquake hundreds, thousands of miles away. So there's good reasons to do them, and it's part of receiving support. I think that as long as they're reasonable, that they're very important.
Just briefly, I think, the government, whether it is federal, state, or local government, best uses the public monies for the public good when there is the ability to attract competitive bidding for the services to be provided. So in thinking about reform of this kind of process and the obligations that go with it, if you can design a process where the rules are clear up front, the obligations are clear up front, and allow people to bid competitively over wide areas, you'll get the most efficient result in most cases. Where, given that, you still only have one bidder and one recipient that even comes forward, then maybe a higher standard of oversight should be required, because there really is only, regulators, again, are substituting for competition. But if the process is designed to attract multiple bidders, the obligations are clear, and it's a broad enough area you can bid on, you can be relatively assured that you're going to get efficient use of those public funds.
To follow up with what you're saying, Doug, since you're talking about a system that the Commission has never used, and I'm not aware any state has ever used, is it something that we should try in one region first to see if it works? I know that there's been, several carriers who've argued that this isn't going to be successful, that some will game the system. So what are your thoughts about that?
Yes. In simple answer, yes, a trial would be a good idea. Perhaps there are states that would like to, help design such a system that works that way. I think that a number of commenters that I read put forth design elements, if you will, for something that could be turned into a trial of this type, where you see how it works, see if you can attract multiple bidders. Even if you don't get multiple bidders, you could at least get learning as to why not? Why aren't multiple parties showing up? Are the requirements too stringent? Do we need to change them? Do we need to allow for alternative technologies? Do we need to allow for wireless technologies, for example, to attract multiple bidders? And what are the benefits to the public of saying service may not be exactly as it was 100 years ago and stayed that way for traditional wired telephone service, but maybe you have really good communications services as a result of this process at a more affordable price?
Is there a possibility that, in fact, it's not just a question of not getting multiple bidders, but in certain instances getting no bidders at all because the area is just not very attractive? And what do you do about that at an auction process? Do you just keep ramping down the requirements so that you create a second-class citizenry for that area so that they finally get a bidder?
I should let somebody else answer the follow-up questions, but I think that's the fine trade-off between adjusting a standard. You've got to have some standards for what's acceptable service and adequate service in any area, but then you also have to look at the estimates of cost of providing certain levels of service, and those things need to be weighed.
Well, to kind of take it back to what we're talking about here, was it appropriate for the states to have a role in identifying those areas that maybe will have competitive bidding versus those areas that likely won't? I mean, I imagine Tom's area may be one of those areas where, for most of his area, they're the only company that's really interested in serving there. So let's kind of go back to what we're talking about here. What is the state's role? What should be the state's role in helping the FCC figure out, what are the areas that are most likely that model could be successful?
Well, if I can, I don't mean to avoid that question, but if I can go back one, just because if I haven't said it out loud, I'm not in favor of the reverse auction. I use the analogy that I'm having a new home built on a lot, and supposed to pick up the key tomorrow morning, and I show up and the contractor says, here's your key, and I say to him, hey, I was thinking about doing this reverse auction thing for the house. And he says, what? And I said, yeah, you quoted me $300,000 for this home, and I think I should pay a little less. So I found another contractor who will build one on the lot right next door, and he says it'll be just identical to this one, and he said he would do it for $275. Are you interested in taking it for $275? And he says, well, I've got a lot of hours and lumber and materials here, and I'm ready to turn it over to you, and I have people I have to pay. Do you want me to take less money than what I've got into the home? And I say, well, sure, I just thought I'd do this auction because I can have a home just like this, or kind of like this, because they told me they would do the same thing, but I only want to pay so much. So in a place where you have services, in a place where you have COLA responsibility and all those things that come along with it, it's very difficult to do a reverse auction. As far as the state identifying them, I may refer that to one of the other panelists, but I just think that in an area that is served in our area where we have certified boundaries, reverse auction asking for something the same or something less than. And to Commissioner Burke's comment that if I have to take less, I probably am going to have to do something less to be able to meet those guidelines, because I still have lumber and labor in that build. So it can't be at the same level if I expect to have some kind of a rate of return on that investment.
What I would offer is that I think there are some states that have expressed a lot of interest in using auctions for their own state funds. Maybe not a lot of states, a few states. I know California a few years ago was really interested in doing it. Perhaps the California Commission still is. I don't know that to be a fact. But I think that the problem is that I think you'll find that the states that are likely to do this are the ones that have unserved areas. Auctions have worked pretty well in other countries where there is just no service at all. And so if you're going to be building a brand new wireless network, for example, it makes sense to have auctions. Who can build, a house to this specification for the lowest price? It makes sense. The problem here is that almost everybody has some kind of service provided by some kind of incumbent, and there's all these interactions between the bidder who wants to come in and do it for a specified price and the existing networks, some of which you're sort of guaranteeing will continue to exist even though the new bidder has entered the field. And so there are sort of external costs that I think cause people to have second thoughts about whether auctions can work in areas where there are existing networks. If I were a state commissioner, which I'm not, I would be very cautious about allowing an auction in an area where there's an existing incumbent, because I'd be fearful of what the effects would be on the incumbent. But there may be states that are eager to try this.
So, Peter, following up on something you just said, so you think there is a state role in helping the FCC identify where these unserved areas are, but it may be a challenge to find anywhere where this is the appropriate kind of mechanism?
That's right. Yeah, I mean, I think the state commissions can be very helpful to you in helping you understand how far out the cable companies have built in particular neighborhoods. You know, where I live, I can get cable. I use cable modem service in my business. 3 doors up, there's no cable modem service. I don't think that the FCC is well equipped to do mapping on that kind of scale, but it's an important economic fact that differentiates me from the people up the road and the costs of service up the road. So I think the states are better able to do that kind of detailed mapping work. I think they're better able to tell you stories about how good service is. You know, as I travel around in my business, I talk to people from state commissions, and I hear really amazing stories about difficulties that customers have had getting good service. And so I think that kind of stuff comes to state commissions naturally. But as to using state commissions for auctions, I think it should be voluntary.
So I'd like to get the other panelists' reaction to what Peter just mentioned. In their comments, the state joint board members suggested that ETCs be required to file GIS-coded maps with their ETC filings. Do you have any reactions to that sort of, as a way to help the FCC and the state commissions identify service levels in different areas? Is that something?
I mean, I think that's one option maybe to look at, but I guess I would go back in that in many instances, you know, the states are already assisting with the process because of the NTIA broadband mapping requirements, you know, and all the states, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to, it's not necessarily the Public Utilities Commissions, but other state entities, right, are the designated entities and have been collecting that information already, you know, from the carriers and, you know, compiling that and sending that on to NTIA, you know, for the broadband mapping, and I think we'll continue to do that. So I guess in my view, I see that you know, in many instances the states, either, you know, the commissions or another state agency is already kind of assisting with identifying, you know, what does the landscape look like for a particular state. You know, in many instances, they know kind of who the providers are, so if they, you know, see the map or see the information and think, well, you know, maybe that's not exactly right, you know, because of that localized knowledge, they have the ability, you know, to go back to the carriers, you know, to ask them questions about the mapping, or, you know, I know in the states that we've worked with, you know, we had the state entities reach out directly to us, you know, and for that information, and, you know, because they generally know, you know, who the providers are, I think can kind of ensure that, you know, the reporting is, you know, done.
You know, it's great in the theory of using the mapping, and I believe that possibly we could get there. I do have some concerns with the outcomes with at least for us, we had Connect Iowa, and where we all turned in information on longitude, latitude, and used the geocoding. The maps didn't quite come out as what we would have expected, and it only reported the customers who were subscribed. I believe in the comments it also said by location, not necessarily by subscription, which is good news. But when it was taken up to the statewide level, it didn't quite match on the mapping what it was, and we had to go through a lot of refinements and trying to find that match. When it went to the national map, two wheels fell off the wagon and it started leaning pretty hard because it didn't even show the same results that it did on the state mapping, which was incorrect. So not sure how you get to that point. I'm concerned about the actual results. You know, we have to report our 477 data with the geocode information today, but I'm not sure when it's applied to a map. If that was what the funding was going to be based on to help in those areas that couldn't produce a market case to serve them, back to the Kohler, that maybe could get there, but I'd be very concerned about the outcome, making sure that everything is correct.
So I know that through the NTIA broadband mapping project, every state, to my knowledge, did things a little bit differently. And another component of that was that was a voluntary process, so providers weren't required to provide that information. So do you think it's important that the FCC be getting this information through either the ETC process, as Alex mentioned, or through our Form 477 collection, as you mentioned?
I still think at the state level for for us to be able to, as the carriers that reported it, to be able to make sure that it's more correct and to find, which my understanding was that the overlay of the grid is an issue because at least in our areas, most of our maps are based on the plat book maps or the sections, townships, counties type area, and they didn't have that overlay for that. We got around that by using some other geocoding information. When it goes up to the national map, not only was it maybe some of the rules inconsistent, but even just taking the Iowa information and moving it up, I still think it's better to have it closer so that those people can work on getting that correct. I'm still worried about how it's applied to a national map. I think that also in the NTIA there were different rules, like if 1% or 2% or 50% had it in that census block, it was considered served. And if you're truly talking about served and unserved, that's a pretty big area. I know in Nebraska there are counties that make up a census block, and in our county it looks like a piece of pie, where the town of Harlan is 5,000 people and the rest of the county make up about another 5,000 people, and it's not that pretty. It follows roadways, but it looks like a piece of pie. It all points back to the census center. And if you just said that those were served because the town was served and nowhere else, which is not true, it would look like the whole county was served when there were a lot of people without service. So again, when you move it up to a larger level, it's hard to make that correlation. And when it comes back to funding broadband, that would be a very important factor to make it so it could be evolved into a broadband network and make sure that everybody has it, which is the ultimate goal here.
As an entity with local carrier operations in 24 different states, we, of course, very strongly support fairly uniform requirements for reporting broadband availability. And so long as those are fairly uniform and consistent and relatively easy to follow, we definitely support making information available and believe that states definitely can play an important role in helping to identify areas, helping to identify the particular characteristics of areas where there might not be broadband service, and maybe even play a role in figuring out how competitive bidding might result in what we believe to be appropriately fairly surgical applications of competitive bidding in areas that are unserved.
So we have about 10 or 15 minutes left, so I'd like to turn to kind of the last large subject area that we wanted to discuss today, which is the state role in funding. And I have here a question from Commissioner Colbeck that says, Commissioner Boyle's point of a state USF fund is a good one. However, Omaha has more people than the entire state of South Dakota or North Dakota. A state USF won't work in states that rural. What other options are being considered so states have some skin in the game? And I just... How should the FCC account for whether a state has an existing state USF fund, and how should we factor that into our own funding decisions so as not to perhaps punish states who have gotten a head start with their own state fund, or but also incent states that may not have done so already to contribute somehow.
Can I answer something, though?
Sure, go ahead. Step aside.
Commissioner Colbeck, my question to you is why not? Everybody in Nebraska who has a phone pays into that fund. So if everybody in South Dakota who has a phone pays into that fund, you could establish a state fund. We lowered access charges. We required everybody to have generally the same local rate. And then we require everybody to pay into that fund, regardless of where they live. So Omaha, yes, they do provide a lot of money, but it seems to me that even if it was not as much as what we have in our own state fund, and that every year we bring in about $50 million from a state with 1.8 million people, and that's including cows and children. So I don't understand why any state can say, well, just because we are low population, we cannot afford a state fund.
Well, 80% of our state is rural or more. So, in other words, if you're going to support the rural, you're just going to charge those people, so you're just driving up access. So if you don't have someone in a large populated area, our largest city has 100,000 people in it. So if you don't have a large population area to where you can get service to those at a lower cost, you're basically just charging everybody more because everybody's rural. Nobody's urban.
No, South Sioux Falls is not rural.
Sioux Falls is
Is not.
they only have 130,000.
Well, it's 130,000 people who are going to be driving up some of the streets.
See, I'm not angry. I'm really not. Our second largest city has 90, and then we dropped to 30,000 people in our third largest city. So we cannot have everyone in Sioux Falls pay for the rest of the state.
Well,
So in other words, I'm saying if you're going to have a universal service funding, you're talking about raising everyone's rates $20 to $30 in the entire state of South Dakota to provide service, because everyone is rural, so they're paying for their own service. There is no supplemental or large population center that can support the rest of the rural areas.
But what we did is we did not drive up everybody's rates to a point where they could not afford it. That's, I mean, the rates in Nebraska are about $18 to $19. There is a floor and a ceiling. But what we did is we established a fund that so we take 6.95% of the cost of interstate service, and then that goes into our state fund, and so that grows to $50 million a year. Initially, when we did that, it was way too high, but we knew the cost was going to offset the amount of money we're bringing in. So now it is generally that much money. I think at least the states who don't do anything should at least examine what they can do to help take some of the burden that is interstate costs off the backs of the federal fund.
And I think that there are other options for that too. And I was just wondering what people's opinion of those options would be, rather than strictly charging customers more to pay for rural when everyone in the state is rural anyway. So we're just paying for our own service, you're just upping the cost of service.
One of the options that was actually considered in 2007 when the recommended decision was set forth, not that much happened with that as we know, but the effort that went into it, I think, did become at least part of the basis for what you see in front of you today. And that 2007 recommended decision indicated that one way you might be able to spur states on to become partners in this process was to use a matching grant system, and that presumably is something that could still be explored, where we've done it for years in our highway systems. There's nothing that says you might not be able to work a system in that respect that might help in that get those states to get some skin into that game.
I just wanted to address Commissioner Colbeck's comment about, a state that's mostly rural. I think there are two possible questions here. One is, should every state do something? And then secondly, what about the very rural states where they really can't do much? If everybody in South Dakota had the same cost, then there'd be no point at all in having a fund, because they'd just be passing the money around from one pocket to another. But even states like Vermont and South Dakota and Wyoming have a few urban or near urban areas. So it's really not quite true that we have any purely rural places. I think the harder question is, what is a reasonable expectation for a state? And the Joint Board's recommendation was that a state should have to raise no more than $2, I think it was per location. So in South Dakota, having few locations, you wouldn't have to raise that much money, but you'd raise, under that recommendation, the same amount as would be suggested in every other state. And in New York City, there'd be a lot of locations and there'd be a lot of money produced, but in South Dakota, you don't have anything like that, and so you wouldn't be expected to produce very much revenue. But then the recommendation's still there that you would be expected to do something, and that if you did, your results would be better than if you did nothing.
I think one side note, I was just going to say one side note about that is legislation would be required in some of these states, and it would almost have to come. They tend to act when the federal government tells them they have to act. So as a request, I don't think it would work, but legislators need to make this action too.
I have a couple of comments about that. First, your point about legislation is precisely what I was discussing earlier when I was talking about some of the challenges that states have with their USFs. I think to some solution, I know your question goes to a large degree to state-created funds. I mean, one thing I think that helps is better distributing contribution obligations, and we're pleased to see that states do have, it's been confirmed that states have the right to apply contributions to VoIP contribution factors to VoIP providers, and that they're not preempted. I think federal program can really help a lot here. As I was discussing earlier, we think funding should be targeted on a wire center basis, and when you look at the various programs, there are a lot of, I can't remember whether South Dakota is one of the states that receives non-rural funding. I don't think it is, but as rural as your state is, it doesn't happen to receive non-rural funding. CenturyLink doesn't, I don't receive any there. There are places in the state that are very high cost, that are very similar to places in, say, other states that receive non-rural funding that are high cost, yet no one receives funding there. And we think better targeted funding through the federal program that focuses more on the geographic nature of the area can help a lot with the state-to-state variance that you're talking about. But we very much support efforts to try to solve that problem.
You got right at 4 minutes. So if you want to, do you have any closing thoughts? I'm not sure.
Briefly, first, again, thank you for listening. This is a lot to absorb. While I'm in a regulatory role, I spent most of my working life in an operations environment, and there's a principle that works well in those environments, and it might apply here, and that is one of continuous improvement. One reason this didn't get solved easily is because no one can come up with the solution that solves all of these problems perfectly. So I applaud you for acting, moving forward. Let's keep moving forward. Recognize we're going to do the most good we can at the initial outset, and then let's look at what else needs to be improved. What didn't work well? What can we learn from and move on? But let's act. Thank you.
I think that's always a challenge with respect to, what do you do? States vary on their state USF funds. I think, it's just kind of trying to continue to work through the process. I think, we believe that the funds, any state USF funds that are created need to be competitively neutral. There's been a whole discussion about who should contribute, but, those funds need to be, if they're going to be created, need to be competitively neutral. I mean, I agree with the panelists that these are tough questions, and we'll continue to have to work through these various issues. But certainly the states and the FCC and the various stakeholders should continue the dialogue to see if we can. I'm sure we'll not all agree on every point, but I think everyone agrees that something needs to be done.
I think discussions like we've had today are great. There have been some difficult questions asked, such as Commissioner Clyburn's question about the extent to which various states have made their own efforts to deploy broadband. And frankly, I let Peter answer that question because I don't know. I think what's good is that we're getting to the point where we're hitting on a lot of these uncomfortable questions and trying to answer them. And I feel that we've really moved the ball forward in our discussions, and hope that we're, on the cusp of at least making some near-term reforms that'll make a big difference.
I'll let Peter clean up. Just a comment about South Dakota that, there are very, very high-cost areas in South Dakota, and if they had to pay $400 a month just to have communication services out there, that wouldn't be right either. It goes back to the customer. If it was set at a very minimal amount, and then federal support would supplement that to be able to make it affordable to meet Section 254, that would be very important. So I would think that a minimal amount that was paid in, as Ann had suggested, would be very important and would make it, because people in Sioux Falls benefit, to be able to contact those people in the rest of South Dakota. So thank you very much for coming to Omaha, too. I'm glad to be home.
Thank you, and I'm glad to allow that opportunity for you. I'd like to thank our moderator and panelists and our colleagues for a great morning. We will come back. We will resume in this room at 1:30. I'd like to ask the panelists if you would join us for a few moments in the Centennial Room, and again, for all of you to come back at 1:30 in order to, again, tackle some of these significant issues. Thank you so much. And thank Commissioner Boyle, the University of Nebraska at Omaha, and the most able FCC staff for making this day possible. We will kick things off this afternoon with a panel dealing with the state and federal roles in intercarrier compensation reform. And without further delay, I will yield to Sharon Gillette, who is head of our Wireline Competition Bureau at the FCC.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're on? Okay. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our panelists. We have Hank Hultquist, who's Vice President of Federal Regulatory with AT&T. Ken Pfister, who's Vice President of Strategic Policy for Great Plains Communications here in Nebraska. Kathleen Abernathy, Chief Legal Officer and Executive Vice President for Regulatory and Government Affairs and Public Affairs, definitely the longest title on the panel, for Frontier Communications, and Rich Morris, who's Senior Counsel with Federal and State Government Affairs with Sprint. And without further ado, we'll follow the same format as the morning, 3-minute statement from each panelist, and then we'll turn it over to commissioners for questions. All the commissioners and staff will be part of your grilling panel here today, and we look forward to your statements. So please, Hank.
Thank you, Sharon. And thank you, commissioners, for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here today. I guess I would start out just by saying, when I think about access charges and state and federal roles, I inevitably sort of want to step back and think about, why do we have intercarrier compensation? What is the point of it? What are we trying to achieve? It's a means, not an end. And I guess my ultimate conclusion is the world has changed. And the world has changed a lot since the intercarrier compensation system was put into place. I think a lot of the underlying premises about what the market looks like and what cost recovery looks like have all been changed dramatically. I think we live now in a marketplace where, really, from a mass market perspective, the idea of a service that's broken up into a local service, an intrastate long-distance service, and an interstate long-distance service is obsolete from a mass market perspective. That's not what the market-leading service is. That's not what they look like. That's not what consumers, that's not how they experience their service. So I think all these sort of underlying premises that we had when we put this regime together are no longer valid. And again, since it's a means, not an end, the question is not, should we fix this? Really, it's, how do we get from this system that we have today to one that makes sense in a manner that is minimally disruptive to our goals, to the actual ends that we want to achieve through public policy, which are the ends of, ubiquitous and high-quality service. And so, AT&T has gotten a lot of mileage out of this chart. I think this was put together during Missoula. It's sort of intended to show all the different rates that the same call potentially could be subject to, depending if it's an intrastate call, an interstate call, an inter-MTA call, just all these different things, all for the same call, all for the same functionality. All these different rates apply, and I guarantee you these rates aren't current anymore. If we went back and we looked at some of these rates have actually gotten higher as minutes have declined, the NECA rates have been rising. But the chart, I think everyone would agree, what we should strive for is an end state where it's one level. And people will have different views about the levels, but from the perspective of state and federal roles, we're going to an end state where we do not have jurisdictional variations. That should be, I think that's the goal that almost everyone would agree on. So how we do that is a question of practicality to me. But we are not going to end up with a preservation of, here's the intrastate rate, here's the interstate rate. We want to have one rate. I think that there's no dispute that that is the appropriate goal for intercarrier comp reform. People can argue about the rate. My time's running out, and I look forward to questions and participating in the discussion. Thank you.
Welcome to Nebraska, everybody. I promise this will be a fun panel. I mean, we need to liven this room up. First, I really mean. First, I think it's time AT&T gets a new chart. They got tons of money. They got. I've seen it too many years. So after we get that merger done, we'll buy a new chart. Anyways, per minute, I've got some prepared remarks, and I better get cracking here. Per minute intercarrier comp is not the impediment, folks, to broadband deployment in rural areas that some make it out to be. In fact, from our standpoint, operating in very rural areas of Nebraska as we do, the opposite is true. And given the limited USF funding, and that's key, we all admit and understand we have limited USF funding. The permitted ICC rates are essential to our investment in broadband networks. We estimate in the rate of return world there's about $1 billion or so in intercarrier comp per minute revenues remaining. And this revenue is critical to maintaining the service that we provide to customers. You're seeing a lot of noise, powerful noise from Verizon and AT&T, companies that have significant revenues, well into the hundreds of millions of dollars. And for them to claim that these charges are deterring rural investment in broadband is, in our view, non-credible. Next, adoption of a rate such as 0007, and that's one of the options for VoIP that the Commission has before us. I need to say strongly, this is huge. It's going to devastate broadband deployment for companies such as ourselves, even as far as voice services, as we believe carriers are going to unilaterally self-declare all their traffic to be VoIP to take advantage of this low rate or zero rate. It's going to result in the very flash cut that the Commission has been saying in all of its notices that it wants to avoid in the first place. It's crucial for everybody to understand how much below cost a rate of 0007, 001, even 1 cent is. And you hear some banding about that. Maybe the Commission, I don't know, maybe it's a rumor mill, but I listen to the rumor mill, might look at something other than 0007, some kind of rate like 001 or something. That barely covers the cost of billing itself, too. Our company, for the record, has a recip comp rate adjudicated of 2.08 cents, and it was even upheld on appeal. That just tells you, even on a forward-looking basis, the difference in cost between rates such as that and something like 0007. Also, we're hearing the inseverability argument. That's loud and clear. The big guys are all over that one, too, that ICC traffic is non-severable jurisdictionally. We disagree with that. It's factually incorrect, in fact, as the Commission has recently declared in its Kansas-Nebraska ruling that it is possible to separate inter- and intrastate revenues. We urge the Commission to work cooperatively and legally with the states in reducing rates. I absolutely support the reduction in rates. We support it, and I'll get a chance to talk more about it in a little bit, but we support it through state matching of federal USF, through implementation of state funds, increases to local rates, so that a portion of your federal USF is conditioned on your state doing the right thing and stepping up and reducing rates. But ultimately we support maintaining some type of rate ultimately in the long term on a company-specific basis. Thank you.
First, thanks for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. These are very, very important issues. I care, Frontier cares dramatically about what happens with broadband across America, particularly in rural areas, which is why we are spending so much time and money on our broadband rural investment. Ken's brilliant. Thank you. A lot of what he said is consistent with what we've been finding at Frontier. First of all, absolutely we support comprehensive reform. There are inefficiencies, there's waste. You got to figure out how to fix it and how to move forward with it. The challenge and the important thing to remember is that we're not starting with a blank slate. We have to remember that the current system that's in place today has been in place for a long time, and you have to have an adequate transition, because high-cost, low-dense areas that exist today are going to be high-cost, low-dense areas after you come up with your new plan. That's not going to magically change as a result of the plan. And you've got to recognize the fact that individual state population densities, economic circumstances, and geographic considerations go into how you move from a traditional voice PSTN world to what I call broadband nirvana. And I'm not really sure when we're going to get there or how we're going to get there, but all of us know that's where we belong. So our future, we're investing across our footprint in broadband because our future is broadband. But guess what our day job is? Our day job today is meeting all of our current obligations, investing in our infrastructure, meeting our metrics, dealing with congestion, dealing with our deployment obligations. Those obligations won't magically disappear as we move to broadband. So when you're looking at these support flows and you're figuring out how do we adjust and revise them, you have to remember we're dealing with jurisdictional distinctions that for better or for worse do exist even though technology is moving us to a new place. So you've got to provide the path and the transition to move from A to B while recognizing that all the work that we're doing today to ensure that we meet our unbundling obligations, we meet our service quality commitments, we meet our congestion obligations, that we still are able to find the resources for that in these high-cost, low-dense areas. I think that's why I think support remains essential. Even when we build out broadband, we find that penetration is slow. It will be slower. That means that we're going to make CapEx investments now for payouts pretty far down the road. And that means that we can't abandon the traditional infrastructure that the majority of our customers are depending on. So we've got our feet in both worlds as we're moving ahead. The USF fund kind of has its feet in both worlds at the same time as we're figuring out how to incent people to be more interested in the broadband space, making sure those investments are being made. Right now, USF allows us to take all our markets and make them relatively equal. If that disappears rapidly, maybe they're not all equal. So I think there's an ongoing role for the states, absolutely, because they recognize geographic and economic differences. And I think that the states and the FCC need to work together to come up with a path that moves us in the right direction while continuing to work with the world in which we're living today.
Appreciate the opportunity of being here today and talking with you. Intercarrier compensation reform should be done in a manner that promotes competition. It is competition that drives investment and innovation and, in the end, customer value. The 1996 Act directed that implicit subsidies should be removed from access charges. We should recover our costs from our own customers, not from the customers of other companies. And good public policy should be developed that says any approved shortfall should be made explicit, not implicit, so that people know when they're paying a tax. There's a national market that's developed for all-distance communications. As you look today, you find wireless companies that have all-distance services. You see ILECs, both large and small, that bundle local calling, long-distance calling together. Some even with packages that have internet and other services with them. You have cable TV that has calling plans with all-distance calling. And you have internet protocol services that provide both local and long-distance for a fixed price. You find the market price for those being the same nationwide. If you go on the internet and look at the AT&T or Verizon or Time Warner or Sprint pricing, you'll find the price in Omaha is the same as the price in Topeka, is the same as the price in Tallahassee. It's a nationwide market with nationwide pricing. Given that a nationwide market has developed, the FCC should set the rules on these nationwide offerings. And the policy and interconnection for those should be set on a nationwide basis. We need to recognize there's as much value in a person receiving a telephone call as in one sending a telephone call. Now, the states do have a role. They have a role to identify unserved areas, and they have a role when people have complaints to be able to bring them to someone that is close to them and have those complaints heard. And they have a role in the short run in continuing to move the intrastate access charges to interstate so that we've got a system that can be phased down universally at the same speed rather than some waiting a long time and having more of a problem. The LECs have been on notice for 15 years that implicit compensation should be gone. We haven't made much progress in 15 years. It's time to make progress today. As we have voice rapidly becoming nothing more than a bit on a data stream, having permanent charges is not going to work in the future, and they need to go away. Thank you.
We thank you all very much. Maybe we ought to just let you all kind of go at it for the next hour. Just sit here and watch. I don't know, but we're going to be, and we already have spent a lot of time on intercarrier compensation at the Commission and my state colleagues, and we're going to be spending a lot more in the weeks just ahead as we get towards some resolution of this. Help me to explain to consumers what I'm doing when I'm doing intercarrier compensation reform, and tell me how they are going to benefit. Is this a way we're going to save them money? Is this a reform by which we're going to say, well, you're getting more, so expect to pay more? Are we just moving percentages around here between SLICs and access charges and USF? Are we moving the deck chairs around on the Titanic? What's the public good? What's the public interest that's going to be derived from this, so that I can explain to consumers what in the world I'm doing when I do this reform?
Well, I guess I would say if you can explain intercarrier compensation to consumers, Commissioner Copps, you are truly a great explainer. I have trouble explaining it to lawyers. But I think there are consumer benefits here, and they're different for different groups of consumers. So earlier today, I forget who it was, someone mentioned the 30% of consumers who now have a wireless-only service. I mean, for them, the current system is all cost and no benefit. So clearly, there's a benefit to them. For other consumers, the current system, if you live in some states, there's a flow of intercarrier dollars that goes from your states to other states based on, what the balance of carriers you have in your state. So if you're in a state that's mostly served by a big ILAC like AT&T, then intercarrier dollars are flowing out of your state into other states. So there's a benefit for you. The hard question, though, is, we talk about intercarrier. We say it's part of universal service. It's intimately intertwined. That's a way of saying it's a subsidy. Or another way of saying it is there's a wealth transfer. And so ultimately, there are consumers who are the beneficiaries of that today. And so if the question you're asking is, what's the consumer benefit to them? I mean, I think there's a longer run benefit about we're repurposing this program to move from, POTS to broadband. But part of the story is, as we do that, there's going to be this transition. And in this transition, we're not going to be able to continue to provide you with this benefit that we've been giving you for a long time. And that's just a fact. And I think, that we shouldn't conclude that unless we can come up with something such that everybody's price falls, that there's not a consumer benefit. I think that's too tall of an order, and we won't be able to achieve that.
You know what, I think this is going to be almost impossible to explain to a consumer about how they benefit. This isn't. I can't even think of a way where you could say you're going to benefit and you won't. Benefits will flow to whoever has reduced costs as a result of intercarrier comp reform. Who's going to have reduced costs? Interexchange carriers. Why? Because they are, in fact, subsidizing high-cost, low-density markets. Now, we can decide as a country we don't really want to see that subsidy flow go that way. We have a better way of dealing with high-cost, low-density markets that we think is more fair. But I don't know that any particular consumer will actually see a net result from this. So I think it's really about government tackling a tough issue, because it's, you know, what we're supposed to do, even though trying to translate it into an immediate win for consumer A versus consumer B is not really what I would expect to see. Now, the other truth is that if you do a dramatic reduction in intercarrier comp, you do have to figure out, because this is very real dollars for, again, high-cost, low-density areas, what are you going to do? You could load all that money onto the consumer, I don't think, in those markets, but that's not traditionally what we've wanted to do. So I think what you have to do is figure out what's the better way to deal with a subsidy mechanism like this, assuming we still value this in our country. You know, we want to help these low-density, high-cost areas, and maybe you want to move away from where you load it onto right now, primarily inter-exchange carriers.
Or their customers, more precisely.
You know what? I seriously doubt we're going to see a dollar-for-dollar reduction from the inter-exchange carriers to the customers. I'm just saying.
I think that's absolutely incorrect. If you have looked at what historically has happened with long-distance rates, as you have reduced access charges, long-distance rates have kept pace with those reductions. And long-distance is the best bargain it's ever been. It's significantly lower. And the benefit of reducing access charges will go into every carrier that is selling all-distance service. So you should expect to see it flow through in reduced cable rates for all-distance traffic, in reduced cellular rates for all-distance traffic, in reduced package pricing for LECs that are selling long-distance packages. It's going to come through. So you should have a benefit to nearly every consumer that is purchasing all-distance traffic today. And if instead they are purchasing standalone long-distance and paying by the minute, you should see the reduction that's always come with reduced access charges in those. The further benefit that you get is, for a change, we'll be sending correct economic signals to the marketplace. What have we been encouraging? Overconsumption of subsidized service while competitors cannot price based on their real costs. And when you price your service based on its real cost, then the most efficient provider will win in that marketplace at the lowest price. So we're really raising our prices and our costs in our society rather than lowering them by having the inter-carrier compensation system we've got today.
And all that would be true if all the companies were regulated the same. But in fact, some companies have a lot of obligations imposed on them that drive up their costs. Some companies don't have those obligations. Some companies have build-out requirements, some companies don't. The truth about passing along cost savings to customers is that cost savings get passed along when competition forces your prices down. Now, you will have a savings passed through to IXCs. I don't question that that will happen if you reduce inter-carrier compensation. But all I'm saying is that doesn't automatically pass through to consumers. When and if it passes through is because you've got cable, you've got wireless, you've got wireline, all competing for customers. They're going to figure out bundles, and some of it will get passed through, and some of it won't get passed through. It just really depends on your market and on the competition in your market. But it's not a dollar-for-dollar pass-through. It just doesn't work that way.
Here, my turn now, I guess. I'm chomping at the bit. Flow-through it's a boring issue, and frankly, it's a red herring. It's a dead issue. It doesn't mean anything anymore, and I used to promote it and so on, but we're so past this. And if flow-through really works, and my company, which has arduously reduced access rates over time under the Nebraska program, not as much as everybody wants, I get it, but we have, and yet our now wholesale long-distance rates that nobody wants to sell them to us, but now they've doubled and or tripled depending on the provider over the last couple of years. So give me a break, you know. I mean, it's all fine and good, but I think flow through and customer benefits is, what it's about is, and the sale on this is about broadband, Commissioner. And I know that sounds cliche and trite in that, but here's where I'm going. We've got, okay, let's say in the rate of return space, we've got about $1 billion or thereabouts in those revenues that are necessary, have been necessary to provisioning what's happening out there. in a broadband world, I think we're all in agreement when we're there and we're evolving toward it, those services won't exist in those forms. So if we can find another way through processes, and I think through cooperation, through states and feds really working on a program where we bring them down, we bring them down legally, if we can find other ways of those revenues being replaced as necessary, as found to be necessary, the big benefit here is ultimately broadband. I mean, and we've been talking to AT&T companies like ours for years about this. I'm getting too old. We've got to bring new panelists on here or something, because I have done this a few times. But we are in agreement, and I know I know we're in agreement that when we don't have access charges, permitted access charges in a broadband world, no question about it, you want to get to that environment. But I'll tell you, unless the government's printing money, and they're not, I mean, and we've been to the FCC more times than I ever want to go, and everybody's telling us the fund's not growing. So with that $1 billion in the rate of return space that's not going to come from otherwise, until we have better assurances that whatever the CAF is going to look like, that it actually operates, I really urge you folks not to take devastating moves with the kinds of things that are being considered with VoIP and so on, because the money's not going to come from anywhere else, and you're going to find companies go under. You just are.
On that upbeat note, well, you know, Ken did promise us a different dynamic, and
okay.
Congratulations. Yeah.
All right.
You know, okay, so again, you mentioned we've been having these conversations for a number of years. You know, I think it's very significant that we're in this state where some things have been going on. So tell me, well, who's getting it right? What states are, you know, and what tools do others, you know, if indeed you can point to some examples of where it's happening in a correct form and fashion, what are the tools that the rest of us need to, you know, for those things to be, you know, replicated?
Well, since it's kind of home turf, why don't I go first since I went last before, if that's fair. You know, and we're just here. Yes, we have a pretty significant program here. I think there are parts of it that do get it right, and I would urge others to look at them. Let me give you a couple of examples. And first, we don't have it all right because our intrastate access rates are still higher than they ultimately need to be. No question about it. I know that sounds, did he really say that? No. I mean, the fact is they are higher than interstate, and we need to adjust them down. But the other pieces of the puzzle that have been addressed here that I think in a state-federal program done legally and cooperatively, not preempting, that needs to be done certainly is incenting states, and we really support incenting states through withholding ultimately of a portion of their federal USF if they don't do the right thing. And as part of that is, I think, a move over a series of years to intrastate or interstate rate levels. Also, we have rate benchmarks in the state. Commissioner Boyle brought that up earlier. I think that's a very reasonable approach. We sat with these folks through Missoula and all that other stuff. Benchmarks were part of that, and that fell in the ditch, didn't make it through. But certainly the world didn't come to an end when Nebraska adopted $20 to $22 local rates here. We thought it was gonna, along with a 7% surcharge, but the world didn't come to an end. Another thing we've done, we have access benchmarks in the state, and I think conditioning federal money on access benchmarks that the feds lay out for the states, that's going to have a real powerful effect. And I think ultimately also for rate of return companies, you need to look at some kind of an earnings oversight. That's been something, and we have expense caps in the state too. So I think there's a combination of factors, and you know, a lot of this stuff is being tossed around in the notice and with the staff too. So.
And we, one of the states, many of our states have already gone through the requiring the driving down intrastate to interstate. But one of the states that most recently has undergone reform is Georgia. It has a legislatively mandated access transition from intra to interstate via incremental steps over 5 years, and it creates an access recovery fund over a 10-year period in addition to the gradual end-user rate increases. So again, what this program does is something that we would certainly advocate, is it gives you the time to move forward so that the investments you're making today for broadband deployment, which are not going to pay off for a while just because of penetration and the way that adoption tends to occur in more rural markets. It gives you that time frame so that you're moving off of a more implicit subsidy to a more explicit one, and you're driving bundles of minutes and products through the broadband with the belief, the hope, that over time you're actually selling a bundled product to consumers that they value more than just voice over that line. And that's your economics that justify the investment in the broadband. But it doesn't just happen overnight. When you invest in broadband, you don't get the return right away. It takes time, and it's also, there's take rate issues, education of consumer issues, all those kinds of things associated with the integration of broadband into rural America.
I think it's interesting looking at 2010 results, that out of the 4 states that I'm aware of that took action on moving intrastate access rates to interstate levels, 3 of them had to depend on state legislatures to do it rather than action being taken by commissioners. I'd then point to New Jersey as the best 2010 state where commissioners acted and moved CLEC, ILEC, RLEC rates all down to interstate levels over 4 years. That would be consistent or relatively consistent with what most people have been saying in their comments about how quickly you need to phase out intercarrier compensation. So if you move to interstate and at the same time you're moving the interstate rate level down, you can be there in a reasonable time. The question, a lot of the answers have got back into the USF and whether you really should be replacing all of this revenue in a voice world back to these companies, when what we're trying to do is move everything to broadband. And it doesn't make sense to me to say, let's take voice revenues and give them to the same companies providing voice service today. If there's a competitor there, they shouldn't be getting anything. And if there's somebody there providing broadband, they shouldn't be getting anything. If we have 30% of the people that don't adopt because they don't have access to computers or education versus a much smaller number that don't have access to broadband at all, isn't our USF money better spent aiming it at people who can't afford the equipment or afford broadband than subsidizing companies where there are competitors that aren't being subsidized already offering the darn service? So I think we should spend our broadband USF money and take it out of ICC compensation and spend it on people who can't afford broadband rather than subsidizing companies.
Just comment on that. I mean, some of what Rich says sounds good, and I think it's great in theory, but ultimately, obligations have to be matched with support where support's needed. And I think the reason people talk about having a transition for intercarrier rates to bridge to broadband is because everybody recognizes that the states and the FCC are not going to just turn off the legacy voice obligations today with the expectation that 3, 4, 5 years from now we'll have ubiquitous build out of broadband, that there's going to be a transitional obligations here in the legacy world that will have to be maintained. And the fact that there's a competitor who's serving part of an area doesn't address the fact that the incumbent in most cases has ETC and carrier of last resort obligations that these revenues were part of the subsidy mechanism for. So I think there's pretty broad agreement that nothing you do here is going to be perfect. There has to be a kind of a rough justice. There's going to have to be an expectation that the end users themselves in places where rates have been subsidized will make more of a contribution. I think Ken's comments are right on that, there's a lot of fear about raising end user rates to $20 or something like that. But when it happens for a lot of end users because they're on all distance plans or whatever, it doesn't turn into an actual increase in the price that they're paying. So I think that's the kind of transition we're going to have. Ultimately, we will be where Rich says, which is we'll have a system that subsidizes broadband only where it's needed, not where there are competitors. But the distance from here to there has to be bridged in a way that's fair.
I think it's important to remember that if you just look at unserved broadband, that's part of the question to ask yourself. But the other part of the question to ask is, what about high-cost, low-dense areas? So there are two different things, and what some sort of support mechanism, whether it comes through Intercarrier Comp or whether it comes through USF, what those support mechanisms allow carriers to do is to treat all of the markets pretty much equally from an investment perspective, because even though market A is a better market because it's higher density, lower cost to build out broadband than market B, when you're looking at your pile of CapEx, you say, I'm going to build out all these markets because I have USF and other support mechanisms, and I look at all my markets and I don't distinguish that this is a good market or this is a bad market. They're all essentially the same because of the dollars that flow in. And over time, what would happen, and I'm not really sure how to fix this, but the reality is over time, if you start saying only certain markets will now get USF, then the capital dollars coming into any company, whether you're wireless, whatever, you do start making decisions about where you invest your dollars based on the profitability of certain markets. You don't have any option because you don't have unlimited dollars. And so you do have to distinguish, well, gee, I can build out in this market today, and I know I'll get this kind of penetration, and it'll only cost me this much, and market B over here is lower density, take rate won't be as robust, the economics in that particular state aren't as good. So you do end up starting to make judgments like that. And right now, you know, as much as the system needs reform and has problems, right now what the system does is let you spread the dollars across all of them.
I guess I don't agree with that. I mean, I think every carrier looks at their footprint and determines, you know, where is there a business case for my investment? And, you know, very few carriers have, you know, taken whatever their investment objective is and applied it to their whole footprint. So I think at the margin, businessmen have to make those decisions. I mean, that's ultimately what the broadband plan, that's how it posited the problem. Let's identify the areas that there's not a business case to serve. And those areas are there today.
And I agree that that's not how AT&T and Verizon have done it, and I recognize that because your incentives have been very different than rural company incentives. Your incentives have been to say, I have all these competitive markets where I've got a lot of competition and where I need to drive down my costs and where I cannot afford to lose customer base, and I'm going to be investing in those markets. Because of the way USF flowed, it didn't flow the same way to an AT&T or Verizon as it did to rural carriers. But when I look at my company and my rural markets, it does flow that way because I don't have the challenges of saying, I've got this big urban area that I need to send money to at the risk of losing, you know, a very, very important customer base there that I can't afford to lose. So I agree the incentives have been different for the larger carriers. When I look at the rural markets, USF has in fact allowed that kind of investment.
I guess I'll jump in. I'll break the tie. We run a 30,000, they're about 26,000, 7,000 line company in rural Nebraska. All of our markets in your world stink, okay? I mean, I'd like, for us, a big town, our big town is 2,000, which I know I'm the small guy here and I shouldn't even be here, but I am. Here's where I'm going. The money in the system, even with our progressive Nebraska agenda, and it is very progressive, it's not even sufficient today for us to anywhere come near to making a commitment to do the kind of build-out that the government ultimately was saying they want through some leverage in the broadband plan. We'll see where that all goes, whether you go in the direction of satellite or whatever. But for a company like ours, and I think I appreciate and we've had a lot of access to the process, and I greatly appreciate it. And I think these are the things the commission and the states are grappling with. You know, ultimately, we need a signal, and we need the decisions to come forth, which give us a signal whether or not it's appropriate for us to invest more or not invest more in these areas. And if it is not, and that is the decision, then we'll fold up shop. And it's not a threat, it's just a reality. We certainly have a good 10% of our lines in very rural areas of Nebraska, Mirage Flats, these kinds of towns. I mean, they're not even towns in that we just, until we get a signal, we would be foolish to spend in those areas. okay? But universal service with a very progressive state program it's truly given us the opportunity to do things that we otherwise wouldn't do. But we're talking as a nation now about, I'm looking at Sharon Gillette, she's heard too much from me for too long on this stuff, but we're really getting down to those kinds of areas here where, where there never will be a business case, and maybe the government will decide you shouldn't have a business case because we're not going to do it. So I'm kind of in the middle between my two colleagues, and I appreciate both of the conundrums.
Well, and isn't one of the questions the technology question? Does anyone say the people in Mirage Flats shouldn't have access to good services? But is there a cheaper way to do it? Is satellite potentially the way to get to those people? Should we be paying $100 a month or $200 a month subsidy per customer for a satellite service rather than paying $50,000 in capital costs?
As long as they have voice. As long as they have voice. Last time I checked, satellite and latency with voice doesn't work.
I was talking at lunch today with a satellite provider that says the latency is about the same as on an iPhone on a major provider's network.
Well, I'll have to touch base when we offer satellite. So
looks like pretty good stuff that's out there. And I think we need to not make this technology specific, that everyone has to have a wire going to their home. Wireless, satellite, wireline ought to be technology neutral, and we ought to figure out the cheapest way to do this, not the most expensive.
Sounds like Sprint might be building in Mirage Flats.
So I think
editorial comment, which is just that our second workshop.
Can I just raise something? So if it's technology neutral, how does that impact the state role? Because as I see it, most of the states I think don't regulate wireless. They don't regulate satellite. And so I'm going to try to bring us back around to what we're talking about here and how federal roles and state roles would work hand in hand, and what would be the pathway forward.
Well, going on a lark here, okay? Maybe the role of state regulators should be in ensuring a level playing field between competitors, making sure that there is robust interconnection and hearing customer complaints. And as you have effective competition in the retail market, all regulators can step back from trying to regulate retail competition and instead do what was traditionally set up, which was control monopoly market power and those abuses, and make sure that that's what you're doing by requiring interconnection and reasonable prices for connections between carriers and letting the market take care of the retail regulation. And that would be backing off at the federal level and the state level.
Similarly, I mean, the way I think about it is that, today we have a system of universal service that's kind of a hodgepodge with carrier of last resort at the state level. We have different funding mechanisms at the federal level for rural carriers, for non-rural carriers. There's just, it's a hodgepodge, but ultimately to me it's really built on an approach to regulation that's sort of a traditional public utility regulation. And when I see what we're talking about now, when I read the NPRM and the comments and the concerns that we're trying to deal with, we want to be technology neutral. We don't want to provide a subsidy where there's competition that's not subsidized. The thing I think is we're moving away from the model of public utility regulation toward a universal service model that looks more like a procurement process, where the government at whatever level, whether it's the federal government or the state government, identifies an area where there's not a business case and pays someone. Here's the subsidy you will get for providing this service. Here's the obligations you will entail. And there's an explicit agreement. And I think that's really a more fundamental change, that move from this public utility regulation model to a model that's more like a procurement that's going on here. And which level it occurs at is, to me, less important than that change itself.
Go ahead, you first.
But I think we can't forget that as we're moving into that direction of trying to fund a single provider, because in a perfect world, that would be the most efficient way to do it, and you do it through some sort of auction. We're dealing with the reality of the world in which we currently live. And the reality of the world in which we currently live is that there are a number of providers out there who historically have been the only provider in a particular market. And in return for the USF dollars, there are lots of obligations that go along with that: carrier of last resort, unbundling obligations, service metrics, reporting obligations, accounting obligations, build-out obligations. Those obligations had been traditionally almost a quid pro quo for the support to serve those markets. As you're moving to this new world where you'd say, we're not going to, if the states wanted to say, well, we're not going to get into any of that anymore, we're just going to look at what will the competitive market bring, then you have to come up with an analysis of how many of those prior obligations were important social policy obligations that you still want to keep in place. And how do you still keep them in place? And how do you create a framework where a company continues to provide them, and backup power, and service to very high cost customers who may not live in the exact footprint? And how do you track the dollars spent and how they're spent? Because, again, when you have the monopoly, you've got all the accounting rules. You can track every penny. You can't really do that for new companies the way you historically could. So you really are talking about moving to a very, very different formula for how you would provide service. And I think that the reason that there has been a split jurisdiction between states and federal, and the joint board that recognized a relationship between the two, is that you can't really jump from here to there without a lot of cooperation, again, between the states and the federal government.
I'd like to just ask, don't you think there's a significant portion of the geography of the country that still is going to require some kind of a utility model? I respectfully kind of just challenge the notion that there are in a lot of the areas that we serve. And we serve them whether or not until we're told we don't serve them. But there just is no way that a non-utility model is going to work in those areas, because they are precisely the kind of places where you were talking earlier. You do a business case. Well, we do a business case real quick in those areas, and there is none.
Yeah, so substantively, Ken, in terms of what the obligations would be that you would entail, I would assume that the areas that you serve would be, by and large, areas that would, in fact, be areas that would be eligible for a subsidy. And so the substantive obligations that you would entail for receiving that subsidy maybe they won't be that different from the obligations you would entail under a traditional system of public utility regulation. What I'm saying, though, is in the big scheme of things, the number of housing units that would fall within those kinds of places is a fairly small percentage. I mean, less than 10% probably of the total housing units in the country. So I think overall, when you think of what's the regulatory model for service, it's a model that I think is very different from the traditional public utility regulation model.
I'd still say, 10%, it's still 30 million people, so it's not a trifle.
Well, and I would point out that you see advertising all the time that talks about alternative networks to the one that's wired, that cover 97% of the population of the United States. So if we've got one provider that's already covering 97%, we're really talking about the 3%, and satellites can cover them. So I don't think that we need to be necessarily thinking that we need to plow wire into the ground or fiber to the home for each of these people.
And all that 97 are getting the broadband? Huh?
I didn't say they're getting broadband
okay.
yet.
Okay.
But I think there's some commitments out there to at least 92, I've heard.
Rabid dogs.
We've been jumping, but we haven't gotten into this point. But implicit in the conversation appears to be that the general theory of Section 254 only gets half met, isn't it? Wasn't one of the criteria under 254 that, in fact, the rural America also should be considered to get reasonably comparable services? Isn't that kind of buried in some of the things you were saying, Rich? I mean, let them eat cake, or let them eat satellite, or something like that. What were you saying?
Reasonably comparable would be some broadband capabilities, as they're to be defined, voice capabilities, and I think satellite will be there, or a combination of current wireline voice and satellite will bring reasonably comparable. We've never defined absolute comparable. It's always been fudged in reasonable. And if it's something that people would buy and be happy with, that seems reasonable to me. Just
So
like I'm happy with my wireless service, even though it might not be as good as somebody's wireline, reasonably comparable, and I'll buy it.
Have you had a chance to experience the speeds that you deal with sometimes on satellite downloads? Have you seen those?
I have not ever used the satellite.
Well, we actually offer it via satellite with Wild Blue, and certainly it's better. I said it, and I got a laugh at the last panel, but it's better than nothing, but not much better than nothing.
Commissioner, the only thing I wanted to add to this discussion was just that if anyone is interested, our second workshop, which we held at the FCC, focused a whole panel on the technical discussions and sort of the trajectories of each of these technologies, including satellite. We also had demos. I mention this simply because the webcast is available, so if folks would like to follow up on that point as to what satellite is capable of now or will be capable of in the future. We actually have a record on that point from the last workshop, which you can watch the webcast stuff on the FCC's website. Larry, did you want to make a point before I jump in?
Yeah, I'd like to pursue a question that the panel has kind of danced around. And that question is, in essence, what we've been talking about to a significant degree is the business case, whether there is a business case to build out to a given area or not. And what I'd like to pose for the panel is the scenario that from the state's perspective, from an individual state's perspective, or for that matter, from the FCC's perspective, the business case model, we're going to build out based on what we can make a business case for, is fine so long as that business case comports with my public policy goals. But if it doesn't, then that becomes problematic for those who are charged with public policy. And let me give you a specific example. I want to talk for a minute about the story of three companies. We'll call them T, VZ, and F. Indiana, some years ago, reformed significantly its regulatory framework to going to a light regulatory touch, not regulating the economic aspect of things. The world hasn't come crashing down. We also moved video franchising to the state level. T's response was to put $1.5 billion in incremental dollars into the state of Indiana, primarily because of the opportunity, the business case that represented in expanding their share of wallet. It was highly successful. VZ chose to put its investment dollars elsewhere. And as a result, VZ lagged behind T and all the rural providers in Indiana in terms of its build-out. Company F, the third company, came into Indiana, took a look at the situation and said 40% or more of the areas that are unserved are not uneconomic to serve. So we will build out to those areas that are not uneconomic to serve. So 2 points. Number one is unserved is not necessarily the same thing as uneconomic. It may go to nothing more than the business case. If I want to invest in Massachusetts as opposed to Indiana, that's a business decision, which is great for Massachusetts, but in Indiana, less so. But secondly, the question of the business case and how that comports with the public policy, because when you look at public policy from the state level, that is one of the most significant economic development weapons that you have. And for anyone who's involved in public policy, that becomes absolutely critical. And yet, there are those who would argue that you simply can't let just the business case of the providers determine whether we're going to be competitive, I'm using the word we generically, or not in terms of our ability to acquire jobs.
Thank you, Commissioner Landis, for that question, because I think it's a really important point, and I actually think it ties back to the question Commissioner Burke asked a couple moments ago. Ultimately, the decisions about what does reasonable comparability mean, what services, what level of service should be supported, these are all decisions for policymakers, not really decisions for a company like AT&T. You all need to decide, what are our public policy goals? What are we going to achieve? We can help you assess what that will cost. Incrementally, how much more is it than what the business case will support? And hopefully find a public policy path to get there that is, least, has the fewest unintended side effects. But those decisions are rightfully decisions of policymakers, and I think your point is very well taken.
Yeah, real quick, Commissioner, you raised something I got thinking about. We have this balancing act, certainly with our state commission. We have, as we've said, a pretty progressive state USF program for 10 years, been around before broadband was even a twinkle in our eyes or whatever. Now it's more than, now it's obviously the objective of the fund, even though it isn't explicitly in statute. And yet the commission has rightfully significant expectations for expanding the footprint, the broadband footprints, and yet even with state USF supplementing a very progressive program, supplementing what's on the table financially, federally, and still in the system with ICC, which we'll get back to, and USF, we're still now nowhere near having the business case to justify making these kinds of decisions in a lot of the areas that we serve. So that's why coming back to this $1 billion in switched intercarrier compensation revenues, unless there's another nest for that revenue to come from, realistically, we got a long slog ahead of us,
And I would just add, I think there will be pockets, percentages of almost any market where you look at it and you're going to need to rely on USF. Some very rural where maybe for the entire market. For some of our markets, it may be that we get our penetration up to 88, 95%, and then it's going to be tough to get it from there. But mind you, all these investments, and as we're doing all of our build-outs over the next 2-3 years, it's based on current support flows that are coming in today. And so as we see reforms to both intercarrier comp and USF, then you just have to figure out where you're going to, if you're losing it from over here, you can either raise customer rates or try and find another subsidy mechanism or reduce your CapEx. But there's not a whole lot of other places to go to.
If I could, I can't let something Larry said go completely by, which is that he mentioned a company that shall remain nameless that might be investing more in Massachusetts than Indiana. And I just wanted to say, as a former state commissioner in Massachusetts, to let you know there were plenty of unhappy people in the rural western part of that state, Massachusetts, about those investments going into the eastern part of that state only. And so this is not just a cross-state issue, but also a within-state issue. With that, I'd like to focus us back a little bit on the federal-state partnership and the intercarrier system. How about that? With a question about what we've called the carrot and the stick. In the February notice of proposed rulemaking, the Commission laid out 2 ways that the federal-state partnership could work. The first one, which we called the carrot, was one in which current jurisdictional roles would be maintained, and the FCC would focus on reform of only interstate traffic. And states would be given incentives to rebalance their intrastate rates. Under the second possibility, therefore the name the carrot, right? Under the second possibility, the FCC would bring all traffic under a federal framework as it pursues reform. It's been very interesting reviewing the record as it's come in on that issue. And by the way, for those of you who haven't yet submitted your reply comments, they are due, I believe, is May 23rd. May 23rd is the date, so still we have 5 more days. If if you want to get your things in under the reply comment deadline. But the record to date reflects a lot of concerns that maintaining the existing jurisdictional roles would inhibit timely and predictable and consistent ICC reform. Commenters raise concerns, some of them have already come up on the panel, for example, that some states lack jurisdiction over intrastate rates, or other states may simply not be motivated to act, and that arbitrage and other problems would continue if intrastate rates remain high and all states are not reduced. All rates, are not reduced. So my question for the panel is, would setting a federal framework for states to implement better achieve a timely and predictable transition on Intercarrier? Folks want to, I don't know what order you want to go in.
Sure, I'd be happy to. I think you need a new noun, a shtick. So I was only. It's not a carrot and it's not a stick. It's a semi-carrot stick or shtick or whatever. Give me another minute. We'll work on that one. But here's where when we've proposed this in a variety of ways, comment-wise, I think what we would view is you start with a carrot to states, certainly with an incentive. And I think the incentive becomes ultimately a condition or a portion of your federal USF that is flowing to that state as we evolve from today's USF to tomorrow's CAF is going to be in jeopardy. And you, state, have a responsibility for matching a portion. The Joint Board staff, Peter Blum, spoke this morning to a couple of dollars or something. I'm not here to promote the math on that at this point. I think, honestly, how much state match would kind of differ on the conditions of the state. But I think ultimately over a series of years, certainly you're worried about flash cuts and so on, but I think if a state is incented to act with financial retributions, if that's the word, financial situations, difficulties occurring to that state with federal USF, if they don't take the access actions that the FCC wants over a series of years, I think you're going to see states getting in line. I think you're going to see laws happening all over the place. You know, personally, I get a little old of hearing we can't get legislation done when we've had a USF Act here for, I'll jump on Commissioner Boyle's train, for 16 years. So.
And I think actually that works. If you look historically back, and it was mentioned this morning about the ETC framework for states to determine who should be an ETC, that was coordinated with the states. Commissioner Cuffs was there, and with that coordination, it was a framework. It wasn't mandatory, and yet the vast majority, I think maybe even all of the states actually, came around to adopting that type of a framework for ETCs. So I have historically found that folks are pretty much on the same page about where they want to go, and that working with the states, with the carrot and the stick, with the incentives to make the right things happen at the state level to move the transition tends to be the right approach. If that doesn't happen after a certain period of time, then you can, maybe go to the higher level. But the reality is if you go the other way, yes, in a perfect world, would it be, if you had total jurisdiction, would all this be much easier? Of course it would, but that's not, in fact, how the statute was written. There would be a lot of litigation associated with it, I think, if you try to go with a flash, just a basic preemption. I think that's not without its own set of risks, and I think partnering with the states is probably the right approach.
So I think this is a really important and hard and difficult question, and Kathleen brings out a really important point about litigation. From just a purely selfish perspective, really selfish about me, not even my company. It's very challenging. It's very challenging to go to the finance people and say, we have this proposal for intercarrier comp reform. Should we support it or not? And when they say, well, can you tell me what the transition is going to look like? And I say, well, not exactly. It depends on what these 22 states do. So that then puts them in a position, well, I can't tell you whether we can support this or not. So I think somehow there has to be a defined sort of transition. And whether it's cooperativeness, preemption, carrots and sticks, whatever it takes, this is a practical problem. To make that happen is what we need. I think in the carrot and stick department, I think you do. There are things you could do. I would also say it's very frustrating, intercarrier comp reform. People asked earlier which states got it right. One of the frustrating things is when you go to states, some parties come in and say, states, you don't have to do anything because AT&T is advocating to the FCC that they should preempt you anyway. And then when we go to the FCC, those same parties say, you can't preempt the states. So that aspect of it is very frustrating. But I would suggest, in addition to the carrots and sticks you've mentioned in the NPRM, one would be potentially that to the extent there's a restructure mechanism that puts part of this access shift into a temporary recovery mechanism, that could be limited to states that actually follow the transition you lay out. And another one that colleagues of mine have suggested from time to time is the existing legacy USF mechanisms recover a significant amount of intrastate costs. States that don't follow the transition path that's laid out, those costs could be farmed back out to the states. So I think you do have some things you could do.
As for Sprint, since we believe that there is a nationwide market with nationwide marketing and pricing, you have nationwide costs. To the extent that we then can get a nationwide phase-down plan, nationwide cost structure, hopefully to bill and keep, that we think that is the way to go. And if that is best accomplished through significant guidance through the FCC, we'd be very supportive of that.
Sharon, if I could have a quick follow-up just to, I mentioned in my opening remarks the size of the intercarrier comp per minute market and rate of return. I realize we've got a price cap market too, and I don't have the information on the size of that. But, and I'm not poo-pooing, we roughly think it's in the $1 billion range or so on. That's a significant amount of money. But in the big picture here, as far as what are we going to get for that billion, or what's going to happen, rather, in the kind of areas we're talking about for rate of return companies, if that transition isn't managed sufficiently. For the big companies, and I know they're an easy target, and I promised I'd be a good boy today, so I'm being a good boy today. But it's not, I mean, I really think we need a reality check. It is not this end of the world to their companies that if this $1 billion permanent amount of money doesn't get managed appropriately, that it ends up being sort of the end of AT&T and Verizon as we know it. It's just nowhere near that. Yes, thus we need to transition appropriately. I know we're going to get to VoIP in a second. I think that's where the real battle is here myself.
Yeah, that's a great segue for, I wanted to go back to the comment you made in your opening statement, Ken, about your concerns about setting 0007 as the appropriate VoIP compensation rate. And you expressed concerns that there would be gamesmanship and carriers declaring that all or some very significantly high portion of their traffic was VoIP to get the benefit of that lower rate. So what can the FCC do to prevent that kind of gamesmanship? Or is the only solution getting to a low uniform rate quickly?
Well, I think quickly is in the eye of the beholder. I think I really want to emphasize 0007 or 001 or 002, pick one. This is all gibberish. These are non-cost-based rates for much of the companies we're talking about here. They will devastate the industry immediately. I mean, all of us, it's the elephant in the room, view this VoIP order, and I'm glad we're in a public place we can actually say this stuff. That, you will see the life sucked out of the intercarrier compensation marketplace with a 0007 rate. We won't see a non-VoIP minute in our network. Folks don't understand the kind of disputes that we have already with this kind of shenanigans and that. And unless the FCC plans on having, I guess, what I call a VoIP police, where they're in fact going to be identifying who and who isn't VoIP and what or what isn't VoIP, and I've kind of been around the enforcement side, and things happen pretty slowly over there. I think we're facing a real problem here. So let's go to the question of quickly. I think what you need to move is intrastate rates to interstate levels. Ultimately, quickly is in the eye of the beholder. I don't view a 4-year transition as being non-quick. I think it's something like that with a carrot and stick approach is very appropriate.
And, the biggest challenge we've got is that the technology allows a call to be either not identified or identified as an IP call, and therefore that call that goes to my customer just the same as a call over the traditional network, one will pay interconnection, one won't pay. And so, no great surprise, every company wants to not pay. And so, what a shocker. They don't, that revenue stream will start to dry up. When that revenue stream dries up, it does have a dramatic impact on the way dollars are recovered for the costs of serving certain markets. So the question is, all right, what do we do now? Should IP have a per minute rate? Maybe start paying inter, never pay intra, but just pay inter? I'd love that. I don't know that everyone will go down that path, but I mean, I would argue a call is a call and you pay to access the network. But in the meantime, these, I guess, shenanigans between what a call is or isn't is really distorting costs, and part of it is driven by the fact that there's still a lot of high intrastate costs that need to go down to the interstate level. But the big debate's going to be around, what about interstate to 0007? What do you do if you go to something like that? That's essentially recip comp. What happens to the revenue flows then? How do you get those dollars to the markets that are still high cost, low density, and where you've still got all these ongoing service obligations? And that's a very, very important discussion to continue to have.
And what we really have going on here is economics rearing its head, and we're paying for the sins of the past today by having priced ICC far, far, far above costs, and the economics of the situation are saying drive it down toward cost. And on top of that, you've got the suggestion that you want to get to an all-IP world. You want to move broadband along. Yet, to the extent we put intercarrier compensation and require IP traffic to be translated into TDM, or to not allow TDM to go to IP and direct IP connection, you are delaying the implementation of IP in the networks. You've got carriers that have it that won't turn it on because they are fearful they will lose per minute intercarrier compensation. None of it reflects the real cost. I think the FCC, when they were doing a rough back of the envelope estimate of the cost, the 0007 was as good as anything they came up with. So approaching zero is what I read from the FCC economists on the subject. Yet we're still trying to put high per minute costs on it, and per minute is going away as soon as we go to real IP. We need to move quickly so that we send good economic signals. I'm not saying tomorrow, but quickly.
I guess in follow-up, I just want to make sure the commission and the staff and the commissioners and their aides are aware of how little a rate 0007 in places like Nebraska and places really for Kathleen's companies and so on. It is so far from having anything to do with cost. I think perhaps in a Verizon world where you literally have billions and billions of minutes, if you will, maybe there's some semblance of costs there, but the origins of 0007 really have nothing to do with cost whatsoever, and we've filed chapter and verse on that in the notice. I sometimes feel like we're kind of in a vacuum as far as any understanding of what rates are or aren't, depending on what the areas are. And I just got to tell you, if you're looking at something like that and you move that direction for VoIP, we're going to have a real mess in our hands.
Well, the reality is 0007 is nothing. See, recip comp, it doesn't really change anything. It's not cost. So, again, the question would be, if you want to sit there and say, okay, how much do these companies get through intercarrier comp? How much does it support service to high-cost, low-density areas? And what's the replacement mechanism? You know, you can do that. But if you don't want the fund to increase, and you don't have a replacement mechanism, and you don't have a transition, then you do end up in a very bad place because it creates a dramatic disruption to the revenue schemes that everyone's existing on today. Now, as a company, we've been trying over time to reduce those dollars. Why? Because we've seen our path and we've seen the future, but that's still taking time, and that means, again, transition. It's all about the transition and the substitution of revenue streams over a period of time.
I'd like to follow up real quickly
question related to a transition. Ken, you mentioned that 4 years would potentially be an appropriate time for inter and intrastate rates to come into parity. I know AT&T in its comments has suggested that the whole intercarrier compensation transition should be done by 2017. What is the appropriate time frame for both intra and interstate?
For the whole shooting match?
So I guess the question is, what is the appropriate transition period that we should be looking at?
Let me explain a little about why AT&T, said that. I mean, we have done this question of the IP transition is kind of lurking here. At what point are we going to make this transition to all IP networks? When are we going to we think of it as sunset the PSTN? And we've looked at that, and we're starting to think that we probably want to start that process within this decade, which means we should make this transition by, we put out there as a marker 2017. I think, you can say we're going to have a stable transition, we'll do everything we can, but the reality is, here's the other chart I have, which we attached to our comments. This sort of shows the trend over the last decade of three things. The top line, which is the only one rising, is the number of housing units. You can think of this as a proxy for the cost of the COLR obligation. The other two are ILEC lines and ILEC minutes, which fell 46.8% and 40.7%, and the rate of their decline has accelerated over the last 2 years. So this transition is not going to be short. Even if you don't do anything, this transition is going to happen pretty quickly.
In the last few seconds, I have a question from the audience for Mr. Mars. You say that rates are far above cost. Now everyone knows I need bifocals. Sorry about that. What is the proper way to measure costs? Should any fixed cost of network facilities be included?
It should be included in the cost you charge your own customers. The question is, if we're dealing with interconnection here, what are the incremental costs or burdens to the network caused by interconnection? And those are what the FCC has said approach zero.
I guess I'd like a little more discussion on what the FCC said. I know they have said in different vintages that, depending on Faber and so on, that was when we went through that episode. I think the law is something about joint and common costs, and they're being appropriately under B5, an appropriate allocation of joint and common, and that's what's instructed to the FCC and to the states. And boy, I tell you, for most of the companies now I know about, 0007 has nothing to do with a reasonable loading of joint and common. It's not even like in shouting distance.
What is?
What is? Depends on the cost of the carrier and the area served. And I think ultimately I don't think we should ever go to a zero rate, VoIP or otherwise. We should go to something carrier specific, a la what the joint board recommendation entailed.
Thank you. Would you join me in thanking Sharon and our panelists for this afternoon? According to our clock, you have 13 and a half minutes of a break. Make the best of it, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Now, a few seconds of warning. I love this audience, man. As soon as you say something, I really appreciate that. Must be the area. That would not work in South Carolina at all. Want to, again, welcome you back and, again, show our appreciation to all of you. And, again, this is as interactive a process as we can be under the circumstances. So as a reminder, Roger and others have cards for you to write your questions down if you are interested in doing so. So I wanted to affirm that is a possibility. So now we will move into our panel on targeting support and transitioning to the long-term Connect America Fund. And to keep things in order for us is Carol Maddie of the Wireline Bureau. Thank you, Carol.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Let's start off with the panelists, starting off, and I'll introduce all of the panelists first, and then we'll do the prepared remarks. We have today Jeff Lanning representing CenturyLink, Kevin Hess, representing TDS, Cheryl Perino, a substitute representing Consolidated. We have Jim Kohler from the state of Alaska, Lisa Scalponi representing Wild Blue, and Johnny Johnson from Nextech. So with that, I'll start it off with Jeff with the opening remarks.
Thank you. We at CenturyLink are always pleased to see the FCC collect local feedback. Nebraska has a lot at stake. The USF and broadband reforms discussed in Washington are going to have a real and significant impact on Nebraska education, healthcare, businesses, and families. And the people of Nebraska must be assured that the proposed FCC reforms clearly work to advance broadband deployment and continue the availability of high-quality voice communications in this state. So CenturyLink has real interest in USF. We now serve a vast amount of rural America. Our Kohler territories, the areas where we are the carrier of last resort, the one that has to provide service when no one else will, cover a service area of roughly 600,000 square miles. I guess we're collecting miles instead of people. I'm not sure if that's the right thing to do in telecom, but about 84% of that territory has fewer than 30 people per square mile. Lots of it is every bit as sparsely populated as the areas Ken was talking about. However, the people who live in those areas are not necessarily treated the same. And so the focus, I am going to focus in this panel mostly on trying to bring attention back to the customers. We talk a lot about big carriers, small carriers, price cap, rate of return. The focus needs to be on the customers. And a customer who lives on a farm and needs broadband and needs affordable voice service should get the same treatment from our public policies as every other similarly situated customer. It shouldn't depend on what happens to the carrier they serve and whether that carrier is operating in Omaha or wherever else they may be operating. That doesn't really affect the fact that we need affordable service, public policies to provide affordable service. We need to specify that and pay for it, and pay for it in the same way. So the key there is something called targeting, and that's one of the main things that the panel's focused on. And the way you do that is basically you identify what the government is purchasing and identify what it costs and then provide the support that's needed and not use averaging and other things. So to try to cover up what that cost is or hope to get the support from somewhere else. I'm going to make a pitch that actually, just as we would build roads today in reference to the current road network, the appropriate unit of targeting is counterintuitively, perhaps, the ILEC wire center, because that's where the carrier of last resort obligations are defined today. Those are, if we have competition and choose other providers, that's the unit that's going to be transferred. And as this map will show you, there is no correlation between any other unit, not even census blocks, and current wire centers, so that the core thing that is needed for any broadband solution is more fiber. And the fiber is going to be deployed along the wire center network. So whether it's a wireless, satellite, wire, whatever solution we're going to come to, we need a lot more fiber, and it's going to go on that network. So that's my statement.
All right. Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. As Killa mentioned, I'm Kevin Hess with TDS Telecom, and I very much appreciate the opportunity to be here today. TDS owns and operates 120 rural rate of return incumbent local exchange companies in small communities across 28 states. Our service areas are quite rural, with 35% of our wire centers serving less than 10 households, and over 2/3 of our wire centers serving less than 20 households per square mile. Despite our rural nature, TDS has built out and been able to maintain a broadband network serving the vast majority of our customers through utilization of the very mechanisms that are targeted for modernization and in this proceeding. As an added perspective on this subject, when we finish our 44 federal broadband stimulus projects in 2012, TDS will have some minimum level of DSL capability deployed to over 95% of our customers. Yet the challenges are far from over. Simply put, consumer and commercial bandwidth demands on our network are growing at unprecedented levels. Moreover, because future uncertainties surrounding federal universal service and intercarrier compensation reform this has served as an alarming wake-up call for our leadership team at TDS. As rational investors with a dedicated eye towards customer service satisfaction. We wrestle and are deeply troubled with the cost challenges associated with both broadband deployment, but also broadband capacity maintenance and the lack of revenues to support such investments. As we look out on the broadband horizon, many in the industry are suggesting that areas previously considered served have become or will become unserved areas as network capacity constraints throttle back available bandwidth. While copper facilities have remained a viable option in rural areas, assuming loop lengths have been adequately shortened between the node and the customer premise, bandwidth demands are quickly pushing companies to consider replacing copper facilities from the node back to the central office with fiber, even though costs to complete these upgrades are often far exceeding the cost to do the initial broadband deployment. This issue should be a paramount focus for the FCC. As the challenges grow to deploy and maintain a robust broadband network to all customers across this country, so does the importance of these challenges. TDS takes seriously our commitment to and the stewardship of the high-cost support funds we receive each year. Public policy, along with consumers and new commercial business ventures, will rely on robust broadband access and will guide the reform path of the proceedings we are discussing today. I commend the Commission and the state commissions for recognizing this, dedicating significant human capital to the study, and I look forward to today's discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Cheryl Perino, and I'm standing in for Wendy Fast, who serves a large area of the state of Nebraska and through consolidated companies. And I will be working through her remarks so that you get her perspective this afternoon. Over the last 15 years, Consolidated has diligently upgraded its plant in one of the most rural service areas in the nation. In fact, Consolidated serves 99% of its customers with some broadband speed. Clearly not up to the level the Commission is envisioning in the National Broadband Plan, but 99% of Wendy's customers have access to some broadband speed today. To give a perspective, the other two panelists have talked about the service territory they serve. Wendy's company's average is 0.6 customers per square mile. So again, a very rural area in this country. Consolidated is very proud of its accomplishments, but would not have been able to do so without universal service and intercarrier compensation that is under discussion in this NPRM and the National Broadband Plan. Wendy is very concerned and worried about her company's ability to continue to provide good quality service, both voice and broadband, depending upon which direction the Commission takes in this proceeding. The Nebraska companies have contributed extensively to the federal policy debate. Many of the NPRM ideas are good, forward-thinking concepts. Some ideas would be devastating. One such idea is reverse auctions. While reverse auctions may be appealing theoretically, fair auctions will be extremely difficult in practice, especially in areas with existing infrastructure. Companies such as Wendy's have millions of dollars of investment and have therefore much more at risk and a different risk profile than a new provider coming in with no investment in this area at all. Reverse auctions will result in degradation of service quality and may result in areas without a service provider. There are many arguments against reverse auctions, but she's concerned that the Commission isn't hearing those arguments. Regarding targeting, Nebraska was cited repeatedly in the NPRM as a leader in the establishment of a state fund. Nebraska has a model-based fund with earnings limitation. Companies receive state universal service funding up to a cap specified by a density-based model. The model effectively targets support to high-cost areas. At first, she was not crazy about this idea of targeting support only to the out-of-town areas. But once it was implemented, she now believes that is, in fact, the correct policy. Minimal support for town customers made sense. It took the argument away about some providers receiving support when others don't, and it seemed to make sense for Nebraska. The company was one of the few companies nationwide to disaggregate federal support, and what set up the burden was not significant. The NPRM lists various scenarios for distributing support in the long term. One of these is to distribute support based on models. Many in the rural industry are concerned that a model won't be developed correctly and won't reflect the realities. Wendy has been involved in the NECA Average Schedule Task Force and worked on modeling for several years. She believes that although models are not perfect, they can in fact work. If the FCC developed a model, there should be a streamlined way in which a company could come in and demonstrate that the model didn't exactly take into account every aspect. The Nebraska companies think that rate of return regulation has been a success story, should not be abandoned for untested, risky reverse auctions, but with proper constraints, rate of return regulation provides the appropriate incentives for companies to continue to invest in rural America.
Thank you, and again, thanks for the invitation to be here. Jim Kohler, State of Alaska. I've been listening intently all day, but I must confess that the more I listen, the more my inferiority complex grows. I hear all of the things you are struggling with, and yet listening to them, I feel like I'm in a world now of tuxedos and I'm the pair of brown shoes. The challenges you have are science fiction to what we're dealing with in Alaska. And what I'm hoping to do across the next period of time here with the engagement and the conversations is not just to drive home how significantly challenged we are, making repeatedly probably the point that our biggest challenge is middle mile. It is not last mile, which is not really the way the USF program is structured to meet those challenges, but also that the challenges we face, although they are extreme, carry some lessons, I think, in similar threads to challenges that exist in a lot of rural parts of the United States. One big difference, though, is that whenever I reference satellite and others reference satellite as possible remedies in really significant high-cost areas, my sense is, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, but my sense is when you all are looking at satellite as a solution, you're looking down at an area, whereas my colleague in Montana says there's just a whole lot of dirt between light bulbs. Now, in Alaska, we have clusters of light bulbs, but there's just a whole lot of dirt between the clusters, okay? And there's a significant difference in terms of the challenge that imposes and whether or not satellite offers potentially some of the solutions that are being advanced. So just as an underlying context, you can take my remarks this afternoon as we engage as either being from a particular region of the country that is so different it doesn't fit in the context of these conversations. And that could be a very honest statement. But I'm hoping, I guess, that you listen to some of the challenges we face and recognize that even though they may not be as extreme, they do exist in a lot of the rural portions and parts of the country. And I think collectively we still have to move forward to some kind of a solution.
Hi, I'm Lisa Scalpone, General Counsel of Wild Blue, the much maligned satellite provider today. And don't get me wrong, I love a tough crowd. I mean, I go to the satellite conventions and it's all cheers, and it gives me a good opportunity to address some of what I hope are misperceptions out there. The satellite question in USF has been so interesting to be a part of, not just as one of the industry members, but because it is such a lightning rod. On the one hand, you have people saying, oh, it's slow, it's expensive, it's got latency. And then on the other hand, you have the satellite industry saying, we get it, but we're about to make $1 billion improvement in the quality. The satellite's going to be 100 times faster than it was in 2005, 10 times faster than it is today. And this is in 90 days. Just give us a little more time. 12 megabits speed, voice offerings, yes, 250 milliseconds, just like your iPhone. We don't want to be foreclosed. And I understand the tension. Who do we believe? So here's our position on what to do with satellite, which seems to be, again, an interesting topic for a lot of people, not just myself. We just want, first of all, we support reverse auctions. We think competitive bidding of the USF service areas is absolutely the right way to go. It's the best, lowest cost, best quality service. If we can't meet the service quality requirements, we shouldn't get a dime. And you know what? We're not going to win it all, right? But if we do, in fact, provide 15, 20 megabit service, high service quality, low congestion, good voice service, we should be eligible. We're the low-cost provider. So how does that? What kind of things make sense for us as far as a reverse auction, for a truly competitive reverse auction? And one thing that occurs to us is that the larger the service area, the less likely it is that a single technology is going to be perfect for the whole service area. We think that almost any service area of a decent geographic size is probably going to need some fiber, some middle mile. It's probably going to have some existing DSL infrastructure that might provide the adequate service quality. Wireless has got to be a part of the solution, and you know what? I bet satellite's a part of the solution too. So the smaller the service area for us, the better, because we think this will be able to get more granularity in costs. Usually there's a fixed cost component and a variable cost component associated with adding subscribers. These costs should be identified in the bids so that the FCC can evaluate where the true high-cost homes are, where the medium costs are, which technology fits which particular area. If the service areas end up being very large, there's ways that you could apportion the service areas to different providers. The key is flexibility to identify for each area which technology is optimal, which provides the best technology, fits the needs of that particular area. For Alaska, it might be different for Colorado, from where I'm from in the mountains. And there's no easy one, if it's mountainous, it gets wireless. I mean, it's hard to say that at a distance. It is going to be a tough analysis. A couple of misperceptions I'd like to address, and one is that the voice, we cannot provide voice. We don't provide voice today. We don't have the ground systems to adequately segregate off the voice traffic, which is very different traffic than the normal browsing traffic. So that will change, and I think that latency has been used as a way to discount satellite, when in fact our satellites today are congested. We're sold out east of the Mississippi, and they need to be. We need to get the traffic down on those, and that congestion is often mistaken for latency, for the up and down on the satellite. I think you'll find a vastly different scenario on the next gen satellites. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's discussion. It's always good to see Commissioner Claiborne, Commissioner Copps, and staff, and certainly good to meet the state commissioners. Had lunch with a couple of them today. I'm Johnny Johnson, as Carol indicated, President and CEO for Nextech Wireless, a premier provider of quality and robust wireless services through Kansas and eastern Colorado. We currently serve approximately 60,000 subscribers. When Commissioner Boyle was talking this morning with our map, definitely identified with western Kansas as very similar to western Nebraska. The state of Kansas has 2.8 million population, and my covered area of Nextech Wireless has about 200,000 population. So it's very rural. A lot of times there's more coyotes than people in a lot of areas. I also serve as Secretary-Treasurer of the Board of Directors for the Rural Cellular Association, also known as RCA. Many of RCA's nearly 100 carrier members receive USS support to build out high-speed wireless service in rural areas that would have little or no wireless coverage were there not for universal service. This is why it's critical that we build on the success of the current program and ensure that the innovation that resulted from the existing competition continues to flourish for the benefits for all consumers. But wireless in rural communities are at risk because of many of the proposals we're discussing today. For example, it is well known that proposals like the winner takes all or the reverse auctions are bad for rural communities and fraught with numerous problems. First, small carriers would be hard-pressed to compete on economies of scale in an auction with larger carriers like Verizon and AT&T. Then there's a risk there would be gaming of the auction in order for competitors to eliminate rival providers. And finally, there is a notion that auctions ultimately cement a monopoly for the winner, who will have no incentive to treat customers well due to the absence of competition. All of these factors can lead to a reduction or elimination in services in rural communities, the opposite of what the National Broadband Plan is intended. Therefore, to ensure a national mobile broadband network and a smooth transition to Connect America Fund, I make the following recommendations. Number one, protect current rural services by avoiding any drastic reductions in USF support. Any phase down of support should be equal for all carriers involved and support small carriers with fewer than 1,500 employees. Many rural carriers are under great strain from experiencing an almost 50% reduction in USF support because of the 2008 FCC imposed cap on competitive ETC support. These carriers also face increasingly challenges to acquire the latest devices and upgrade their networks to 3G and 4G because of the extraordinary challenges. The FCC should consider a support mechanism for small carriers. Two, the FCC should look to use a model to target USF to high-cost areas. The model can be designated to determine the appropriate level of support where the support is most needed. USF support should be portable as a method to control fund growth and preserve competition. And finally, in light of the likelihood that 3G will be the technology of choice for many wireless providers, the National Broadband Plan proposed minimum speed thresholds should be set in a manner to allow 3G wireless providers to qualify for eventual funding. Looking towards long-term reform, these speed thresholds should not be raised in any manner which would disqualify wireless services. I look forward again to the participation in today's discussion and welcome any questions that you may have.
We have a lot of ground to cover. Obviously, I want to focus on targeting, how to target to the highest cost areas. We want to talk about the overall structure of what our long-term plan looks like. We had a workshop earlier, a couple weeks ago, where we talked about the first phase of the Connect America Fund, and I want to emphasize this panel is supposed to be focusing on what the long-term plan is, as Kathleen Abernathy said in the last panel, the broadband nirvana. What is our long-term Connect America Fund? And we are going to talk about the role of satellite and auctions and models and so forth. So I want to kick it off. The first question, and I'd like each of the panelists to address it to the extent that they want to engage on this, is I think there's a consensus that we should be targeting support to the highest cost areas. But as they all say, the devil's in the details. How do you identify those highest cost areas that require the support? How do you define, and I know, for instance, Cheryl, speaking on behalf of Consolidated, spoke about in Nebraska, sort of targeting support to the out-of-town areas. So specifically, how do you determine mechanically what are the areas that should be receiving the support? I don't know, Cheryl, if you want to kick that one off?
Sure. I think there's 3 ways you could go about looking at targeting. One would be reverse auctions. Second would be some sort of disaggregation plan, which rural companies have the option of selecting at this point. And the third would be some sort of model. You may want to think about using different methods for different types of carriers and different types of areas. I don't know, maybe the same methodology doesn't work well for every type of carrier or every type of area. We've given some thought to disaggregation, and as I mentioned, Consolidated is one of the few rural companies that did disaggregate when the Commission gave the opportunity, and that was focused primarily on density. You could use a model for identifying those areas, and again, Nebraska uses density as a primary factor, but you could look at other census-based inputs as well to help you target. Another methodology would be looking at and identifying where there are competitive choices or competitive options. I personally, this is my view, think that that's maybe the most complicated approach, and those areas that are competitive or aren't competitive might change over time. So I think some density-based, again, my personal opinion, some density-based approach to what's town and what's out of town probably makes the most sense.
Thanks. Do any of the others want to jump in on that one?
I mean, I agree with most everything Cheryl said. From from our perspective, and we've also disaggregated a number of our companies within TDS when we were given the option to do so. But, you know, I still wonder at times, if you do it at the wire center level, we have a number of single exchange companies within TDS that I guess then would already be disaggregated because they just have the one single wire center. If you go beyond, there really, you know, there are no costs that are kept beyond really the study area level. So, you know, it is going to involve models, and it is going to involve, you know, developing of ratios and probably using density or traffic volumes, things like that, in order to get those allocations. But no matter what you do, you're going to be forced to do a lot of allocations for companies, you know, to take all those costs that are rolled up, like customer billing and all those things, and somehow find a way to bring those down to the individual and then allocate them out. Yeah, I think that's it.
So, as both of them mentioned, you know, density is the key point, and the Commission said this. Well, certainly the National Broadband Plan said it, and the Commission has said it a number of times, and I think many of the state commissions have said this as well. We all, in our businesses, figure out where there's a business case. And then the core objective here is to sort of support broadband where there isn't a business case. And that, by definition, excludes areas where there's competition. It does not exclude areas where there's broadband today, because a lot of USF support has created business cases for broadband today where there wouldn't be a business case but for support. So the National Broadband Plan, I think, made this point very well. It's like, need to do a sort of a fresh look based on probably a model, much like the National Broadband Plan did, based primarily on density, and identifying those areas where there isn't a business case for broadband. I guess that would have to be a rebuttable presumption. If someone's actually there and has made a business out of it, then we wouldn't need support for it. But that would be the unit, the set of places, and then the question is, was sort of what units do you select of those areas where there isn't a business case, and then you would start looking at how do you identify a provider and the amount of support that's needed. But the core question, which was how do you identify the areas, probably has to be model-based, density-driven. That's how we run our businesses today. And we look at those factors when we figure out whether or not we can make a business case in a place. So does everybody else on the panel and everybody else who tries to figure out whether a network investment makes sense. So think of yourself as an investor and you know, figure out the places where you wouldn't want to put money. And then it's your job to put the money there.
Let's have a different perspective. I know, Lisa, in your opening remarks, you said that we should be looking at a reverse auction. So do you have any thoughts on, you know, the suggestions of the other panelists that we should be, you know, coming up with some kind of a model?
Yeah, a couple comments on that. I agree that low population density is the best proxy for looking at who doesn't have adequate broadband service. We've often said our subscriber maps are probably you know, as good as the $300 million maps that have been produced, because today not tomorrow's service, but today our subscribers usually have no other wireline choice. So if you look at where our subscribers are located, it's a pretty good proxy for where there's no other broadband service. And what we find is, in fact, low population density correlates to under 50 households per square mile is a great proxy for no other wireline service. But I would say that about 40% of our subscribers are located within areas identified by the recent February NTIA maps as served. So what does that say? Either we suddenly have a truly competitive service with cable modem? No, that's not what it says. It says that the service areas are overstated, even in today's maps. So any kind of mechanism that we're talking about, I think the Commission has to decide, do we also want to deal with what we call bypassed subs, right? They're not within a service area. They're just a new house at the end of the block. There's you know, a house that for whatever reason is within a wireline service area, but didn't actually get served. And when you start adding up all those households, it's actually a pretty big number. So I think one thing to consider is, what do you do about those households as well? The low population density areas, I think, are amenable to the reverse auction process. You know, understanding that it may be a geographically bigger area but smaller number of households, or you could go with a smaller geographic area and more households, or however you want to slice and dice it. But I think the reverse auction and seeing where there is a business case, let the market participants tell you that.
I know, Jim?
I just want to quickly to put one layer in addition to comments that have been put forward, and I would put this layer underneath. I think what is fundamental is that the policy has to be arrived at first. What is this first goal? What are we trying to achieve? And my own perspective is we can't achieve everything at the same time. So if there are limited funds, let's first try to establish a line so there is basic level of service, whether it's the rural standard in the broadband plan or whatever that level of service is, and what is it going to take to get everybody to that level of service. And when you have that accomplished, then you can push on to your other models. I think fundamentally the issue here is that we're dealing with an infrastructure issue and a policy with respect to the infrastructure, and not one where we are trying to find what lines we can draw to make everybody's disparate business models work. Let's first drive at how we're going. What is the policy? What is the minimum level of service that should exist for everybody, rural or whatever? Let's at least get to that level. Then we can build on top of that.
Carol, if I can comment on reverse auctions. Reverse auctions are bad for rural America, rural consumers. With large carriers such as AT&T and Verizon, as I named in my opening comments, they have the opportunity because of economies of scale, size. They can game the system, and if they want a particular market, they can go in and be the bottom bidder or the lower bidder and race to the bottom and eventually drive out any other competitors that may be in the marketplace. I think that the reverse auctions are just bad. They'll eventually put out of business several rural companies that are struggling now because of the cap that was imposed several years ago. But I think the answer is to make the support portable, where the customer decides based on competition, based on quality of service, based on the customer experience with customer care departments, that the customer votes and the money should be portable and follow the consumer and not the carrier.
Following up on that, as I understand it, you say the money should be portable and follow the consumer. How does that play out when the consumer has both wireline and wireless?
I think in order to accomplish the National Broadband Plan, it's going to take a combination of both wireline and wireless efforts. That's something the Commission will have to vet out and come up with a recommendation.
If I could follow up on that particular point. First of all, I think the Commission needs to support only one provider in an area where there's no business case. We don't need to be buying 2, 3, or 4 networks in a place where it doesn't make sense to build one network. So, but the wireline wireless is a little bit different because that gets back to your original question about comparability and what customers want. Customers, generally speaking, if they can, buy both. Maybe not for voice, but they buy both. And it may, in the long run, probably will be a false dichotomy. Because while we access the network through wireless devices or wireline devices, ultimately it's the fiber that traffic has to get into that matters. And in the low-density areas, the National Broadband Plan pointed out, it's that fiber that is the core cost driver. So if you pick one network or the other, you may not end up with any, right? It's sort of the core kind of underlying problem. So it may be helpful to choose both or focus on the fiber.
I wanted to follow up on the money follows the customer. If all costs would go away when a customer went away, that seems to make sense. And if companies don't have an obligation to provide service outside of that donut hole where there are choices, again, the money following the customer might make sense. But there are common costs that are necessary that are used to provide service to customers in the donut hole and in the donut, and a number of those common costs don't go away when you lose a customer. So I would have a very big concern with the dollars necessarily following the customer or some sort of voucher proposal, because I think you're going to wind up with a number of customers outside that competitive area that don't have any choice at all.
Well, yeah, and just plus these networks are just very, very expensive to build, and it's very difficult to build them and then, not knowing if you're going to have that support revenue coming in for a month or 2 months. And which investor out there is going to make the decision that it's worth spending those millions of dollars to put that investment in if they don't have some thought in the back of their mind that there's a revenue stream coming in that's going to support it. I did want to the point that Jeff made, we do disagree. I mean, we think that the law says, you're going to have comparable services at comparable prices in rural areas, and we think that supports both a wireline and a wireless fund in the rural markets. And really, when you think about the services that are being deployed today and where the future seems to be heading for wireless, a lot of those applications are going to be focused on accessing a Wi-Fi network, are going to be using that Wi-Fi network for the type of bandwidth applications that they're going to be using on those devices. And so having both wireline and wireless available in rural markets, I think it's going to be really key.
I thought that's kind of what I did say.
Oh, you did? I'm sorry, but I misunderstood you.
I would like to follow up on that because the state members of the joint board recommended that the commission recognize that mobility should also be a supported service. So I'd like to just go down the line and see who agrees with that we should not just be thinking about fixed, but we also have to be thinking about mobile because that's what consumers want, and that's what would be considered a comparable service pursuant to the Act. So if you could just go down the line, it's kind of the John Dingell approach. Tell me what you think. Do you support that?
I think that can make a lot of sense, actually. But the other point I was making in addition to that is with the way traffic volumes are going on the wireless network, wireless traffic has to get into the ground very fast and onto a fiber network, so that what you're looking at is actually, while you need both and should support both, the core problem is the same. It's the same fiber and the same lack of density. But yes, I agree that they should definitely make sure that rural customers have availability of both services.
I think mobility is, or wireless service is not a substitute for wireline. Maybe in the voice market it is, but I don't see a lot of customers that are giving up their wired broadband connection for a wireless broadband connection. I would support the state joint board members' recommendation of a mobility fund focused on, I think they indicated to a residence. I guess I would differ there. I think the focus should be in getting towers along the roads and highways of our country if we truly are looking at mobility. And we have limited dollars. So yes, mobility makes sense. Customers are going to want it. Let's focus on getting the towers along the highways and roads of our country, not to people's homes and residents, and that we also need, at least at this point, a wired fund that would support broadband connections at reasonable rates and speeds.
Yeah, generally speaking, the existence of both services, I think, is essential. But I go back to the early comment. You can't have either one, let alone both, unless you have a really good mid-mile backhaul. And ultimately, if you can lay that in, then, in fact, I think the consumers and the carriers who can all share the cost of that middle mile, back mile, they can all duke it out in terms of what services they offer and bundle and those kinds of things. In our state, in the rural part of the states, we don't have competition. All of the service in that rural part of Alaska is there because of universal service support. We're not going to get what we need unless we get that middle mile in. So while I do appreciate that, there is a tangent that at some point in time I'd like us to get into if it's possible. And that is that the approach to the infrastructure challenge, the middle mile challenge, does not necessarily all have to be a USF or CAF burden, because there's a whole lot of other efforts out there, even across the federal regime and the federal government, looking to build things and make things happen that have to have that middle mile support, whether it's the public safety interoperability systems, whether it's next generation 911, et cetera. They're all assuming a particular infrastructure base. And I really do believe that if we can knock down some of the silos and the solutions to get all of these things in place, it's not necessarily one that has to always rely 100% on that USF support. But I'd like to get into that at some point in time as well.
It's a great question. So the way I look at it is it's not really wireline and wireless, but it's what applications are you getting with each of those that aren't interchangeable. So with wireless, it's obviously mobility. With wireline, it's speed and bandwidth. So it's streaming video and the downloading, the web browsing, that you can somewhat get that with mobility, but it's things, but they're not entirely interchangeable. If you were to pick one, say wireless, right, for its mobility, but you said, well, we need it to support speed and bandwidth as well, say for streaming video, what happens is because of the spectrum issues, you're going to see it look more like wireline, right? So take the 700 megahertz spectrum. There you have, I think Verizon is the high water mark in terms of spectrum in that market today at what, about 32 megahertz, right? So you can serve a fixed number of subscribers at a particular speed and bandwidth in that area. Now, were you to say we're only going to go with wireless, we don't need wireline, the logical conclusion is that you're going to need to allocate more bandwidth to each customer so they can support things like streaming video. Well, that's expensive bandwidth, right? So as you give more bandwidth, you've got to shrink the amount of customers you can serve in the radius around the tower, put more towers in, and then that leads to, if you've got more towers, you need more backhaul to the towers. So now you're back to wireline. So is that really the right approach? Maybe. And I think actually it is to recognize mobility as an application that's separate, and we should maximize the spectrum use, the limited spectrum we have down in the 700 megahertz and also the Clearwire area, and use that for mobility. That is where that technology is optimized for those applications. You still need speed and bandwidth, right? And for that, there really is, the 32 megahertz is not going to be sufficient. So you're going to need robust middle mile infrastructure. You're going to need fiber. We believe our satellites, we have 1,500 megahertz, by the way, and there's probably another gigahertz laying around up there in our crummy spectrum up around 28 that could be allocated. So those are the kind we see that those applications are not going away, and it's not the best use of the limited mobile spectrum. So I think they're both noble goals. They both could be supported with different funds, and it's hard to pick one.
Certainly as a wireless provider, we would support a separate mobility fund. Someone mentioned earlier there's 30% of the households are going wireless only or mobile only. I mean, the customers, that's a trend that grows every year. Customers like mobility. They want mobility, want to be able to keep track of their children when they're running back and forth to soccer games or different meetings. But a mobility fund would definitely, we would be in support of that, as the Joint Board indicated a few months back.
Commissioner Cox.
I guess I want to make a comment and ask a question and kind of get our discussion to a little longer term type thinking, because that's what this panel is about. I want to commend Jim Kohler for mentioning the term middle mile. I think it's so important, not just middle mile, but last mile, technology access, and all. These are the places where we're losing out globally, and I understand it's not necessarily a function of the universal service system to be funding that, but you also have to think, if not us, who? And yes, there are other initiatives out there. I know there's not a hell of a lot of money to fund any of them right now, so this is part of the challenge. We can get all of this other stuff right, and if we don't get the middle mile and the last mile technology and the access to the internet backbone, you lose the whole thing. My question is, what happens to the underserved? We talk a lot about donuts and holes, and it's not really a problem that's that divisible. There are lots of problems right here in the town. We heard about them last night, and inner cities all over this country of ours and other places, so it's not so easily divisible. And the recovery statute under which we were charged to develop a broadband plan and do all this stuff mentioned the underserved as well as the unserved. Our discussion today is all within the parameters of a budget-constrained, capped universal service fund that really has very limited aspirations, but we're supposed to be thinking about long-term CAFs and what we do. So I guess my question goes to what do we tell Congress when we go with this report and say, well, here's what we're going to do to help the unserved, but I haven't got much to tell you on the underserved. What should we be saying about the underserved? Well, of course, you can make the argument the whole country is underserved too. I understand that. I've made that one before, but
yeah, you know, as I tried to say in my opening comments, I mean, we built out some form of DSL to 95% of the customers, but what we're finding is that maybe 5 years ago was when we built out a particular market. And what we're finding, and we didn't replace the copper transport from the central office location to the digital serving area because it didn't need to. That copper was still working very fine, and it let those customers experience, very good for web browsing, for email, for all the things they were interested in. It was meeting their needs. 5 years later, with YouTube and Netflix and the bandwidth growth that we've been experiencing, by the way, which is, we thought 40% growth was high, and that was the level we've been experiencing for a number of years, and then just to see it jump up into the 60 to 70% range starting last August, that, and if you want to call it middle mile or second mile or however you want to refer to that facility between the central office and the digital serving area is no longer adequate and needs to be replaced with fiber. So you're looking at areas where, as a company, we've already spent $500, $700, $900 a household to bring DSL service to them, and now facing similar type costs in order to find a way to upgrade that link to fiber. So I think it's a really good question. And I don't know. I mean, some of those costs could find their way certainly into a CAF mechanism, I believe. I also believe, quite frankly, that 2 revenue streams to support this network are not enough. I don't think that customers and public policy alone can support the network in all of these rural areas. I still think, quite honestly, that there is so much demand being placed on these networks by others that we have to figure out a third revenue stream to pay for these networks.
I think one thing your question highlights is why a CapEx only, a one-time build solution is not going to be the answer. Because what you're looking at is, as Kevin pointed out, is what is underserved changes, and actually maybe that's what underserved really is. Most underserved areas were served well enough. They weren't underserved. They either are places where there's no business case, in which case they're unserved or they're getting support, or they were served at one time, and the question is, can we maintain a business case over time? Many places the answer is yes, and then we're looking at adoption like you were hearing about yesterday. But that's why there has to be sort of a sustainable long-term mechanism. And if the budget is a small budget, then it's going to take longer to take care of the underserved problem. But I think that's what you would have to sort of discuss with Congress.
I guess a couple of quick points, Commissioner. One is that I'm not sure where the line between unserved and underserved really is, number one. And number two, I think the challenge of however you define underserved, that is in the service area or areas of folks that can deliver some service that don't need subsidy, those challenges are substantially different than underserved and underserved as you creep towards those low-density population areas. And so I don't think there's a single solution, but I go back to the point, and I may be oversimplifying it, and I'll blame that on my engineer father, but I do believe that if you start out with the primary goal of making sure that your infrastructure is in place to cover whatever you define as unserved, then in fact you have an infrastructure that does have some cost benefits to those carriers that are going to have that middle mile type of infrastructure on which to continue to build in the underserved types of areas as they spread those costs. And I think it's an iterative process. It's an evolutionary process. Technology changes. There's no such thing as building an infrastructure, and that infrastructure is good forever. And I recognize all those factors. But functionally, it is the infrastructure that can be shared, and as it matures and changes and other technology develops with it, it's that primary middle mile infrastructure that if it's in place, it provides that foundation to be able to serve both the unserved and underserved with a minimum amount of additional subsidy necessary to extend those services.
I take your point on the difficulty of drawing the line between the unserved and the underserved. All I'm trying to get us beyond is thinking that it reduces to such a simplicity as a donut in a hole, because it doesn't.
That's correct.
I did think of, I guess, something. As we're looking at a limited pot of dollars, as Mr. Lanning said, the smaller the pot, the more time it's going to take you to build out. I think something else that's important to think about is as you're looking at technology or choosing technologies, selecting something that gives you the flexibility as the standards or the speed expectations change over time, a technology or a facility that is scalable and can change and can last and can be flexible enough to meet those new challenges, I think is important as you're thinking about unserved and underserved areas.
I have a general request from our Twitter audience. If the panelists could try to avoid using acronyms and explain terms, we're trying to take it above, telecommunications wonkery. So moving on to another topic, I wanted to follow up. We were talking a little bit earlier about the view of some that there could be a role for having a separate fund for wired and wireless or broadband and mobile, depending on your terminology. The state members of the joint board, in their comments, recommended that the commission establish two separate funds. And my question for the panelists is, if there were to be two separate funds, how should the FCC decide to allocate that budget between the two funds? If I could start with Johnny.
I think wireless should probably get 100% of that fund. That's a great question. Definitely going on our own cost, using a cost model basis, would be the first start. And then how do you apply a nationwide cost model, taking into account all the aspects that have been involved in starting a wireless company, spectrum, plant, towers, and the ongoing support. That's a great question.
Let me ask it another way. The total amount of the existing high cost is $4.2 billion. So divide that $4.2 billion between the two funds. Going down the line, anybody want to jump on that one?
I'll offer a suggestion, is that sitting here today, that's a really hard call to make. and it may not be the same answer today as it is in 3 years. I think phase one, to the extent there are new mechanisms of splitting up funds or doing interesting things with auctions, trying out some of these mechanisms, seeing how the split works out, seeing if one provider, by partnering with wireless and wireline in a single bid, does that yield the most competitive result? Is it better to hold the auction separately? Is it better to use a cost plus? I mean, I think that is, all of these questions are tough to design an entire policy without having done some test, proving grounds for the policy.
And I realize some of the panelists earlier this morning, at least one panelist suggested that if the FCC were to do an auction, that there needs to be some testing of that concept. So I want to hear what the other panelists think of that idea, recognizing that, some of you have expressed that you aren't supportive of an auction, but if the FCC were to consider that, how would you test it?
One thing I think is important, we think about auctions and we think, wow, we've had lots of great spectrum auctions and they've worked really, really well. But spectrum's a commodity and it's simple. And in some sense, it's almost fungible. It's the same no matter who gets it, right? So if AT&T wins a spectrum, it's the same spectrum as Verizon wins it. It didn't change. What we're talking about here is not so simple, not so simple at all. It's really selecting somebody who's going to serve all of the customers. Again, think about it from the customer's perspective. You're selecting somebody who is going to be there and take care of the customers and provide the desired service no matter what. And they're not going to go out of business. They're going to get the thing built and they can be relied on, because otherwise the problems fall back in your lap. And it's a complex thing that we're buying. It's not just a commodity. It's got service quality, it's got price, it's got all kinds of metrics associated with it. So while in theory this sort of thing probably can work, it's going to be complicated. And then on top of it, it's going to be even more complicated where you have an existing provider who is somewhat built out, who has obligations. And are they going to be replaced? Because you're no longer funding those obligations, you probably have to replace them. So now you have a handoff to add to the dynamic. So the short story is it's going to be challenging.
Anybody else want to comment?
I'm not saying it's a bad idea, just saying it's going to be challenging.
A couple of thoughts. As Mr. Landing said, I think structuring an auction is extremely complicated. And I do think if you want to proceed forward with auctions as something under consideration by the Commission, it makes sense to do some sort of test or some sort of pilot. What seems logical to me is, maybe the mobility fund is where you test it. Because at least in that environment, you're only looking at one type of technology. So besides all these other complexities of service area and service quality requirements, et cetera, you're only looking at the same technology bid against bid. So that might seem to be a logical first place to test the auction idea and concept. If you wanted to go beyond that, I guess I'd say the second place I'd maybe go is in a lower cost unserved area, because again you've got limited federal dollars, and if it doesn't work or it doesn't work quite so well, you aren't spending quite as much money as you would if you were looking at a very high cost area. So a couple of ideas.
Two threads of a comment. First, if in fact you want to, I do believe some experimentation with the model is a very good idea, I think. But where and how obviously gets you into some interesting territory. I do believe if you want to test the reverse auction model and test all the ways that it will fail, bring it north of the 49th parallel, and we can light up all of those buttons. But I do think that it would be a good idea if you test it in different environments, because I think as a tool, it is probably a good tool in selected environments. Test it in a significantly rural area, test it in an area where you do have some area of coverage you're trying to get included with good infrastructure around it. But underneath all of that, and most basic, and I didn't hear a lot about it in a substantive way in the previous two sessions. But let me reiterate that there's a couple of things that I think are essential, and both of them involve the dialogue and consultation by the FCC with the state commissioners on a couple of levels. There's a level of experience there that you cannot match. You cannot drive towards a one-suit-fits-nobody, because that's in fact where it will go if you don't engage directly with those conversations with the state commissioners. And I think you have to accept the fact, but also embrace the fact that some of the solutions could in fact be given to state commissions to wrestle out how some of the variations have to be dealt with. But I think any solution that you want to drive towards that doesn't fully engage the state commission and doesn't fully engage states in terms of a very large existing and perhaps expanded role and responsibility, I think you're undercutting your chances for success, including engaging in these kinds of conversations about how best to test and what are the best environments to test this kind of reverse auction solution.
Carol, as I indicated in my earlier comments, reverse auctions are bad. They're bad for rural companies. It can be bad for rural consumers because the larger carriers have the economies and buying power and scale to drive the bidding price to the bottom, where rural carriers cannot afford to compete. And certainly the risk is entrenching a monopoly provider that will stamp out even the small players such as my company. What I think the commission would be better served is have consumers determine the support based on a model and then allocating it in whichever carrier wins the customer. The concept we should test is whether we can let consumer preference determine the direction of the high cost support rather than relying on auctions and a race to the bottom. But again, the auction, if that's the direction we're going, it definitely should be tested on a small sample, but there's still those concerns as I've outlined.
If I could follow up, you said that your preference would be to award support based on a model. Are you suggesting in your case it would be a model based on wireless technology?
Yes.
So is your concept that wireless companies would get support based on wireless costs and wireline companies would get it on wireline costs, and then how does satellite
Well, in the mobility fund, certainly that would be the way to address some of the concerns with, as opposed to reverse auction, and then determine that cost based on a nationwide cost model. Again, taking into effect all the information, the spectrum, the plant cost, the manpower, all that into the cost to weigh out what the actual cost is for support for a wireless carrier.
Okay, so what I think I hear you saying is basically divide the bucket of money into two buckets, mobility and the other fund, and then for the mobility fund, award it based on wireless cost structure.
That could be one scenario.
I also just wanted to follow up. I know the phrase race to the bottom for services is one that I think we hear a lot in the context of this auction discussion, but we've also talked a lot today about what kind of obligations ought to come along with receiving federal funds to provide service to consumers. So do you think that mitigates some of your concerns? Is that where the state role ought to be long-term, ensuring that those obligations are being met and consumers are getting the high-quality service we want?
Well, certainly there should be quality of service standards, which the Commission has communicated they're looking at, but how to administer those quality of services, definitely something to consider.
If I could jump in, long-term wise, you're absolutely correct in the form of your question, and that is that as much as the FCC can, long-term, how best to utilize those dollars, how best to meet the challenges in the states and in regions of the country really can only be achieved, with that, direct, I would argue, expanded relationship with the state regulatory agencies. That is a long-term path that I think provides you the knowledge that you can't gain any other way. You can't gain it from carriers. You can't gain it from folks even like me that are tied to the institution of state government. But I think that commission really is your long-term friend there, and the roles have to be expanded. Absolutely.
Shift gears a little bit. One of the other ideas that we have in the record of this docket is that we should take the existing support that is currently provided to the larger companies, the price cap companies, and we should target that support to the wire center level. And then as an additional twist, we haven't discussed this yet, any other provider that believes it can serve that area at a lower cost could come in and say, I'm willing to take on all of these obligations and serve the area at the lower cost. Jeff, if we could start off with you.
So what you're describing is actually something that one of CenturyLink's predecessors, proposed in 2008. I think CenturyTel, the acquiring company, came to endorse it. Quest has proposed similar things in the past. So I would say that while we have not evaluated your proposal, again, in light of new circumstances, it's promising. It's a promising idea. The averaging that has gone on in the non-rural mechanism has really not served the customers in those areas well at all. The notion that that what telecommunications and broadband services are available to a customer is not a USF problem if it's a big state and that there's a big city in it is utterly flawed. And so it's something that should be looked at.
I realize you're the only company representing a price cap company, but I do want to follow up. I do want to follow up with Lisa, because under the logic of it, another carrier could come in and say, I can serve the area cheaper, and that could be satellite. So how would that work?
So starting from the premise that the highest service quality for the lowest cost should win. I mean, that is our basic premise. So to me, a reverse auction is the purest way to achieve that, to evaluate apples to apples. Using other mechanisms to achieve that, like giving rights of first refusal or funding a particular type of technology and letting someone come in and undercut them, to me, as long as competition is facilitated, no provider is precluded, and there's no tilting towards an incumbent or towards supporting sunk costs as opposed to forward-looking costs, we can support it. Having said that, I don't see why that mechanism would be superior to a pure competition amongst the providers.
Keep in mind that what she's proposing would actually have the winner take on the obligation to provide all of the voice service and all of the broadband service in the unit and reach everybody. I actually think that there's probably a lot of opportunities for partnership with satellite, because in any given area there's a number of customers that can't get satellite. So there's probably sort of the technology choice would sort of maybe isn't as clear cut as people might be hearing.
And I think that's a great point, because one thing that was tough about the NPRM for us is that it appeared to deal that bidders really, that the partnership concept among really unrelated companies was not envisioned. So when one of the approaches for satellite, by way of example, was that we would only be permitted to participate as a subcontractor to another company, which we would actually be precluded as a prime bidder, which to us is, again, not the lowest cost, highest service. So the notion that it would be more of an equal footing, that companies could come together and bid, whether it would be under a wire center proposal where satellite took part of the service area or in a partnership in an auction, that concept of the flexibility of who the prime bidder is, I think, is central to whatever model is ultimately chosen.
You're right. I'm not a price cap type of person, but in a previous life...
I realize I've just violated the request to not use wonky words. I apologize to the audience out there.
Well, there you go. But in a previous life, I did exist in that private sector world with build-out and the like on the wireless side. But what I'm interested in is, and it was my immediate reaction to yours, and I expected to hear some discussion on, and I hear the scream of a lot of rural carriers from Alaska wireline, is if this focus is on long-term and not on short-term, how do you guarantee whoever is going to provide that service a long enough period of time to amortize those costs and that debt that's going to be necessary to give them the viability of a long-term presence there so they can demonstrate a cost level in the first place? I'm challenged with how you structure something and over what period of time do you offer somebody who is providing that service the opportunity so that they're not sitting there trying to maintain financing and everything else on every year and not knowing if somebody's going to come in and try to take over their service. So I'm challenged with that kind of a concept because I don't know how you're going to get over the other side of that long-term stability. And really I'm speaking from a rural area because I think that challenge, while it might be minimal in some urban or close to urban areas, the further and more rural you get, the bigger that particular elephant's going to be to solve. And you get north of the 49th parallel and you're not going to solve it. So I think that's the challenge with that kind of an approach.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And Cheryl actually mentioned it earlier too, is when she talked about, it needs to be more than just the lowest cost. I mean, it has to prove that the network can be scalable and really, be there for the long term. Because the 4.1 is a starting point to where we're hopefully headed as a nation. And if there's ultimately goals that we're going to need much more bandwidth than that, we have to make sure that whatever we bet on, I guess, to be that provider, that it's going to be an option as this network scales up.
Let me just hit one point again. You're right. The 4.1 is the goal, but the message I'm trying to bring to everybody is here. Let's get the 4 done, and then let's start worrying about the 1. Okay, but let's get that 4 done first, and that's infrastructure.
I was wondering, what about the possibility that we could strand infrastructure that we've already spent a lot of money on through the USF fund and through the private sector funding it, and also perhaps through other kinds of funds, whether it be state or federal? Jeff, I'm sure you have an opinion about this.
That is a significant risk, and it's not just a stranded investment risk in terms of, well, one provider would be replaced by another. It actually goes to the sort of the chart here. We have built a telecommunications network, you talk about roads sometimes, that's built a particular way. And so when we think about what unit we're going to use in our long-term nirvana model, I think we have to stick with the units we have, because otherwise we're forcing a complete rearrangement of the network, and that's the ultimate stranding. It would be that, right? If you think about a given wire center, if for example, census block, which is often talked about, if we were to try to build our network around census blocks instead, everywhere around that edge, there are census blocks that do not match up with the wire centers. And there are different providers around those wire centers, which means that if we go to a census block approach, now you're either going to have to bifurcate your carrier selection or your provider selection in each census block and have 2 providers per census block. Or the one provider is going to have to figure out how to procure service from different places and get that backhaul, get the middle mile, get the fiber from 2 different providers. So you're going to end up with a world where you're spending a whole lot more money. So it's not just stranded in the past. It's also sort of where we are now, we have to build on top of that going forward. No matter what technology we choose, this is the road network we have, and if we want to stick within a reasonable budget, we have to build on top of that. So,
I think that's a real serious question because, one, you don't want to waste all the universal service money you've already spent. and you want people that have broadband today to continue, so you don't want to lose what you've gained. I think I just lost my thought here. I'll come back to it. I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought.
I think that this question goes really to the heart of how you draw the service areas, and the fact that how you draw them can somewhat predict the outcome. There's a couple ways I can think of to address that. I don't know that I would advocate any one. One is that bidders could be, you could make a really large area that's up for the reverse auction or whatever mechanism you use, and ask the bidders to say, well, show me your costs, and you draw the areas. And you could draw it around the wire center and say our costs per household for this particular area are X, and where you're outside the wire center and you need new infrastructure, it would be different. And the commission would be empowered to say, okay, for the wire center, we award you that. The wire center service area, you're awarded that, but for the other area, well, that's better served by wireless. So allowing bidders to define it the other way is, again, to take a larger service area and allow the commission to apportion various parts based on a very granular bidding process of what the costs are. Maybe you would have a fixed and a variable component so that you could really assess what the true cost of serving that area is, as opposed to just taking a large area, giving a per household number, and assuming there's cross-subsidization. I think in a lot of cases that is just averaging, where, sure, it makes the highest households look a little cheaper, but really you're overpaying for the lowest cost households.
I remembered my train of thought. Again, you don't want to waste what you've already spent. You're also wanting to incent people to invest, and to the extent you don't care or you don't think about what's already invested, I think that puts a dampening on people wanting to invest new money. And then the final thought is served and underserved. I mean, it's not black and white out there. Some of that existing infrastructure, you may just need to add electronics, and then that will allow you to, you haven't turned it up yet because the demand isn't there, or you can't afford the middle mile cost to provide that level of service to customers. So there are areas where the infrastructure's there, all you need to do is add the electronics. So I think it's not a black and white situation, so you do have to take into consideration the investment that's already there.
Yeah, and while this doesn't necessarily solve the problem, I do think that there are things you can do with transitions to lessen the impact of stranded investment. If you look at, I know there was a lot in the notice about local switching support that supports your central offices today for rural companies, small rural companies. Many of those switches have been deployed a number of years. They are getting closer and closer to being fully depreciated. And so some of that support will transition down just by nature of the age of the investment. And so there are some things that transition periods can really help with to keep that from happening.
I'd like to follow up with just the general question about timing and transitions in general. We've been talking about, obviously the overall framework for our permanent Connect America Fund that would provide ongoing support in those areas that are high cost and require ongoing support. One of the messages that, we certainly see in the record is a lot of parties are saying, we need certainty as to what the rules of the road are for the long term, because, we can't make investments until we know what the rules are for the long term. So one of the questions I have is, sort of how quickly should we be moving to this permanent system, and how often we should be revisiting, what the requirements are that are expected of the recipients of funding.
Right, and so there is, that is great to build on, and sort of the risk factor that you mentioned, which is for investors knowing what's going to happen and having it happen in a measured way, sort of knowing what's going to happen, but have it be that you're going to go off a cliff in 5 years is still very risky and still scares away investors, right? So things have to happen in a measured fashion, but we do need to know where we're going and start that process sooner rather than later. We were one of the parties who said that. A lot of these interim things are very concerning to us because they all carry their own risk. They all introduce new problems that make it harder to keep investing in broadband. And
they don't really inform where we're really headed, which is what we need to be working towards as a business. Network investment, network operation is a very long-lived process. So, I think the short answer is it would be good if we start making some of these decisions about the long run and start building it now, sooner rather than later, and not worry a lot about a lot of interim measures like a lot of them mentioned in the NPRM. Maintaining the existing stuff and do a measured transition from one to the other.
Anybody else want to comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly agree with the last point there, but I also think, as we discussed today, anything you can do, I think, during this interim time period in the way of pilot programs or picking a few markets and experimenting, I think is a good thing, because it's just going to give you that much more information for the final plan that gets implemented.
I disagree with the comments from the end of the table, only in the sense that the faster you move the transition, the more you risk in rural areas, and certainly in our state, that you're going to have communities that simply go dark because they simply cannot adjust in that particular period of time. So I think while you may want to be able to establish those principles and the common elements and where you're going with it, just make sure you build a transition that allows sufficient time for existing carriers, especially in rural parts of this country, and I know throughout Alaska, to stay alive, or you will live with years of dark areas before you can recover.
Yeah, I think we're, there's two different concepts, and, one question is, how quickly should the FCC make the decision as to what the long-term plan is, which is a separate question than once that decision is made, what is the transition timing of phasing in that long-term plan?
If it wasn't clear, I think I agree with you that the phase-in should take a long time. But the decision should be sooner rather than later.
But the decision will dictate the time frame you need, because the decision will actually lay down the points of engagement that those existing carriers are ultimately going to move towards. I mean, the decision you make will define the length of the transition minimum necessary to achieve it.
I think that one topic of concern for us would be if phase one order were issued without phase two. I would rather see the order take a little bit longer and come out with a consolidated plan. 5 years is an awfully long time to figure out who's going to be service providers and who's going to win. The NPRM currently envisions that satellite is not eligible at all during phase one. We hope the Commission will reconsider that and at least let satellite participate in pilot programs or bid in some of the proving grounds type auctions. I think we'll have the service up and running, and I think it would be valuable. Again, I understand the concern about putting businesses, going out of business during that transition by moving too quickly. I personally would much rather see calling a spade a spade. If that is a risk, let's set aside some money to have a catch-all. If cities are going dark, let's have an emergency fund set aside, but let's not delay getting really competitive, good broadband out there solely to prevent businesses when there's a less restrictive mechanism available. Just set aside that money, let there be an emergency fund, and let's move to the second phase as quickly as possible.
As a wireless operator, it's difficult to do strategic planning when this pops up, and it's been, I think Commissioner Kopp said this morning, it's been going on 12 years now with some type of U.S. reform discussion. We just asked for that the transition be equal. The discussion is CETCs will be treated differently and have a 5-year phase down as opposed to ETCs, a 10-year phase down. So we'd ask that those be treated equally. Consider a mobility fund and also carve out for small businesses.
That's the question.
Yes, I was just going to ask if our state colleagues wanted to ask any questions as we wrap this up.
Time is running short, but I'm always interested in population trends. And as I mentioned earlier today, the population trends in Nebraska are erosion in rural areas. How much work do you do in looking at not just the last 10 years, but generationally, because that has happening generationally in my state, and I know many other states, before you decide you're going to put plant in there and perhaps be stranded investment in 10 years? Just quick answer.
You know, it's something that you have to try to predict, and it goes both ways, as I think your question may have indicated. There are places that are not rural now that used to be. There are plenty of places that used to be not rural that are rural. And over long periods of time, the changes are dramatic. And fortunately, network investments aren't you know, are not generational. They last decades, not generations. So.
Do you use that as part of your criteria for investing?
Well, as a carrier of last resort, we're required to serve an area whether there's one person left or whether there are hundreds.
That's not my question.
Okay.
His question is, do you look at that to say, even though you have this responsibility, to see where you, long range, need to be?
We'll certainly take that into account when we figure out what is the right network to build for an area. We definitely try to make sure we have the capacity on hand to serve everybody, and we hope to not watch the people move away and have the network be stranded.
Real quick, just too often I think that some companies, but too often the question is focused on the rural area. But I go back to one brief comment made this morning, that it's the person that is calling or receiving the phone that shares in the value. And so just because the call comes to or goes from McCook to Omaha, it's just as valuable to Omaha as it is to McCook.
Forgive me, but that was not my question.
I'm sorry.
It was all about census trends. And the reason I'm asking that is this. There are areas that are right outside of Omaha that are small pockets of areas that are underserved, but they are in a very urban area, therefore they really don't qualify. And yet there are areas that are out there that probably within 5 years, because of population trends, and by that I mean they're very elderly and many people are passing away and their children are moving out. So we have a problem in this country with people who are underserved simply because they live in close to urban areas. The cost of providing the service is too high, and so, or they are very underserved. By that I mean they cannot get good quality service. They just have to get what they can get while they live maybe 2 miles or 3 miles from a very urban area. So by census, I think it is something that is important for us to look at, not to say we don't serve, but to say, do we totally invest incredible amounts of money, or do we look at satellite and say that is something that we truly need to consider as well?
Satellite's certainly going to be part of the solution, I think. I don't think it's a complete solution.
Well, regrettably, it seems like it's always kind of like the bad child when we start talking about these things.
Well, with that, I note that we are blinking red, which means we're overtime. So I want to take a moment before we
Did
wrap.
the other state joint board members want to ask an additional question? Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Okay, I thought I had the signal to wrap.
Oh,
Sorry
no,
about
sorry.
that.
I was trying to let Commissioner Burke ask a question.
It's not really a question. I'll just make it a comment. But it's been kind of the gorilla that we've danced around here, too. We talked about how do we fund 2 buckets, how do we do with this plan what we would like to do, what kind of trade-offs do we make. But, you know, there is another part that it wouldn't be fair to my other members of the state joint board if I didn't mention the fact that we saw the failure to address contribution as something that really should have occurred. And in fact, if you increase the contribution base, if you find a way, you may in fact be able to do a lot toward taking the 2 buckets, funding those, and making this plan work on both levels as we move forward. Thank you.
Sorry for the confusion there. Now we are, I believe, ready to wrap. And before we do that, I want to take a moment to thank all the staff by name who've made this workshop so informative and so run so smoothly today. First, I would like to thank the staff who are here with us from our Consumer Bureau, who've been working largely behind the scenes, but some visible today. Roger Goldblatt. Roger? Thank you, Roger. Jeff Reardon. Jeff? Thank you. And Kayla Hernandez-Ulloa. Thank you. And then the staff from my own Wireline Bureau, who many of you have seen today, Carol Maddie, Alex Menard, Travis Littman, and as well as 3 other people who did quite a bit of work to prepare this but didn't make the trip, Rebecca Goodhart, Patrick Halley, and Amy Bender. And there's thousands more behind them, or not thousands. tens more behind them. But anyway, wanted to thank everybody. And our panelists, thank you for a great session.
Don't forget Margaret.
She wishes thousands, right?
Return in 10 minutes if you could. Thank you.
Really a fascinating afternoon with our FCC. We have Commissioners Copps and Clyburn, as well as Chairman Janikowski with us to have a discussion about Universal Service Fund, where we're going with broadband, the integration of USF and broadband. We spent the afternoon touring, and I'm going to let the chairman talk about this, but we went to Diller, Nebraska and Liberty, Nebraska, and several points in between, but we didn't stop. And what we found out, or we knew but verified, is that even in Nebraska, where we are really wired in the Omaha metropolitan area, and we have a lot of good carriers providing advanced services, which is normal services in today's world, but we still have Nebraskans without. We met with a business couple that are very successful in a very small town because of broadband. So we know what a game changer broadband is. But this is my opportunity to introduce the chairman of the FCC. He and I have been working very closely on the USF issue as well as many other issues. And yes, we can work together. With that, I want to, even though he's a Harvard Law grad and as a Creighton, I guess he can't get to that level of being a Creighton grad, but I want to introduce my friend Julius Janikowski.
Well, thank you, Congressman Terry. And I do have a son who's going to college in the Big Ten. Not necessarily the correct college, but he's having a great time. It is great to be in Nebraska, the heartland of America, where cattlemen know how to pronounce Indomakan Sioux and Prince Mukamara. My son told me that.
It's hard to pronounce.
Thank you to our host, Lee Terry. We've had a great day together. Also to, there's so many people here. I know Commissioner Ann Boyle is here. Thank you for being here. Of the Nebraska Public Service Commission. We traveled today with a couple of other members of the Nebraska Public Service Commission. I'm so happy that two of my colleagues from the commission are here, Commissioner Copps and Commissioner Clyburn. We divided and conquered today, and I really appreciate that. We will swap stories. Commissioner Larry Landis is here of the Indiana Regulatory Commission, John Burke from the Vermont Public Service Commission, real leaders in the space, and members of our Universal Service Federal State Joint Board, along with Commissioner Boyle. Thank you so much. Thank you to the FCC staff for putting this together. It's funny, we had an oversight hearing last week, and members of the committee said, you really need to get out on the road and make sure you're seeing what's actually going on in America when it comes to broadband and communications. And we were able to say, well, actually, we're going to be in Nebraska next week. And that's really thanks to the work of our staff, working closely with the staff of Congressman Terry. Now, we chose Nebraska as the site of this hearing for 3 reasons. One is that there's no greater champion for USF reform than Congressman Terry. 2, reform of the universal service system must be done in partnership with the states and with service providers throughout the country. And we believe it is very important to hear from people outside the Beltway. Universal service and intercarrier compensation are built on federal-state cooperation. And we were pleased to make the state and federal roles in reform the focus of today's earlier policy panels. So that's 2 reasons. The third reason why Nebraska is because there's probably no better illustration of why universal broadband matters and why we need to fix USF than Nebraska. And that was really illustrated today in the visits we made. We went to Diller, Nebraska, where broadband is available to people in the community. And we spent time with Blue Valley Meats, and it's such an incredible story. A young couple started with a grocery store in Diller, Nebraska, a number of years ago, and have built it into a significant meat processing business, an e-commerce business online, a private label business because of what they've been able to build online. And the owners of Blue Valley Meats told us that without broadband, they couldn't have done this. Broadband really enabled this tiny business to grow into a meaningful small business, to grow in that small community from 7 full-time employees to 21 full-time employees, to triple the number of employees even in the economy that we've experienced. It couldn't have been greater confirmation of what we've been talking about in terms of the potential of broadband to empower entrepreneurs all over the country, to help small businesses grow by reaching new customers in new markets, by lowering costs through cloud-based services. It was a terrific visit, and as I said, a real illustration of the opportunities of broadband. And then we went to Liberty, Nebraska, where we met with a group of people who live outside of the immediate town area and don't have any access to broadband. And we heard from one person who wanted to start a hunting lodge and said, it's just impossible if I don't have broadband. We heard from a farmer who said he needs to be able to participate in auctions for equipment, online auctions for equipment for cattle, and he just can't do it if his only option is really slow broadband. He said you actually have to respond instantly in those auctions if you want to have a chance to win. We heard from a couple whose son is a serviceman, serves overseas, has done 3 tours of duty. They can't use online tools to communicate with him. We heard from another couple who had 2 daughters in high school. They've graduated now, but during high school, they weren't able to take advantage of the benefits that broadband and technology can offer students, and in fact were available to other students in their class. So where these high school students lived, they couldn't access online, access the internet for research for their papers. They couldn't email their homework to their teachers in the way that other students could. We heard about the lost opportunities around healthcare, and it really illustrated that broadband is well past the time where it's gone from being a luxury to a necessity. And our experience in Liberty today couldn't have made that clearer. Now, we estimate that the people in the United States who live in areas that don't have access to broadband is about 20 to 25 million people. Way too many to not act. We won't fully realize the promise of broadband and the fundamental promise of American opportunity if large swaths of the country are left out. That's why we at the FCC, that's why Congressman Terry and others in Congress have been so focused on modernizing and reforming the Universal Service Fund and intercarrier compensation. the Universal Service Fund did a very good job in the 20th century universalizing telephone service, bringing telephone service to places in the country where it wouldn't otherwise have been, connecting people, connecting businesses, supporting commerce, supporting our economy, supporting our democracy. But supported by the intercarrier compensation system, looking backwards, then it worked. Today, for broadband, it doesn't work. The program is still fundamentally focused on phone service, not broadband. It's become over the years plagued with waste and inefficiency. And USF's uneven distribution of subsidies to different areas in rural America has contributed to the rural-rural divide exemplified by Diller and Liberty. USF is supposed to be universal. It isn't working if tens of millions of Americans are being left behind. So at the FCC, together with my colleagues, we've launched an effort to fix the Universal Service Fund with the twin goals of modernizing and streamlining these programs. We've put forth the proposal to transition USF and Intercarrier Comp to a broadband-focused Connect America Fund, and our proposal rests on 4 pillars. 1, modernizing USF and Intercarrier Comp to support broadband networks. That includes phasing down intercarrier compensation rates, including intrastate rates, which are impeding progress to modern IP networks. Second, ensuring fiscal responsibility by controlling costs and constraining the size of the fund, because it's ultimately consumers and small businesses that contribute into the fund. Third, insisting on accountability from USF recipients and from the government itself. And fourth, using market-driven and incentive-based policies to maximize the impact of scarce resources and the benefits to all consumers, and getting private companies out of the business of controlling their own public funding spigots. Our proposal calls for sensible but certain transitions, one that gives participating companies sufficient runway to adapt with no overnight flash cuts, but with clear milestones and a firm path forward. We've heard that stakeholders want long-term predictability and a stable system to unleash new investment. That's what our staff is working on, proposals that provide that certainty. Now, we've gotten considerable input already, but we haven't yet seen serious stakeholder proposals in the record that are fully consistent with these principles. We're hard at work at the FCC, at the staff level, on drafting recommendations. We want to see more from the stakeholders in this program, and we want to see it quickly. I understand that change is not easy, but my colleagues on the Commission and I all agree. Ignoring the problems with USF and Intercarrier Comp is no longer an option. All commissioners agreed in a joint blog to let the community know that we're taking this seriously and we're gearing up to move forward. It's time, as Congressman Terry and former Congressman Rick Boucher said in their joint work on this, it's time to get the Universal Service Fund under control. It's not a question of if we should reform the system, but how we should reform it. So I'm very pleased that we're here in Omaha, Nebraska today. We came here to listen. We came here to hear from you. We want your ideas on how we can get broadband to rural America, to the parts of rural America that don't have it, how to promote small businesses, how to promote economic growth, how to promote entrepreneurs like the ones we saw today in Diller, Nebraska, while controlling costs and respecting the consumers and small businesses who contribute into the fund. To kick off the public forum, I'm pleased that we'll hear from 3 individuals with different stories to tell about the promise of broadband and the real challenges that people face who don't have access to broadband. And I'm going to turn over the program to Sharon Gillette to moderate. I just want to take a moment to thank again my colleagues on the Commission, Commissioner Copps and Commissioner Clyburn. There's so much at the Commission that just won't happen if we don't work all together to make it happen. And both Commissioner Copps and Commissioner Clyburn have made very substantial contributions to our work and thinking on USF. And it really means a lot to me personally that each of you took the time to come out here to Nebraska, to start working on this last night, to be here all day today. I'm looking forward. I've gotten bits and pieces of the reports, but I'm looking forward to the full report. And I just wanted to tell you directly how much I appreciate your service and what you're doing. So thank you all very much. Sharon, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's now our turn to hear from you. And to start us off, we have 3 Nebraskans who are going to speak to us about their experiences. Starting will be Linda Rice, who is a Nebraska consumer. Lazaro Spindola, Director of the Mexican-American Commission. Spindola. And Mike Arnold, who's President of the Communications Workers of America, Local 7470. So we'll start with Linda. After that, we'll have an opportunity for audience questions and comments. And I'll just, to get you thinking, I will go over the ground rules later, but just to get you thinking for now, if you're going to have a comment, we'll have a microphone. If you're going to have a question, we'll ask you to put it on a card so we can get those prioritized here. The cards will be, so if you're thinking of questions, you can be writing them down on cards while we're doing this. Please, let's start with Linda. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Linda Rice. My husband and I have lived in Omaha all of our lives. We just recently moved from one area of Omaha to another. Both homes were just outside the city limits. The reason I make the comparison is that our access to internet is vastly different now than what it was previously. Our internet provider at our previous residence offered telephone, internet, and television programming. We were happy with the services, and we would have continued being their customers if they served our new address. They have programming equipment 4,200 feet from our home, but they have no plan to extend service in our direction. Believe me, I begged, to no avail. Our current telephone and television provider offers broadband internet access in the Omaha area and even in some parts of our neighborhood, but it is not available on our street. Both providers actually offer service to various parts of our neighborhood. Neither service offers to our street because they say there are not enough homes to justify the expense. We don't live out in the boonies, mind you. We live on one of the main thoroughfares through Ponca Hills. When I called to set up service, our television and telephone provider offered us the only internet service that they say they have available at our address, dial-up. And I refused, naively thinking that I could find high-speed internet access elsewhere. I was wrong. I could not imagine dial-up internet after having had high-speed for 20 years. So I asked our neighbors what they had. Several have satellite internet, others have dial-up. That's all is available out there. Our next-door neighbor said, I would be in shock when I tried to get internet service in Ponca Hills. She has satellite, and she explained it this way. It's like a party line. It's much slower than you're used to, and the more people online, the slower the service. I started at the $40 service. It was so slow I could make a cup of coffee while I waited for the website to come up. I moved to the $60 service, and it wasn't that much better, so now I'm paying $80 a month for internet. Slow, and it gets slower as there are multiple people online. I hate paying $80 a month for internet when I know people not a mile away are paying $45 a month and they have high speed. Lately, though, it's a little faster, so some of our neighbors must have canceled their service. Instead of paying for a second line to handle dial-up internet and wanting to try a newer technology, I decided to go with the AirCard internet offered by our cell phone company. It's technically broadband, but in an area with spotty cell service like Ponca Hills, it's definitely not high speed. I can get online, I can do online banking and bill paying, and I can get on Facebook. But I am learning how very impatient I am and how much more grateful I should have been for those 20 years I had high-speed internet access. I wait for each and every website to fill in, and I don't even bother to look at videos or play music online anymore. I'd wait 15 seconds or so to even see the play button, and then get 3 to 5 seconds of movie, and then wait another 15 for the next section. I'm not exaggerating, I promise. Like I said, I can check my account balances, I can pay my bills, and those are things that I need to do. But last week, I had to prepare a financial statement for our banker. He wanted me to list all our account balances that very day of all of our accounts. So I spent a long time going from one website to another website, waiting for all the little blocks to fill in so I could click another screen and wait for more little blocks to fill in so I could click and find out what my balance was. I sat there watching the messages of the bottom screen change from connected to waiting for, to transferring from the site. And I got frustrated. I don't believe I should have to pay more for my slow, sputtering service than people just a mile away pay for high-speed internet access. Recently, I needed a computer repair. I called the repairman, and he said he could remotely access the computer and save me the cost of coming out to our home. Just get online, push a few buttons, I'll take control of your computer from there. I'd had a tech do this in the past, and I thought it was a slick process. It was not so slick this time. I no longer have broadband internet. He could not believe how slowly it was responding. It even shut down a few times, and we had to start over. I carried the computer all the way up to the top story of our house and set it on a very tall dresser, hoping that I'd get a better signal. The tech said that helped, but he finally started working on other clients' jobs at the same time so he could wait for my computer to catch up. When we signed up with our television and telephone provider, we received 3 months of free movies. At the end of the trial period, I called to cancel him so I wouldn't get charged. As he was trained, the guy on the phone tried to get me to reduce service or change it completely instead of canceling the service. When he figured out I did not want to pay for movies, he told me a feature their company has where I could have unlimited access to their library of over 6,000 movies at no additional cost, because we were already paying for whole house DVR service. I understood what whole house was. It allows us to watch a DVR show from any TV in the house. What I didn't know is it also allows us access to this extended library, which he says is heads and tails above anything else any other company on the market has, and their library is growing daily. He said, well, you have internet, right? Just click on the, and I stopped him. Yes, I have internet, but your company can only offer me dial-up. You live in Omaha, Nebraska, and you can't get broadband? How can that be? You must live way out in the country. No, I do not live way out in the country. I live 4,200 feet from equipment that carries broadband internet access. How can it be that we are currently paying for HD access, renting HD receivers, having HD DVR, plus we pay additionally for the whole home DVR service, yet we can't take full advantage of the services we're paying for, all because the providers are not inclined to bring service down our street? I know there are many who cannot afford to have internet access in their homes. I know that I am fortunate. I have a computer and I have the funds that I can consider paid TV programming and internet. I don't expect to be given it for free. I just want the choice to buy the service. If the price were so high that we couldn't afford it, that'd be one thing. But we are not even being given the option of purchasing broadband service. Our neighbors told us when we moved in that they had tried numerous times to get the big providers to extend service to us. They've written, they've called, and they've even made lists of who'd be willing to sign up if the service were available. This has gone on for years. Neither company willing to come down our street because they say there aren't enough homes to warrant the expense. We don't live on a street where we own so much land that we can't see our neighbors. I stood on our porch today. I can count 10 homes. And there are that many and more in each direction. Would everyone sign up? No. But I'm pretty sure that a good percentage of the residents would be thrilled with the option of faster, more dependable internet if they were just given the opportunity. I ask you to please use your position to strongly encourage the providers in our area to extend their service to areas around our own city where the residents are not only clamoring for service, but we're willing to pay to get broadband internet access. Thank you.
Well, I've been here most of this afternoon listening to terms like broadband, gigahertz, megahertz, CBS, FCC, 401, and I can tell you with full honesty that I am terribly confused. I've also been listening to terms like business case, business model, profit, loss, cost, benefits, and I'm scared because every time I listen to that terminology, it ends up meaning that somebody is going to lose something in order to increase somebody else's bottom line, and then public policy needs to come into play. I represent the Latino population in Nebraska. This is the fastest growing segment of Nebraska's population. It is also the fastest growing youth segment of Nebraska's population. In fact, the only rural areas where population under 18 is growing is the areas where there is a high concentration of Latino individuals. So the question is, what is the Latino pattern of broadband usage? 10 years ago, it was very sporadic. I don't even know if they knew about broadband or we knew about broadband. But then the young people, the children, began to use their wireless devices to communicate with each other for social networking, to instant message each other, to call each other, and then they persuaded their parents that that was the best way to go. But at the same time, while going to school, they found out that it's not like when I was going to medical school where I had to wait a week to get a copies of reference articles. They could go into the internet and get it in about half an hour at the most. So they began to demand that their parents acquire that kind of services for their homes. And the parents did for educational purposes. And then they found out how nice it was to be able to go to other websites in their own countries of origin and keep up to date with whatever was going on, with the news, with social happenings. And then they found out that there was something called email. And they began to communicate with each other. And then came the grandparents who wanted to keep in touch with their grandchildren who were far away. So they began to use the broadband-based internet access for chatting with their relatives. And then after the chatting, they also discovered what email was all about. And then they discovered that they could go into newspapers. Nowadays, newspapers are placing more and more emphasis on web-based editions than on paper printed editions. We are in a time when our own Governor Dave Heinemann is proposing a distance learning initiative. In order to achieve that kind of educational goals, we need to have reliable and fast internet access. Otherwise, that initiative will not be able to take off. And if those educational initiatives do not reach the fastest growing segment of our population, we're basically decapitating our future and condemning Nebraska to having a large percentage of individuals whose educational goals are limited. So I encourage you, I don't know how, because I'm not an expert. I mean, you would need to give me a crash course on telecommunications. Probably 4 years will be about enough. But whatever solution you decide, please make this fast internet service available to all the Latinos in our state and to all the population in our state. Thank you.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mike Arnold, the president of the Communication Workers of America, Local 7470 in Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm here on behalf of the members who are employed by Windstream Communications. Windstream's footprint in Nebraska covers approximately 23 counties in southeast Nebraska with approximately 200,000 access lines. Currently, Windstream is able to provide broadband services to approximately 89% of their customers, which seems fairly significant unless you're the other 11% in the rural areas beyond the reach of the current broadband technology. In other words, if you live more than 3.5 miles outside of your local telephone exchange office, you will not be receiving broadband anytime soon. It is just too costly to provide that service to those outlying areas. I come here today to ask for changes to the Universal Service Fund to subsidize expansion of high-speed broadband. Nothing is more frustrating to a consumer technician such as myself to try and provide broadband to our customers knowing full well there is little no chance that it will work with any degree of certainty. And I'm sure it's equally frustrating for the customer to be told by myself and my co-workers that they cannot have broadband. I know our international office has drafted a proposal that emphasizes the communication workers' priorities for national broadband reform that I believe the Commission is in receipt of. Additionally, we have been lobbying our senators and representatives on the Hill for several years, asking for their help, and now I'm asking for your help as well. How much more effectively could all our nation's farmers and ranchers and rural businessmen function if they all had access to the internet? And I believe children in rural areas should have the same opportunities that children in urban areas have with regard to access to the internet. How much better could they perform in the classroom? And there are numerous college classes being offered online, and I'm sure that will continue to grow. and I believe everybody deserves the same education opportunities. In closing, I believe expansion of broadband would be good for the future of our state, good for the communities we serve, good for Windstream and the employees that provide those services, and the future of Nebraska's children. Thank you for your consideration on this important matter.
Thank you. So at this point, we'd like to turn it over to the audience, and we have some ground rules here for how to run the session. And we want to make sure we hear from as many people as possible, and so we ask your cooperation with, we have obviously a large crowd, which is wonderful, so we ask your cooperation with these ground rules. The first is that if you're going to pose a comment or a question, that you identify yourself and your affiliation. The second is that comments, if you have comments or testimony, please, Roger's there with the microphone, please come on up, and we're happy to take those at the microphones. Please limit your remarks to a minute or less, if you could, just to ensure that everybody has time to give us their perspectives. Again, if you have questions, they can come in on the cards. I've already got a few here, which I'm happy to paraphrase some of them as comments. And finally, everything that is submitted or asked will become a record of the workshop, so even if we don't get time to get to everybody today, rest assured that if your comment or question is written down, that it will be part of the written record of this workshop. Would you like?
Time constraint, we're keeping people to no more than 2 minutes, please.
2 minutes, sorry.
We have to be out of the room by 6.
Yeah, okay. Excellent, okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Copps, Commissioner Clyburn, FCC staff, my name is Brett Glass, and I was the world's first wireless internet service provider, or WISP. It's been my life's work to bring the internet to unserved areas. In fact, yesterday I was in the neighboring state of Wyoming, for which I drove 7 hours, turning on broadband to a household which couldn't get cable or DSL. Now, because this is an informal college setting, I've taken the opportunity to dress not in the formal attire which I'd wear if I was visiting you on the 8th floor of Portals 2, but rather in what I would wear if I came to your front door to install wireless broadband, complete with the cap with the logo on it and the headset. This is actually what we do, what we wear. And I've also brought my assistant, Ivan, who is here today, and the two of us would go to your home or business, inspect your computing environment, give you a quotation on the spot, and if you approved it, we would climb on the roof, crawl through the crawl space, and set up not only wireless broadband service, but a complete home or business network for you. And it would fully conform to the National Electrical Code, and it would be done in 2 or 3 hours. We're not the only ones who are doing this now. As a matter of fact, it's interesting, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned the Village of Liberty, where people are looking for similar service. It turns out that there are several WISPs in the state of Nebraska, one of which you met a couple of weeks ago at the Commission's offices. There's another one right here in the area just outside of Omaha, which is called STE Wireless. And I actually have here a map of their service area, and you can see that they are expanding from Utica, Nebraska, grain elevator by grain elevator. They are installing antennas, and they are actually headed toward the Village of Liberty. So in fact, it might be possible with no subsidy at all from the Universal Service Fund or from any other source to connect them with this WISP and have them online before your typical incumbent telephone company could even place a shovel in the ground to run fiber to them. But in any case, I want to make some brief comments on the CAF and the USF. First of all, I'm a little bit concerned when I read the NPRM that it's oriented too much toward the interest of the incumbents and not oriented enough toward more modern forms of broadband. I see. Oh, okay. I see. They're timing me. That's good. Thank you. Yes. Winner-take-all reverse auctions are a particular concern. They give a big advantage to existing telephone companies, and they would actually lock out competition, despite the fact that competition was a key goal of the National Broadband Plan. Worse still, they'd have the result of dictating to consumers the broadband provider that they will use, rather than offering consumers a say in who will serve them. A consumer-centric approach, such as distribution of vouchers, would be far preferable and would ensure the best use of taxpayer money. My second point is that the Commission could pretty much obviate the need for financial support if we're to act on other matters which are already on its plate. The biggest one, which was alluded to today during the sessions, was special access. It does not make sense to go forward with any proceeding regarding subsidies for broadband until this issue is addressed, because until it is addressed, the inflated prices which are now being charged by the incumbents for special access lines will distort any bidding process or any other process in which we try to determine the cost of serving these areas. Finally, I wanted to talk about the role of state utility commissions. Ideally, I'd like to see some local contributions to the process of bringing broadband to everybody. However, we need to be careful. State legislatures, unfortunately, are very, very heavily lobbied by certain interests, and one thing we've found when we've gone to our own state legislature is we've had a very difficult time reaching those legislators because they are constantly besieged by the local cable companies and the local phone companies. We're very concerned that if standards for how they must make decisions are not set on the federal level, we will wind up with severe problems and, again, inefficiencies that will waste taxpayer money. In any case, I plan to prepare reply comments. I see that I have 3 seconds left, so I'll thank you very much, and thank you very much for coming.
I'm happy. First of all, just very briefly, and I think we should probably keep our comments here short so that we can hear from as many people as possible. But I'd say a couple things very quickly. One is really appreciate the entrepreneurial spirit to finding creative ways to provide broadband access to people, to use assets like Spectrum to do so, and I admire that and appreciate it. The options that we're looking at can and should provide opportunities for lots of different technologies to serve people locally, and kind of a principle of technological neutrality is one that probably makes sense. The voucher idea is an interesting one. I think it's consistent with the principle that I mentioned of finding incentive-based, market-based solutions. Some of the questions that have come up as the staff, as we've considered that option is it really a way to aggregate demand locally? How to use vouchers and aggregate demand substantially? How would one pick the amount for the voucher? While it's an idea that we've been looking at, there have been some real concerns expressed that I think the staff thinks so far is hard to overcome. Sharon, do you have anything to add to that?
Not on the vouchers point, but I just did want to also point out to the point about service coming to new areas. I mean, good policy requires good data, and one of the things that the Commission requires is that broadband providers file with us semi-annually their data about what their subscriptions, as well as the NTIA data collection of showing their deployment areas. And it's been our experience that particularly some of the well, we certainly applaud the entrepreneurial spirit. We also we do require that entrepreneurs tell us their broadband service territories. So we would like to be sure that we don't direct. We spoke on the last panel about targeting. We don't want to target funds in areas where there already is service, and therefore we need to know where those areas are that already have service. And so we would just simply point out that for all providers, regardless of their size, that it's in their interest to make sure that we have an accurate picture of where their service territories are, so that we can be making the best policy with the best data. Anyone else? No? Okay. So I'd like to move on to Dr. Peter Seiler, who is the Executive Director of the Nebraska Commission for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing.
Thank you. My agency serves deaf and hard of hearing people throughout the state of Nebraska. We also provide distribution of telephone devices and other things related to deaf and hard of hearing people. We're working closely with the Nebraska Public Service Commission. In fact, I see a few people here that I know. One of the problems we're facing is that deaf and hard of hearing people want to use video phone or video relay services or CapTel phones or for clear captions, and they can't outside of Grand Island and beyond. There is no connection. So some people need it for work, for health reasons, for emergencies. So we really do need access, and we need to find a way to use the USF money to provide funds to help get that internet access to those people. Secondly, deaf-blind people, we're noticing the FCC is asking for people to apply for special grants to provide phone devices to deaf-blind. And that's not going to work here in Nebraska without the internet access. Out west, there is none. So, and third, I believe that cell phones, the cell phone business, like such as Sprint, I have Sprint, for texting and so forth. But outside of Grand Island, I have no coverage. I'm driving. If I drive and have an accident, I can't call anyone. And I don't have a car with OnStar. You know, I can't even use that because I can't hear. But I want you to consider opening up the rules that they must provide services. Thank you very much.
I'm going to ask 2 points very quickly. One, Congress recently passed on a bipartisan basis a law to drive progress in telecommunications with respect to disabilities, which we're actively implementing at the FCC. Commissioner Copps and Clyburn have both been very engaged on these issues and have often raised them with me. Would either of you like to comment on this?
Well, we very much welcome the passage of the law by the Congress. I would say that under the leadership of Chairman Janikowski, the Commission was already alive to the needs of the disabilities communities to be full participants in the telecommunications products and services of the 21st century. This has become much more than ever before at the Commission a priority and something that I think we are dedicated to seeing through, not only implementing the law but looking for new and innovative ways to get these services out to all of the disabilities communities. So that's the good news. The bad news is the same problem that so many of you speakers have already mentioned about the lack of access and infrastructure. So we very much appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for bringing this workshop to Nebraska. Appreciate it very much. My name's Rod Armstrong. I'm with the AIM Institute, which is a nonprofit information technology organization based here in Omaha and serving the entire state of Nebraska. AIM was formed 20 years ago in recognition of the fact that information technology and telecommunications were rapidly becoming an integral part of business, education, healthcare, and pretty much everything else as we know today. And really, our efforts are focused around more the why this is important, and I can dispense with most of this, Mr. Chairman, because you covered a lot of the points I was going to make, whether it's business development, entrepreneurial development, telehealth applications, agriculture, you name it. The availability of broadband is very important to this state in terms of creating opportunities for growth, particularly in rural communities. But I think what we're finding is that there is still a significant gap in awareness among many Nebraskans about the opportunities and the possibilities that go along with this. And I wanted to tell you just a bit about an initiative that we've got going on in cooperation with the Public Service Commission, the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, Nebraska Information Technology Commission, and Department of Economic Development. This is all focused around broadband adoption. We just completed a series of forums around the state to try and get public input into what needs to happen to drive adoption of broadband services across the state. That is then going to feed into a statewide conference we were planning later this fall around broadband adoption. We want to identify many of the businesses, Mr. Chairman, like you mentioned, the meat packing plant that get it, that are doing this effectively, and create a series of short video productions that can then be used as a teaching tool for others around the state to demonstrate that it truly is possible to do this. And then finally, we plan to be working with community leaders to address issues of broadband adoption in North and South Omaha. So again, appreciate the opportunity to be here, and thanks for coming to Nebraska.
Thank you very much. I wanted to mention to our state colleagues, Ann and Larry and John, feel free to comment on any of these. And also to our citizen panelists, feel free to offer your own thoughts as we hear feedback from people. And of course, Congressman Terry. Goes without saying.
Is Bill Kozlowski? Would you like to offer your comment?
Yeah, my name is Bill Kozlowski. I'm an independent consultant on medical networks. Oh, thank you. And the question I have for you is regarding remote monitoring of patients. Typically, these are patients with chronic diseases. They're at home, and there are software packages for monitoring, let's say, vital signs. And I'm just curious, is the FCC involved with ensuring the quality of service? Because in this case, if there's an event where it's not properly recorded, it could be very disastrous. So as far as quality of service is concerned, do you have any kind of minimum, let's say, as far as bandwidth? I would assume it might be 4 megabits per second, which is that the average that you would expect? Or do you have standards for latency? Or is this out of your domain?
Let me comment first, and then Sharon, I'm going to ask you to fill in. I think the general topic that you're pointing to, the opportunity for broadband access to provide real benefits to people in terms of healthcare, whether it's monitoring in the home. There are also wonderful examples of wireless monitoring for kids with heart disease, for seniors with diabetes, and seizing the opportunities of technology to bring these healthcare-related benefits to people is a wonderful opportunity. Like any new technology, it raises difficult, challenging questions. You're raising some in terms of if people are relying on internet connectivity for health benefits, how do you assure reliability of service? Sharon, do we have anything specific that we're looking at in terms of reliability of service for healthcare-related applications?
Well, one of the things I wanted to mention is simply that in the proposal we had a set of what we thought the service obligations could be, including, for example, the minimum speed threshold of at least 4 megabits downstream and 1 megabit upstream, latency requirements, and we asked for comment on what those obligations should look like and what those performance characteristics should look like. So if you have thoughts on what the reliability or other metrics would be needed in order for broadband networks to serve healthcare needs, it would be very useful to us to understand your thoughts on that and put them into our record. I also wanted to ask if our state colleagues had thoughts on that, since quality of service has traditionally been, monitoring of quality of service has traditionally been in the voice world a state commission role.
Of course, we don't have it in broadband, but and actually, we have a difficult time with carriers who offer that service sometimes to even want to allow us to be involved in that. However, it's often stated, maybe even too much, that we are the first people on the ground who get the complaints, who understand the topography and the socioeconomics and everything else about a state. And so I think that is one area where the states could thrive and could offer the best service. And working with the FCC as, I don't know if you want to use the word partner, but people always say, well, it's the federal government versus the states. No, we can be partners in doing this and making every person in this country feel like that they have had access to somebody to a party that is nearby, and it will be, and we do this right now on the landline side. It is efficient, it is cost efficient, you do not have to hire attorneys, it is not long-term, it is fast, and we usually get answers within a very short period of time. By that I mean about 10 days to 2 weeks for you.
All right, thank you.
I'd just like to add a little bit here. You hit on one of the subjects that I actually have some level of knowledge and experience in. And it is an emergent technology. I'm not sure what the FCC would have over it other than the definition of broadband that would then be used within the industry. But the technology that you mentioned of having the in-home monitoring of a variety of chronic diseases all the way to your blood sugars, to respiratory, pulmonary, weight, all these type of things, is a new technology. And to me, the issue isn't necessarily an FCC or spectrum issue yet. It's a issue of how is it going to become universally accepted for those with chronic diseases, especially multiple chronic diseases, because we've just seen a study done by the VA that showed using this constant monitoring technologies where the data is continuously transmitted back to their physician reduces healthcare costs by as much as 1/3. So the issue is going to be within the FDA as emerging technologies. For example, a person that came into my office, a billionaire that's doing this as one of his own personal projects. It's a patch that a heart patient wears that using the radio frequency, which would be FCC, and probably even a little FDA, constantly wires back, and that's wherever that person goes. So that hasn't even gotten to the FCC or FDA. These things are all emerging, but it shows your question actually exemplifies what this type of broadband technology can do in healthcare.
Could I say something about this? Because I know a little about this too. You're probably talking about telemedicine, right?
You can call it that.
Remote monitoring. Oh, remote monitoring. Because all this was preceded by telemedicine, which is a service that was offered to medically underserved areas in the United States, and Nebraska has several of them. And there are many rural hospitals that have been losing specialists in certain areas because it's not economic for them to be there. So they have been trying to solve this issue with telemedicine. This started with psychiatric consultations. It worked very well. There wasn't that much acceptance by the patients at the beginning, but now they're overcoming that. But once more, they need broadband access in order to offer that service to areas where they're not only losing broadband access, but also medical services.
Good afternoon. My name is Ken Dick. I'm a research fellow in telecommunications here at UNO. I'd like to welcome you all. Thank you for coming. This is great. I would encourage any rule setting or regulation to be technology ambivalent. Because whenever you start to regulate technology, you're chasing the game. You can look at the variety, the Telecom Act of '96, CALEA, go all the way back even to the Telecom Act of 1934. If it's technology specific, you're behind the curve. And so I would hope that in anything we do, all I want is access. I want it as fast as I can get it. And I don't care if it's wire side, wireless, cable, fiber, satellite. So the regulations, we need to focus on functionality, not technology, because there will always be a new technology. Is it LTE? Is it 802.16? Is it, and whatever the next is. So I would hope that as we did this, we would focus on what type of functionality are we trying to provide, not what type of technology is providing it. And I think the stovepipes of managing a technology has been part of the problem in the past. Thank you.
Agree. Any thoughts on that?
Actually, I don't want to comment on what Ken Dick just said. I do absolutely have to comment on his help in helping us be at University of Nebraska at Omaha, because he was the go-to man to get us this room. And the university is paying for your visit here for all the expenses of being here. And it was Mr. Dick who was the one that I think Roger, right? Roger called and began this. And I tried to call the chancellor's office, and they told me we didn't have room. So he is the go-to guy.
You had to go to a higher authority. Thank you very much. Great. Any final thoughts from any?
Oh,
Instead of giving a complaint or a concern, I also want to thank the FCC for setting up the video relay service. It's really been a blessing to many deaf people and hard of hearing people. I'm hoping someday that we might want to amend the rules to allow oral interpreters, because there are many people who don't use sign language, but they do need to use a video relay service. So really, it's been a godsend. I want to thank you for that. Thank you for, and also Congressman Terry, thank you for your support.
Well, thank you very much for that, and we appreciate that comment as well as the previous one. Let me just offer some thank yous by way of conclusion. Congressman Terry, thank you so much for hosting us in your district, and thank you for your early vision on the importance of universal broadband access. You put this on the table as an issue when most people thought that broadband was a luxury. You said it was a necessity, and here we are. There's really no dispute, and we're really working hard to fulfill a vision that you laid out a number of years ago, and I don't think we could be doing it without the groundwork that you've laid.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for saying that. We actually have two people with the same like mind, and Ann Boyle was very instrumental in getting today set up as well. I just want to thank Ann for being a partner on this issue, as well as many other in the telecom. Sometimes we aren't in agreement on politics, but we are friends, and we work together on PSC issues together all the time. But she did a lot of work for this today, and I just wanted to publicly thank Ann.
Thank you. If I could also, before we leave, I have not introduced my staff who is here today, and they are the people who do all the underground work so that we look like we know what we're doing. And so Jean Hand is over here, and I think Sue Vanacek is here. Several of our attorneys are or were here. And to all of you, I want to tell you publicly that I tell people I work with the best people that I ever have in my life, and you are public servants who do everything in the public interest, and I thank you for that. Also, Roger, you've been wonderful to work with. Brad Schwery, where are you? But you also, we've all worked together in trying to make this happen. And finally, it is an honor for you, Chairman Janikowski, Commissioner Copps, Commissioner Clyburn, and all of the FCC staff who is here to be here in Omaha with us. This has never happened before that I can remember, and so it has been a great pleasure, and we'll never forget it.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank each of our state colleagues who participated today. Ann, thank you for helping make this happen, and Larry and John, thank you for coming in, and thank you as well for the very productive work that you're doing on the Federal-State Joint Board, which is just extremely important. I want to thank my colleagues again for all their work in the last couple of days, but for the last couple of years, and Commissioner Copps, even more for you. Commissioner Clyburn, of course, comes from a state commission. Thank you, Sharon Gillette, and the incredible FCC staff. And I have to disagree with you. It can't be that your staff is the best because the FCC staff is the best. We will have an Iron Chef or something to fight this out on another occasion. But I'm very grateful on behalf of all of us for the incredible work that the staff has been doing, both substantively on this proceeding and really getting your arms around some very difficult, challenging issues of great importance to the country, and then also in organizing today's event. Roger and team, thank you very, very much. Thank you to our citizen panelists. I thought each of your remarks were very thoughtful, very helpful, and will become part of our record and something that we will consider. And thank you to all of you for coming. Many of you have been here all day. We appreciate that very much. Thank you for coming to this session. And rest assured that we're here to listen. We have been listening. All the issues that have been raised today are issues that we will follow up on and we will take into account as we address these important issues at the FCC. With that, if I have the power to adjourn us, we're adjourned.
The chairman has that power.